Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. October comes again, my friends. You can feel it in your bones, perhaps even in your very soul. The season of the dead making their presence known. The season of whispers in the dark. The season of nightmares. I would say it's the season of Moarte too, but he's apparently franchised himself into the summer. The previous 6 years have seen us run through two horror franchises that are a bit less paid attention to by the general public, Silent Hill and The Thing. Silent Hill being more for video game fans, unless you count the awful movies, and The Thing for having the attention more of horror movie fans, unless you count the awful video games. This year, I decided to do what I teased at the end of the Silent Hill reviews, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Because if these annual horror reviews show anything, it's that I love to geek out on the horror franchises that I love. On the slim chance that you know nothing about A Nightmare on Elm Street, here's your primer. It's a slasher series focused around Freddy Krueger. Krueger was a child murderer, and possibly child molester. We never really got confirmation of that aside from the remake, but the less said about that the better. Who, due to a clerical error, was not convicted of his crimes. The parents of the town banded together and burned him to death. His spirit returned from the dead to attack the children of those parents in their dreams. Because apparently the afterlife is full of assholes who let the potential rapist come back to exact supernatural revenge, but not any of his victims. We'll set aside 3D dream demons for another day and focus on the good Mr. Krueger himself, who proceeded to slash his way through pretty much all the remaining kids and then some, with the original series ending with a crossover where he fought Jason Voorhees of the Friday the 13th franchise. And if I may say so, an awesome note to end on, since I really liked Freddy vs. Jason. CGI marijuana-smoking worms notwithstanding. Like with Doctor Who, the appeal here is a storytelling engine that allows for pretty much anything to happen. After all, dreams can encompass reality, unreality, pleasant things, unpleasant things. It's just a place for so much imagination to run wild, especially in the kills. Freddy himself presented something different from most slasher killers. The usual sort is the silent, masked psychopath who would go on a rampage, but Freddy was not only showing his own face, well, his burned face, but laughing and talking and joking around. He was a true sadist and had a dark, twisted sense of humor. Which horror fans tend to have anyway, since we like movies about people getting stabbed. And naturally, there have been a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street comics. So many, in fact, that I would rather not spend the next 5 to 10 years showcasing all of them. Maybe next year I'll do more, maybe I'll move on to another franchise. But for now, we're going to spotlight something from a smaller company that owned the license for a while. Innovation Publishing, like many other companies, got its start in the late 80s with the rise of the direct market, and then closed with the speculator boom, also like many other companies. They actually had quite a few titles, just as many licensed properties as original books, with the licensed stuff ranging from horror books and movies like Child's Play and Interview with the Vampire, to genre television with Dark Shadows and Quantum Leap. And of course, among those licensed titles was A Nightmare on Elm Street. The second of these was an adaptation of the sixth film, Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare.
In 3D!
Probably one of the few times the gimmick made sense in a comic, considering that film shared the gimmick. Their final book was a 3-issue miniseries called The Beginning, a sequel and prequel to Freddy's Dead, the idea being that the main character from that movie traveled to Springwood to research Freddy's life up until he got roasted, toasted, and burnt to a crisp. Only 2 issues of the 3 were published, however, due to the publisher's bankruptcy. Their first book, however, is what we're looking at for the next few weeks. Let's dig into Nightmares on Elm Street, number 1 and number 2.
Welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Linkara's gonna teach you all a lesson you won't learn. Brodsky, you're not the smartest. Life out, you're not an artist. Anyone who's had a bad comic published, it could be your turn.
first issue cover gets the idea across in a simple, if goofy manner. Really, the big advantage of any work involving dreams and unreality is that it's hard to critique continuity or visual errors within them, since dreams aren't supposed to make any sense. That being said, sometimes dreams are just silly. Okay, clock tower striking 13, that's fine, although there are still only 11 other notches on that clock, so instead it looks like someone just put the wrong number there. Then there's this woman being pursued, who's half naked in her lingerie, which apparently also consists of a bedsheet dress. Seriously, what the hell? In her dreams, did she accidentally sew sheets to her underwear, or was she hoping to be as quote-unquote innovative with comfort wear as the Snuggie? And then there's the Springwood slasher himself, watching her from on high. Yeah, it's creepy and all, but the semi-realistic style kinda makes his expression a little goofy. Welcome to prime time! Also, with the way he's looking at her between his claw fingers, perhaps he's actually just playing a massive game of peekaboo. We open on a hazy London setting, particularly Whitechapel. Oh, I'm sorry, I clearly grabbed the wrong comic, and this is just a sequel to From Hell. From the newly discovered diaries of Jack the Ripper. Dear Diary, apparently the way to get a bunch of time travelers to annoy you is to murder a bunch of prostitutes. My realm spreads out before me, pale ghosts walking across the pathetic landscapes of their lives. I've put up several keep off the grass signs that have been completely ignored. Actually, it's some drivel about how he sees the perverse, twisted fantasies of the women he kills, and thus delivers those fantasies to them. Those fantasies of, being slashed, murdered, and mutilated. And this is why Jack the Ripper's Guide to Dating is not a bestseller. It might also be because Jack the Ripper was Freddy Krueger, as we see here when he turns down a prostitute. You'll get yours, bitch! Ha ha ha! Freddy Krueger, poet and philosopher. Our viewpoint character here, Sybil, sees the silhouette of Jack, or Freddy, approaching and runs off, the black and white tint changing into red and green when she spots 1428 Elm Street. Freddy's house. Or, as she recognizes it, as Nancy's house. Nancy, played by Heather Langenkamp, gets the distinction of being the most recurring protagonist of the movies, appearing in 3 and referenced in another. In her dream, Sybil is approached and she asks if the man is Jack the Ripper. Sorry, Sybil! Oh my god! Freddy Krueger is the killer! You know, even setting aside knowing what comic this is, it kind of ruins your big reveal when you already revealed it was Freddy 2 pages ago. Anywho, Sybil awakens next to her husband and tells him about how she's having nightmares about the house, in particular that Nancy was her old college roommate. Her boyfriend thinks that the nightmares are a result of all the reading she's been doing on Jack the Ripper, but Sybil thinks that maybe she should look Nancy up. Also, I think she might be infected with the Thing from Eternal Vows. Her hair is going crazy in this panel. And so she pulls out a phone book. That's weird. She's not listed. It's almost like she may not live in this area anymore or didn't want the number listed. That's weird. Also, no wonder you're dreaming about Jack the Ripper. You own 3 copies of the same damn book. I don't know, maybe that's supposed to be just the same book falling, but the effect is not executed well and it's not really necessary. It's not like we cut to the book on the ground later or something. She contacts another friend of hers, Priscilla, who also knew Nancy, also to set up more potential kills for Freddy. As such, she manages to get in touch with Dr. Sims at Fairview Mental Hospital, both from the 3rd movie. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Nancy passed away 3 years ago. There were some incidents here at the hospital. A girl committed suicide by shoving her own face deep into a TV a clear foot above her, despite having no way of reaching it, and her arms being completely limp at her side when it happened. You know, in retrospect, I'm kind of an idiot. However, she's nice enough to direct her to Dr. Neil Gordon, Nancy's love interest from the 3rd movie. A Nightmare on Elm Street. Phone tag. Actually, I may have spoken too soon about Sims not realizing what was up. When Sybil mentions in passing how she's been having weird nightmares with Nancy, she gasps and begs God to protect her. But she's also still kind of a dick since she hangs up on Sybil. We cut over to Priscilla, who has fallen asleep. Of course, she enters into a nightmare, wherein she's wearing the latest in Leatherface's luxury items, as we can see with that skin dress. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you the top clothing designer for the recently dead, Priscilla Martin! Hey, even those participating in the Skeleton War need to be fashionable on the battlefield. On the main stage, her newest collection, Priscilla's Deadwear. Priscilla's Deadwear can be worn to the hottest disco or the coolest business affair. This season of Project Runway is just weird. And of course, the host is Freddy, who asks Priscilla where Nancy is, which seems kind of odd since I recall Freddy stabbing her. But then again, Freddy has been hit on the head a lot since then. When Priscilla says she doesn't know, Freddy proceeds to torment her, first by showing her her mutilated girlfriend, and then in a pretty lame misdirect appears to wake up, only for her to get her hand destroyed by a Fredified sewing machine. Now I've gotta warn you, I'm not very good at needlepoint! Not many slasher movie villains are known for their sewing skills, but here's Freddy Krueger to show off his. So yeah, after a few more sewing puns, Priscilla is dead, and this is a perfect example of one of the problems with the franchise. See, I mentioned at the beginning about the storytelling engine of these movies. The imagination of the dream allows for new and different ways of people to be killed. I like that part. The problem is the execution. It's just not scary. Like I said a moment ago, there was a lame misdirect about Priscilla waking up. That happens all the time in the films. The difference being that they don't clearly show Freddy's striped Christmas sweater right out of the starting gate. Have her working on the sewing again, thinking it's just a bad dream, then boom, turn the page, sewing machine takes her hand. Much more frightening. But that's a minor thing compared to the fact that the deaths can be so completely over the top. Freddy becomes a superhero and slashes a guy into paper because he likes comics. That's not scary or creepy. Or how about Freddy takes a stoner and puts him into a video game? One that looks strangely like an episode of Home Movies. Again, it's not frightening, and the puns turn it into a complete farce.
Now I'm playing with power!
There are ways of taking the same concept and making them legitimately creepy. Less is more. Probably the best example of this is, again, the third movie. A guy is really into making marionettes. Freddy then takes the guy's veins and uses them as marionette strings. Same basic concept as those others, using something related to the character to kill them. But 1,000 times creepier. It didn't change the entire environment into puppets and strings, although, come to think of it, that would be pretty frightening, but you get the idea. So yeah, the sewing machine with maybe one pun would have been fine, but combine that with the friggin' fashion show and lack of tension for someone who we've only had one brief scene with, and the horror is diminished. But anyway, let's get back to the plot. Sybil manages to get in touch with Dr. Gordon and tells him about how she was friends with Nancy and how she's dreaming about Freddy, although of course she doesn't mention him by name. However, the dollhouse replica of Freddy's house suddenly falls off the shelf after Freddy starts letting off fireworks inside of it. I don't know, I don't get it either. Upon hearing the odd noises from the phone, Sybil stands up and then collapses to unconsciousness because she stood up too fast.
She gets up to faint.
I don't doubt that dizzy spells can happen like that, but it just seems like kind of a lazy way to get her to fall asleep. Also, Dr. Gordon's going to want to get that dollhouse checked out. It's infected with eyeballs. Anyway, since she's asleep, Sybil finds herself in Freddy's boiler room, where he's dragging his knives across the pipes, because you always go for the old classics. She's also wearing whatever the hell this outfit is, and she suddenly hears Nancy screaming at her to run. Good thing she did too. Freddy was just about to slash her, as well as melt on top of her from the looks of things. She's stopped by a wall of flames, but as a result, gets to see Freddy's creepy little jump rope girls singing. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. He's serving you a subpoena. 3, 4, better lock your door. Although he can walk through walls, so it probably doesn't help. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. Freddy's a vampire, I guess. The girl warns her that Freddy's going after her husband, who's apparently in the middle of a very deep dream where he's running a printing press. She runs up to him, but is apparently stopped by, paper? Freddy's most diabolical nightmare yet. Paper cuts are really annoying! Also, the dude apparently doesn't notice that his boss has a bunch of burns on his face and a knife glove. Freddy sends him up to check the control valves, and doesn't just stab him because Freddy really always wanted to work in newspapers or something, I don't know. The guy climbs a ladder, and Freddy cuts said ladder.
You know, it was always James's dream to make front page news!
And so he falls down and is cut by blades? What? Shouldn't he have been crushed by the printing press or something? Also, the top story. Man dies in freak printing accident. In other news, unnecessary quotation marks. Freddy goes to kill Sybil, but then she teleports away, suddenly waking up to a ringing phone. Hello? Is anybody there? Answer me, damn it!
Yeah, this is Freddy. I was gonna go for the whole I'm your boyfriend now thing again, but seems kinda obvious. Sorry.
No, instead she more logically gets sucked into the phone. Of course, Nightmare on Elm Street was the Matrix the whole time! But no, issue 1 ends with Sybil teleporting out of the hand of Nancy, who tells her that Freddy's getting more powerful. He's not content to destroy lives anymore, Sybil. He wants to destroy me as well. And I'm more important than other people's lives. Me and the beautiful dream. I dreamed of being free of this franchise. It just won't end. And so we move on to issue 2, which shows how you can have realistic paintings of the actors while still doing more than just have them stand around. Take notes, Star Trek movie comics. Nancy and Freddy's heads, with Freddy's outstretched glove hand with some dude emerging from the glowing palm. Wait, so it was Freddy Krueger's hand that created the DC universe? Actually, that makes way too much sense with the New 52 and all. Nancy starts explaining to Sybil a bit about what's going on. She is dead, sort of, and she's brought her into the beautiful dream to protect her from Freddy. Before she can say any more, they're interrupted by a doorbell. Nancy warns her not to open it. However, she does so, revealing Priscilla, with a red and green undershirt, so you already know where this is going. Yeah, Sybil goes in for a hug, and it's Freddy, who apparently actually has a full-on lizard tongue at this point. And Sybil's hair once more decides to become the bride of Frankenstein. Nancy tells Krueger to let her go since she's the one he wants. And he does so.
What's the matter? No welcome home kiss for Freddy?
Ugh, it's gotta be like kissing a fish that's flopping around. Fortunately, Nancy has the most sacred of weapons to use against Freddy, a garden hose. Freddy Krueger is like that dog that poops in your yard. Just gotta scare him off with some water. Freddy mocks this, but I guess it's holy water or something since it disintegrates him. However, he then summons up a tree that grabs Sybil and pulls her up. That's not too frightening. The sun-kissed fun fruit trees made us afraid of them way before Freddy. Nancy decides to leave the safety of her house to go help her. And apparently she's got the magic touch, since just poking the damn tree gets it to expel Sybil. Oh no! Oh no! I'm falling 3 feet! Freddy reforms with admittedly a very cool skeletal face. Awesome.
Well, look what dropped out of the tree. Looks ripe, but is it juicy?
Freddy, it's a pine cone. Sybil is finally woken up by Dr. Gordon, explaining that he rushed over after the abrupt end of the phone call. Yeah, she gave him his address. Always a smart move when talking to complete strangers. And yeah, he also broke the door's lock. The two compare notes about Freddy and what Sybil saw in the dream. I lost Nancy to him 3 years ago, along with a bunch of kids in my care. Also, John Saxon died, which was also a bit of a bummer. I thought the bastard was finished then, but I've seen signs of him since. I guess I just ignored them because I didn't want to believe. I mean, he came back to life by a dog in a dream pissing on where he was buried? How the hell does that even work? Realizing that Freddy is after Nancy, Dr. Gordon decides to try to hypnotize the both of them to go back in and try to help her. They're successful, and it seems Nancy is back inside of her protected house or whatever. Time for more exposition. The more I learn, the more it seems as if this place has all been planned, plotted in some way. But only if the box office results from the previous entry were decent. The exposition fest continues with her talking about her life between the first and third movies, and her theory about what actually happened to her. Kristen, the girl from part 3 who could bring others into her dream, apparently wasn't kidding when she told the dying Nancy she'd dream her into a beautiful dream. It somehow saved her life and allowed her soul to stay in this realm. It appears that whatever power Krueger wields over the dream world has to be balanced. Dreams must have their ambassador, even as nightmares have an agent in Freddy. Okay, now I want to see Freddy versus Sandman. Someone call Neil Gaiman. You're saying that you've become some kind of cosmic good dream fairy and that Freddy's the boogeyman? In a manner of speaking, yes. Really, I'm more of a cosmic good dream mall security guard. Dr. Gordon is confused why Freddy is using Sybil to draw her out instead of him. She reveals she's been protecting him, hiding his dreams from Freddy. Surely you've seen me in your dreams.
Yeah, but I just figured that you in the nurse's outfit was a normal dream for me. Also, that face.
Sybil, pissed about the death of her friend, wants to go after Freddy. No, Sybil. Hatred and anger won't defeat him. He feeds on those emotions. So what are you saying? That we should defeat him with love? In a way, yes.
Taste the rainbow, motherfucker!
Actually, it's more that it's not really possible to ever really be rid of Freddy. There's always going to be something in their dreams to scare them and feed on people's darkness, and it's always existed. All they can do is hope to rob him of enough power that it takes a long time for him to return.
So our plan is, let's make it someone else's problem in the future?
Sounds an awful lot like Hopeless to me. I don't understand all the whys of life and death any more than you do.
Really? Because you seem to be speaking with an awful lot of authority about this.
But we can stop Freddy for now. And maybe... Okay, you said you wanted to stop him, so come on. Let's go kick some Kruger butt!
It's not my problem. I sleep now.
So they leave the house and enter into someone's nightmare. What appears to be Fairview Hospital again. And after passing by a dude with bleeding eyes and a straitjacket and... wires? I don't know. They proceed down the hallways until they come across Dr. Sims, indicating it's her nightmare. Why, Neil Gordon and Nancy Thompson, how nice to see you again. You know, you told me to listen to the children, and I did. I'm fascinated by this creature they all speak of, named SpongeBob. And we see all the people around her have had their eyes plucked out. I listened to them scream in the quiet rooms, but I helped them to get their uninterrupted REM sleep. They've been sleeping for quite a while.
I trust you implicitly, Doctor. Nothing bad has happened under your care.
And then, of course, Freddy is there too, and he slices off her head and plays with her brains a bit. Come on, turn your back on him. Close your eyes and empty your minds. I'm gonna get us out of here.
Where are you going, piggies? That's what I'd like to know. Weren't you people going after him?
But yeah, by closing their eyes and running off down a hallway, they teleport or something into a field.
We got away from him.
For now.
So Mission Freddy Cat comes to a close.
Wherever they are, they spot a little blonde girl who asks Sybil, "What are you doing here, Mother?" Why do you call her Mother? Because she's going to be my mother. She's really taking her sweet-ass time with it, too. I'm not getting any younger here, Mom. Yeah, this is Sybil's unborn child. According to the fifth movie, life begins at conception, because apparently unborn children also possess dreams. And they hang out in a big field, as the girl confirms to Nancy when she comments that she was here a long time ago. Freddy shows up, which pisses off unborn baby. So much so that she summons up a whole bunch more that drag Freddy down and rip him apart, and then, he explodes? Also, John Woo movie. Kind of undermines your villain when he's defeated by people who haven't even been born yet. Sybil and Dr. Gordon wake up, Sybil realizing that she's suffering from morning sickness, or, you know, all the crap that you just went through. However, she seems to fall back asleep again and is confronted by a door with a large wolf knocker on it. Ah, good. Jacob Marley can help us fight Freddy. We beat you! Get out of my mind, Freddy! And so our comic ends revealing that it's not Freddy. Freddy, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Call me Jack.
Oh my god! Jack the Ripper's the killer!
Wait. Anyway, these comics are... As I explained, it's not really scary so far. There's potential for scares, especially with the disturbing imagery, which is even more needed for a comic book, but it doesn't use its other necessary element for horror. Pacing. It doesn't actually let you have difficulty determining what is or is not a dream. It doesn't build up the kills, just lets Freddy do his one-liners and put ridiculous scenarios on everything. But it's not bad. Compared to other horror comics I've reviewed, at least all the characters are likable. I certainly didn't want to see Phyllis or her girlfriend killed, and Sybil seems likable enough, even though her husband was kind of a moron in his sleep. It's also trying to throw a lot at us in these first two issues, particularly world building about how dreams are supposed to work, which kind of takes away some of the terror of the whole situation. It also doesn't help that there's a safe haven in the dreams from Freddy. Then again, we also have this new Ripper twist, so we'll see where that goes. The artwork is... In some places, it's great for the surreal atmosphere of the dreams. Others, the attempts at realism just end up looking unintentionally distorted. I can't help but feel it would have been better if someone else was doing the real-world sequences, and then the artist was doing the dream stuff. Still, next time we'll see where this goes, and maybe it'll pick up. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. We continue our look at... Shut up already! Nightmares on Elm Street. Last time on Nightmares on Elm Street. Freddy Krueger attacked a woman named Sybil, an old college friend of recurring series protagonist Nancy, in her dreams. She sought out Nancy, only to discover her kinda sorta death in the third movie. In reality, she has become a dream counterpoint to Freddy, whatever the hell that means, and is trying to protect the beautiful dream, which is apparently an average suburban home that Freddy cannot enter. Freddy Krueger's one true weakness, home decorating. After meeting with Dr. Neil Gordon, also from the third movie, our heroes learn that Freddy cannot be destroyed, just have his power diminished so that it'll take him a while to come back. And so they bravely confront Freddy, only to then haul ass when they see him.
Brave Sir Robin ran away. No! Bravely ran away.
I didn't!
It's also revealed that Sybil is pregnant from her dead husband, and that children's souls or something hang out in a dream meadow before they're born, despite not having the concept of grass yet. In the end, Sybil was confronted by Jack the Ripper for some reason. Also, Freddy killed a woman with a sewing machine. Sewing machine! Let's dig into Nightmares on Elm Street number 3 and number 4 and see where this comic is going, since I'm certainly not going anywhere. Issue 3's cover is pretty good, but yet again, we have some uncanny valley with how people are drawn. Freddy this time is fine, a bit over the top, but at least both top and bottom teeth are showing. What's not so good is the demonic mirror here, showing two extremes of a woman holding a little kid. In the mirror, the kid is apparently missing all his skin. Clive Barker's It's Hell-Raising Kids. However, apparently seeing himself without skin just bores the child, while the woman is making the same porn face that Sue Storm made in that one Greg Land page. We open on some new pencils. Yes, for some reason, for the rest of the miniseries, we've lost the painted artwork of Tony Harris and have instead gotten Patrick Rollo. I actually find this to be an improvement. While Harris's artwork was great for the dream sequences, I'd rather have a more general comic book look, if that makes any sense, for the overall book, since making the real-world stuff appear too surreal, stiff, or just otherwise bizarre kinda takes away from the overall experience. Rollo's art here seems to resemble the stuff Neil Adams was doing over at Now Comics. I like it, it's clean and simple. Anyway, we truly open with Sarah Connors here driving along the road at the end of The Terminator. 6 years. I haven't been back here for 6 years.
I've still got that library book.
This is the Dream Master Alice from the 4th and 5th movies. She's the Dream Master because... I don't know, in the 4th movie she absorbed all her dead friends' dream powers into herself, I guess, and she recited a plagiarized version of Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep. Alice herself is a fine character. I like her arc and development, it's just the movies themselves are a bit head-tilting in their logic, like the aforementioned unborn, freshly conceived children have dreams thing from Part 5. Speaking of, the product of that movie is with her son Jacob. Jacob never knew his father. Just tell him he became Ghost Rider. It's not too far off. When are we going to be home, Mother? When are you going to use question marks? When we're done here, dear, Mommy's got to take care of Granddad's things and then we'll go back. That's not what I meant. I meant Springwood. Dear, that's not our home. You haven't even been here since you were born. We aren't going to stay, baby. Oh. Okay, Alice, your kid who palled around with Freddy Krueger before he was born is being creepy and referring to a place he shouldn't remember as home. Maybe you should have found a sitter. Alice's father has passed away, so she has to go back to Springwood to handle his affairs. And it actually feels like from this artwork that we're in a bit of a transition between movies 5 and 6. At the beginning of Freddy's Dead, it said it took place 10 years in the future, and Springwood's entire child population was dead, the town had fallen into disrepair, and the only people still there were suffering from a little case of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Fortunately, by the time Freddy vs. Jason came around, the place had completely turned itself around, teenagers sprung out of nowhere, and everything was A-OK. This is why elections are so important, especially when you run on an anti-Freddy Krueger platform. I mean, before the new mayor showed up, this Elm Street sign had Freddy's slash marks on it. With some city ordinances, this never happened again. Also, when the hell did Freddy do that? This page also informs us that this is Loose Ends, Part 1, Return to Springwood. Okay, I've been operating under the impression that this comic is a mini-series, but was it actually supposed to be an ongoing? Is that why the art change? Like I've said before, it's hard to get information about stuff like this for smaller independent companies, so I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, Alice arrives at her old house and is greeted by a blonde woman. Sorry to hear about Fred's accident. All us around here have all been broken up about it. Doesn't seem as if there are that many people left in the neighborhood to know him. Well, admittedly, the neighborhood association meetings will be a little lonelier now that it's just me and my cat, but at least referendums will be passed faster. Hey, little fella, you're a cute one. What's your name? And the kid has no skin. Jacob Daniel Johnson. KFC proudly presents the new Skinless Jacob combo meal. So yeah, the lady named, Lady doesn't mention that Jacob looked like an underripe prune, and our heroes excuse themselves so Alice can practice being a rubber bendy doll in this panel. Alice sees ghostly images of the movies playing out, basically just remembering all her dead friends and family. It's quite heartwarming, actually. A reminder that these deaths mattered to the main character, and they weren't just kill fodder for Freddy, even though they technically were. She breaks down a bit and hugs Jacob, who apparently was able to see the same ghostly images. There wasn't anyone there, Jacob. Mommy was just remembering things. I was remembering them with you. Jacob, you shouldn't be doing that. You know what I told you about what happens sometimes in people's minds. So Jacob has shining powers? Holy crap. Freddy versus The Shining. Why aren't there more versus movies? Jacob reveals that he also read the mind of that woman they met and that her name is Devon. And I want you to stay away from Devon if she comes around here. She makes me feel creepy. The woman who offered condolences about your dad was creepy, but your psychic son who refers to you as mother is perfectly okay? We cut over to Dr. Gordon as he wanders around a hospital. Someone comes up to him and asks for help with a patient who's injured himself. And we know the situation is serious because of all the pink smoke in the halls. They need help with a patient who has cut off his own eyelids to keep himself from going to sleep. Gruesome, yes, but he has a bright future ahead of himself in championship staring contests. The guy screams that Freddy is here, something Dr. Gordon reinforces, and the other doctors suddenly grab Gordon and strap him to the table, revealing one of the surgeons to be Freddy, so this is a nightmare. Again, kudos to this issue. Despite the pink smoke, because of the presence of that guy who cut off his own eyelids, the comic did fool me into thinking this was the real world again. Dr. Krueger, do we need to sedate Dr. Gordon?
Oh yes, we'll put him to sleep! Permanently!
Freddy, that doesn't make any sense. You're not a veterinarian in this dream. And Freddy, this is not Inception. He's already asleep. We also see that the orderly assisting Freddy is Taryn, again from Nightmare 3. Good to see she had a career after Freddy killed her. She tries to put a glove on Freddy's hand for the operation, but of course it tears because of his knives.
Oh, what a shame! No safe slashing without latex!
Well, then enjoy your malpractice lawsuit, Freddy. Was that supposed to be a condom joke? Freddy, you're all over the place with this one. Before Freddy can slash him, however, two glowing arms reach up from the bed and cop a feel on Dr. Gordon. We cut back to the real world, the actual one this time, where we see that Dr. Gordon is actually in a coma. Here we meet with Yvonne, a supporting character in the fifth movie who's best friends with Alice. Speaking of, the two reunite and Alice admits she's having trouble with coming back to Springwood after, the whole all their friends and loved ones died and she's a single mother and her dad just died too thing. However, Yvonne also tells us that apparently the last two issues happened 3 years ago. He was in a car accident 3 years ago. It was a double tragedy, actually. He had just come from a woman's house who had died from eclampsia. That's a complication of pregnancy when he had the wreck. Yeah, spoilers, Sybil's dead. And she never appears in the book again. Not even mentioned after this. Killed off panel, in fact. Thanks for wasting our time for 2 issues. Now, to be fair, the more I thought about it, the series has done this before. In 3 movies, we followed someone for a bit who we were led to believe was the main character, but then they're killed off. Except, 1, they still interacted with the actual main character before that point. Alice is now technically the main character here, and she will never hear Sybil's name. 2, there wasn't as much setup for those main characters. In those 2 issues, we were given her friends, the unborn daughter, the Jack the Ripper stuff. Hell, the Jack the Ripper ending is now just completely gone and nonsensical. I'm sure you could claim it was Freddy, but why bother with the human-looking face when he was perfectly happy to chase her as himself in the opening pages? Basically given lots of plot lines that are never resolved or followed up on for the rest of the mini. And 3, basically those 2 issues are completely unnecessary. All the information about the beautiful dream, Nancy and Neil stuff, Kruger as an unstoppable force, yeah, all that is repeated in these next issues, so you could basically jump into this from issue 3 and not be lost as long as you've seen the movies before. It's rare for a comic to render an entire third of its story completely pointless, but you pulled it off, Nightmares on Elm Street. Great job. I can't get over this. It's frustrating as hell to think of how none of that mattered. I just don't understand. Did they get bored with the story at that point and decide to call a do-over? Anyway, Dr. Gordon has been in a coma for the last 3 years, occasionally coming close to coming out, but ultimately going back in. Jacob uses his psychic powers to reveal that he's happy in there most of the time, and that Nancy is keeping him safe from Freddy. This causes Alice and Yvonne to express
Dull surprise!
We cut over to Devon as she picks up a football player by the side of the road, and also seeing him as if he forgot to put his skin on today. She seduces him, and then bashes his head in with a hammer. Also, the sound of a hammer cracking a guy's skull open is pitch. She also gets a good taste of blood and brain food. Tastes like grape jelly and mustard. She performs a ritual with candles in the body, basically so that his soul will go over to Freddy, hoping to control her dreams that night. Some people use hypnotism to become lucid dreamers. Others use ritualistic murder. Back over to our heroes, Alice tucks Jacob into bed, and Yvonne points out how weird Jacob is acting, calling her mother and being super serious. Alice fears that the events of the 5th film and Freddy's influence on him in the womb may have affected him. Also, the mind-reading thing. I know this is gonna sound dumb, but he can see into people's minds. He's psychic. Girl, we fought some guy in the dream world who's been dead for 20 years, and you're saying it's gonna sound dumb that your kid's psychic? No, but it is dumb when Freddy bakes souls into a pizza. When Alice explains that she plans to sell her father's house, Yvonne states that might be tricky. Someone's been going around murdering kids, and it's been happening when people are awake, so it's unlikely to be Freddy. You might be mad at me for suggesting this, but with his powers, maybe he can help find this killer. No! Your word balloon says angry and dismissive, but your face says, Over in Dreamland, Devon goes into the power plant boiler room, whatever, that Freddy had, even passing the human-faced dog from Nightmare 2, one of the few references to that film made in the franchise. Anyway, she makes out with Freddy for a bit, and then she's attacked by goddessy-level bad artwork. I mean, wow! I don't doubt Devon wants to rub her ass on Freddy, but her stance does not imply that's what she's intending to do. When Freddy disappears, she walks into another room, only to emerge outside a house, which explodes. And in the flaming wreckage emerges this lady. I love you, Devon. Okay, a bit more obscure, but I'd settle for Freddy vs. Vapora too. Freddy informs Devon that she's not done her work yet and he needs her to bring him someone. Meanwhile, Alice falls asleep, and apparently the Roadrunner is signaling her. But no, in this pink smoke dream, she sees Jacob's father, Dan, arriving to pick her up on his motorcycle. They start driving towards Jacob, who's standing in the middle of the road. 10 points for a 5-year-old. Only 10? Pfft, lamest Grand Theft Auto game ever. Alice redirects the bike not to hit their son, and she's thrown off, now seeing both Freddy and Daniel as he looked when he died in his dream. And I'm sorry, I forgot. He didn't turn into Ghost Rider, he turned into a predator. I killed you!
I got better.
Freddy, you are really just not trying anymore, are you, man? Jacob uses his psychic powers to blow Freddy and his dad up, but good, encouraging his injured mother to sleep. And so our comic ends with Devon showing up to take Jacob away, but he's already awake and waiting for her, volunteering to go with her so they can see his father. Issue 4's cover is yeesh. I like it in concept, but the actual artwork is so stiff. Jacob and Alice are hiding behind Dan's gravestone, where an arm is emerging from the grave. Freddy is stalking them, and Jacob is wearing a burlap sack for some reason. I guess that's because it's what he wore in the dream world before he was born, but he's unrecognizable otherwise, so why bother? It's not like he's wearing that anymore. Also, Alice's head was apparently replaced with a creepy mannequin.
The blackest eyes. The devil's eyes.
We open with Devon driving Jacob to the cemetery, although there's more pink smoke, which should be an indicator that this is a dream, but it is not. When Jacob points out that they're getting close, Devon is confused because he said he'd never been there before. I know, that's all. The most underrated of psychic abilities, instant Google Maps. You don't need to talk funny to me. I know what you really sound like. What do you mean, sugar? You aren't from the South. You just talk that way sometimes to trick people. Well, drat, kiddo. Guess I couldn't hide my real Minnesotan accent around you there. Yup, you betcha. You're one smart fish, I'll tell you. Ooh, my, it's just so ding-dang cold around here. That's different. You don't really like me either. That's okay. You will. And he's smiling. Okay, you know how I said he was acting creepy before when he wasn't smiling? I take that back. He's far creepier when he smiles. You can stop that, Jacob. Arriving at the cemetery, Jacob quickly finds his father's grave, allowing us a chance to look at his pajamas, featuring a totally not copyrighted character that destroyed my former video host. Then we cut over to Alice.
And this is Alice.
Thank you, narrator. I would have been completely confused without your assistance. She quickly discovers that Jacob is missing and collapses outside in her underwear. Jacob! Remember earlier how I said I actually preferred this artwork? Yeah, I may have to reevaluate that. It goes more and more 90s as the comic goes on. Sure, it's still better than early Image. We're not gonna see a super beefy Freddy.
Super Freddy!
In the comic, I mean. But the women are becoming increasingly incapable of standing up straight, instead preferring to curve themselves into a sideways W. Back over to Jacob, he yells at Devon to go away, telling her that she has a family in the cemetery to visit too. Jacob fails to make contact with his dead father, because despite being psychic, he is not a particularly smart child. However, he also spots Devon rapidly talking to herself concerning her parents, before her head explodes or something. I don't know, maybe that's supposed to be all the pain she's feeling from her spine cracking like that. I mean, ouch! That is some Ultimates 3 level spinal contortion right there. Jacob travels into Devon's memories, revealing that her father was severely abusive, to the point where he accidentally killed Devon's sister, Denise. Somehow, this does not land him in prison, so Devon just turns on the gas line and lets her mom lighting a cigarette blow them up. I should point out that the mom was clearly abused as well, so that's kind of a bummer. So, to take ourselves away from that real-world kind of crappiness, enjoy this clip from Freddy's Nightmares.
It's time for our boy to face the music with Rap Master.
And hey, Jacob's in some kind of astral form during this, and he tries to attack the abusive father, showing the most human-like behavior I've seen out of him so far. We also reveal that the skinless thing is actually meant to be Burns, as Devon's completely burnt mother escapes the house before dying. And she was also apparently a neighbor to the Krugers, so yeah, there's another added layer of creepiness to their relationship. Freddy knew Devon as a little kid. And of course, this is also somewhat of a dream, so her mother's corpse starts talking to her.
You need to be punished! Just wait until your father gets here!
Oh, don't worry, Mom. They're bringing him right here from over there. And there. And there. I think that's his foot right there. Back in the real world, Alice is reporting Jacob's disappearance to the police, but they're overworked with all the other disappearances and murders. Alice wonders why there isn't any outside help coming to deal with the crisis.
We've asked for help, but we don't seem to get it. Springwood's like a black hole sometimes.
So Freddy has power over the FBI? How high does this conspiracy go? It's something that bugs me about the franchise sometimes. How much power he actually seems to possess over the real world. The guy is only supposed to have power in dreams. That's the entire reason why Nancy and Maggie in the movies tried to drag him out of the dream. In the real world, he's just some asshole with knives duct taped to a glove. How the hell is he keeping cars from coming in and crap? Anyway, Yvonne shows up and, dear lord, it looks like someone took her character model and stretched it vertically. Not helped by this next panel where she too is doing the goddessy pose of her spine going 90 degrees to push her ass out behind her. Back in the dream world, Freddy has met up with Jacob.
Come on, Jacob! I've got something to show you! It's this really funny YouTube video, Jacob. I bet it becomes a meme.
Where are we going?
Into my playground.
Freddy's playground is truly a thing of nightmares. It lacks a swing set.
I want to show you what kind of toys I play with. So anyway, here's my leader class Optimus Prime. Cool, huh?
Just lay on the pedophile vibes more, Freddy. I know you were intended to be a child molester, but it was never actually stated in the films you were one, so this is just icky. He leads Jacob to the junkyard he was buried in Part 3 and then into a car trunk.
This is the back way in!
This is a weird remake of Chronicles of Narnia. And inside is, dolls, sorta naked blue body suspended everywhere, skeleton dude in the back, and the demonic wheelchair from A Dream in Part 3. Good times.
Welcome to Wonderland!
And yet still not as joyless and murky as Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland.
Welcome to my nightmares.
Logically, if these are your nightmares, shouldn't that mean you're scared of all of this? Or are you afraid that all the blue naked bodies make the place look tacky and that's what you're afraid of? Freddy explains that all the bodies in the place, and in the walls, are Springwood's dreamers, that for some reason the place has had tons and tons of unusual sleep disorders even before he came around, that the town is living in a nightmare that he controls. A bit of an unnecessary contrivance if you ask me. Why does this need to be overcomplicated? Freddy's a sadist who attacks people in their dreams. Done. This isn't Silent Hill. Why does the whole town need to be messed up in some way? Jacob asks why the hell he should help Freddy. You hurt people.
But you don't have any great love for people, do you, Jacob? You know what they're really like inside. What they whisper in their minds. Which makes it okay for me to stab them.
And because that's bullcrap, even if he did believe people sucked, Freddy offers a better incentive, his father. While Dan and Jacob go off to do some bonding, Freddy gets Devon and orders her to kill Alice and anyone with her. When she awakens, we can see that her stomach is... well, maybe the artist should have paid attention to how thin her stomach is versus how to position her ass at the camera. Also, Devon owns an Uzi. She's able to track down Alice and Yvonne thanks to a note Alice left at her place in case Jacob came back, and we cut over to our heroes on their way back to the hospital. Yvonne figures that Dr. Gordon is their best chance now. She recalls that Jacob said Nancy was protecting Dr. Gordon and explains about Nancy having fought Freddy before. And so our comic ends with the two arriving at Dr. Gordon's bed and exclaiming out loud that Freddy has Jacob, which for some reason wakes him up. These comics are... once again, but leaning more towards suck. I've got to admit, the comics are starting to lose me. Aside from the fact that we might as well be in a new miniseries altogether after the now useless first 2 issues, the new artwork at first seemed like a welcome change, but instead is embracing awful drawings of women, not to mention some pretty bad facial expressions. The story is okay for the most part. Some of it is bridging Nightmares 5 and 6, some of it has good character bits for Alice, and the idea of Freddy having an accomplice in the waking world is something new for the series. This book is still not good, but I don't know yet if I can qualify it as all that bad. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Still stuck in here, still reading this miniseries. Last time on Nightmares on Elm Street. The writer apparently decided to call a do-over with the series, abandoning the main character of the first 2 issues to instead shift focus to Alice, master of not mastering dreams. She, with her son Jacob, has returned to Springwood, which is in the midst of a mass murder of children and teenagers by Devon, a Waking World ally of Freddy Krueger. Freddy is attempting to recruit Jacob back to his cause by offering him his father back, and presumably his cool demon motorcycle as part of the negotiating package. With Jacob missing and Devon seeking to murder her, Alice's only hope now is Dr. Neil Gordon, in a coma since those first 2 issues that are otherwise ignored. Before we get back to the story, I want to talk real quick about something. There's a bit of a debate going on in the comments section about slasher villains. The standard stuff, are they really scary, survivors actually getting to survive from one film to another, and their own preferences for the monsters. It's really up to your own personal opinions about this stuff, but I want to bring up another reason why I like Freddy more than others. He's an active villain. What I mean by that is that he is always seeking out more victims. He is evil. You could argue that someone like Jason is as much of a victim himself given his backstory. He may not even understand what he's doing. But the point is that with very few exceptions, victims have to come to him to get killed. Otherwise, he's perfectly content to just stay at Crystal Lake doing whatever the hell it is he does. But Freddy is not in any way sympathetic. He is a monster through and through. He is actually going out to find victims, to the point where, when he ran out of the kids of those responsible for his death, he found ways to expand out and find more people to kill. Thus, while there's entertainment value in his kills, you're not actually rooting for him to win. You want this asshole taken down. Mind you, it also helps that you want to punch him when he makes terrible jokes.
What do you know? I beat my high score.
So, let's dig into Nightmares on Elm Street number 5 and number 6 and see how he's defeated here. Our cover is really damn good. All the main characters hanging from Giant Freddy's glove, which is a very precarious place to be hanging from, since I'm pretty sure that means it's slicing into their hands. Also, everything's on fire, because Freddy doesn't do anything small.
You trying to compensate for something?
We open with Freddy being introspective.
Too many years. How many years have I been playing this damn part? Seriously, I miss being the friendly alien on V. I'm trapped in this nightmare, just like my victims. I'm rotting here! Springwood is sucking my life out, even as I consume its power!
Well, here's an idea, Freddy. Maybe you could trick people into getting you out of here if you didn't appear to them looking like the cousin of Deadpool.
But what use is power if it has limits? Why doesn't this franchise have limit breaks? The players are all moving into their final places. Alice doesn't know what she has to lose.
Well, based on that panel, it looks like she's already lost her spine. Also, keep hiking up those pants, Alice. Soon the pants will consume you.
Jacob doesn't know what he has to give, and Devon doesn't know what she's in for. Who am I talking to?
Freddy walks off into an archway featuring the 3D snake demon things from the 6th movie. For those who don't know, in that movie it was explained that these ancient demons basically gave Freddy this job. They have no backstory or anything, they're just creatures who seek out the most twisted human individual and grants them the ability to bend the line between dream and reality. It just seems so unnecessary. Sometimes things need an explanation, but as lore for the series, it's so underdeveloped that I'm shocked they even bothered. I think they just wanted a way to kill off Freddy supposedly once and for all, thus they blow him up and the demons decide to just leave, despite every other time Freddy has been defeated and them not caring. But hey, at least it gets him into hell in time for Freddy vs. Jason. Anyway, Freddy says he's ready now for Nancy to show up. Back in the real world, Yvonne is in the middle of practicing to be a centaur while fixing all the medical equipment Dr. Gordon pulled out when he woke up. Alice tells him about how she thinks Freddy has Jacob, but Neil just wants to go back to Nancy, slurring his words all the way for some reason. He explains about being protected in the beautiful dream, but also that Nancy may have mentioned something about Jacob, thus her only chance is to go into the dream herself. You know, going into the dream world is really the solution to everything in this franchise. I don't even know why they discuss any other possibility. Anyway, Devon shows up at the hospital with her Uzi and shoots everyone in the reception area. Quick, somebody call an ambulance! Oh. Dr. Gordon starts falling unconscious, so Alice asks Yvonne to knock her out with good old-fashioned drugs. Back over to Devon, she's basically just going from room to room in search of Alice, even coming across this random room that has two Jewish people whom I presume to be Holocaust survivors, considering they say, "Again, they are here," and a little flame, scrap of paper, I don't know, something on an arm indicating a concentration camp number. This is not aided by Devon Division, wherein they appear burned and stuff. So once again, to keep this from getting a bit too real, enjoy another clip from Freddy's Nightmares.
Well, you take your eggs, a 1, a 2, a 3, you get some flour.
After Alice gets knocked out with Ecto Cooler, Devon finds a room full of mumbling people and storms her way inside, killing another nurse. Only one more room. I have many thoughts. First, only one room left in the entire place? Geez, small hospital. 2, she searched through that many rooms, opened fire on that many people, and yet still no cops? 3, was Dr. Gordon placed as far away as possible from the entrance if it's the last room that needs to be searched? Anyway, into Dreamland and its ominous pink smoke. And Alice immediately takes a tumble down some stairs. Not an auspicious beginning to her rescue mission. Also, gotta love that sound effect.
That was crunk.
Dr. Gordon arrives and helps her up. Don't know why I didn't make a better entrance than that. I don't know, I'm sure the laugh track liked it. Back in the real world, a cop finally shows up to stop Devon, ordering her to put her hands up. She does not, so he opens fire on her in what is actually a really damn good bit of sequential art, where these 3 panels are shaped like a BAM sound effect. Kudos. Also, Devon has a delicious raspberry filling. Also, Yvonne, living meme. Oh, fuck! Also cubed. Bam.
Bam. Big-ass motherfuckers.
Back in the dream, Dr. Gordon explains the beautiful dream thing, in a somewhat better way than the first 2 issues even. While Freddy exists to perpetuate nightmares and his dark reality, Nancy exists to protect good and innocent dreams. And then a sheep. What the hell? Ha! That's it really. Freddy owns a little piece of hell, and he's bringing it to Earth. The part of hell that is a sheep, apparently. Alice and Dr. Gordon enter the church from Part 5, while in the real world, Devon kills the cop in a rather gory fashion, and her Uzi has transformed into a different gun. Events in the dream world seem to echo the real world, so when the glass in the hospital room shatters, so does the glass in the church. Why is this happening? Because Freddy's true power is defenestration, I guess. Nancy suddenly teleports into the church, making sure to contort her body into some kind of gremlin or something, but Dr. Gordon and Alice are themselves teleported away by— Good God, Alice! Okay, dreams don't have to make sense, but I call bullcrap on artwork that pinches her midsection to the point where it's thinner than her neck. Devon enters the hospital room and gets ready to shoot the unconscious Alice, but Yvonne gets hold of the cop's gun and shoots Devon in the heart. Why?
Jeez, what did I ever do?
Back in the dream world, Alice is teleported into an Alice in Wonderland dress with Freddy as the rabbit.
You're late for our very important date!
Don't worry, Freddy. I've seen dating do's and don'ts. I know how to handle this.
Well, just go out with me, you shrill harpy!
Nancy is apparently teleported as well, despite her just arriving at that point when she did. She arrives in her old house and is met by what is supposed to be her dad, John Saxon. It's not a great approximation of the actor, sadly, although some of the angles do kind of capture his likeness. He admits to her that Freddy's got his soul prisoner here and that this is all his fault, admitting that he was the one who caused the clerical error that got Freddy released to begin with. Unfortunately, he also admits that the only way Freddy will let his soul be freed is if he kills Nancy. Wow, dude, you just admitted to all the horrible mistakes you've made, and now you just want to keep the train running, huh? In for a penny, John? Dr. Gordon gets teleported into a hospital room where he meets up with the kids from the third movie who were all killed, but they've been transformed. For example, there's Jennifer, the one I mentioned before who got her face smashed into a TV. And ironically, now her face is on TV. And then she eats him, I guess. Brilliant strategy! Freddy will see this and not be sure if he should go for a TV pun or a food pun, and his mind will break from indecision. And here are the rest of the kids. I mentioned Taryn last time, and when she said in her dreams she was beautiful and bad, what she meant was no pants or lower spine. There's Kincaid down there, who now has a lot of muscle to go with his superhuman strength. Up above is Philip, who apparently decided to become Spider-Man after the whole marionette thing. And finally Will, who has not changed at all, actually. Still in the goofy wizard's robe, although now he's got a staff, too. We finally cut back to Jacob and his dad, playing in the lovely screaming flower fields. Dan explains to Jacob that Freddy can make it so he comes back with him out of the dream. I'd question how that's even possible when his body's in the ground, but then again, Freddy can be pulled out of dreams, too, so who knows. And what does Freddy want Jacob's help with? Well, our issue ends with us once again bridging the gap between Nightmares 5 and 6. Freddy wants to be able to attack people outside of Springwood, and a psychic child can help him with that by... reading people's minds? In this panel, the role of Jacob's head will be played by a lemon. Let's move on to our final issue with a cover that's... okay, I get the symbolism. Freddy slashing through a large map indicating his desire to go outside the confines of Springwood. It's not exactly horrific, especially when Freddy's face here looks more desperate than evil.
Damn it, I'm not stopping for directions! I'll just use the map and... oh, damn it!
Where'd the comic go? We open with Devon, now dead and swimming through grape-flavored Gatorade. Right there with you, Devon.
It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Dying, I mean. Now, the part where I was shot twice, yeah, that hurt. Huh. But I know I'm not really dead.
Look who knows so much, huh?
Freddy won't let me die. There's too much he can use me for. I'm great with light filing and typing.
After recapping what the other characters are up to, we cut back to Jacob and Daniel, where it's time for more exposition and questioning why the hell Freddy needs Jacob if he's so damn powerful, why he needs to stay in Springwood, etc., etc. There are rules here too, Jacob. The weirdest rule is the one about ducks not being allowed to wear sandals. Why would they even be wearing those? Dan says that there are lots of souls trapped here, particularly those who died before they were supposed to. Freddy vs. Final Destination just doesn't hold the same appeal for me. They might live forever, as long as someone out there cares, as long as someone remembers them.
That's how Freddy keeps returning? People remember him back?
Yeah. What's funny to me is that this is actually unintentionally setting up Freddy vs. Jason. It fits in with the lore well, especially with the concept of Freddy feeding on fear, thus the more people think about him, the more afraid they get, the more powerful he becomes, and on and on and on. And from a meta concept, he keeps coming back because people keep remembering the character and thus more films made about him.
And he'll help you come back to the real world if I help him?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. But I don't want anybody else to get hurt.
And if Freddy Krueger is known for anything, it's not hurting people. And then over to Alice in Wonderland, where her now dead friends from 4 and 5 show up as the various characters. But despite the better setup before concerning how much seeing these people again should affect her emotionally, Alice is more annoyed by all of this. And why have the screaming flowers now turned into Joker-faced plants? Back over to Nancy and John Saxon, she shoots her in the head and gore splatters, countdown to Infinite Crisis style. Well, isn't that just pleasant? John Saxon collapses into a fetal position, pleading to finally be let go of this. I'll let you go. Your new nightmare is having to listen to the Frozen soundtrack on a continual loop. Forever. No, it's Nancy, who has assumed her final form as a glowy golden ghost of Christmas past or something. Nancy? What's happened to you? I've changed, Daddy. I'm using a much more energy-efficient bulb now. I can fight him now. I've been fighting him all along. Bit of a contradiction there. But yeah, she says it's time to end this once and for all. They arrive at the junkyard as before. And what's John Saxon's contribution after getting Freddy freed, participating in his murder, getting his ass kicked by a skeleton, shooting his daughter in the head, and somehow screwing that up? No, we can't!
You were just comprised to fail, aren't you?
We can. I know the way in now. Yes, with your new dream powers, you have successfully located a car trunk. What? No. Over to Dr. Gordon. He runs from the Dream Warriors, and seriously, where the hell is Philip hanging from? Kincaid says he'll get him, and then he, transforms into a panther. I don't recall that being a thing with him in the movies, but okay.
Wait, what?
Anywho, Dr. Gordon keeps yelling back at the kids that he's sorry and he wanted to save them, but the Dream Warriors explain that they're not actually after him. Also, Taryn's wearing a thong. Seriously, can some artists only get off if they draw women in clothes like this? I'm actually surprised Jennifer in her TV robot body isn't drawn like she's got an anatomically correct robot body with a TV head. No, instead she looks like the real source of our nightmares, Mr. Computer. Anyway, the group explains that they actually rescued Dr. Gordon from Freddy, and they want to team up to finally kick his ass. And good on that! After what happened with John Saxon, I was worried they were going to tarnish the memory of these characters by making them into assholes too. Alice arrives in the Hall of Severed Demon Heads, because we're still on this Alice in Wonderland kick, wherein we soon see the arrival of the Red Queen, who is in the form of Alice's mother. This barely gets a rise out of Alice, who instead just uses super breath to blow her away. And thus they summon Freddy, who's the Jabberwocky or something.
Time to rewrite the book! In the new ending, Bella ends up with Jacob instead. Just makes more sense to me.
Over to Devon, who swims up into some cavern of skulls and is met by Freddy. He explains that this is the Dream Pool, where... Seriously, a lot of this series is just people explaining things that have no bearing on anything. Who cares what that place is? It means nothing! There's expanding lore, and then there's just adding pointless minutia. At least the 3D Dream Demon things explained why Freddy comes back from the dead when nobody else does, but all of this other stuff like the Dream Pool and the Beautiful Dream and Springwood's souls being trapped here and stuff really don't add anything to the story, and instead it feels like padding when they could have done more character stuff. Nancy and her father arrive in Freddy's cavern where they find, a clock tower? A really big chair? The hell are we looking at? Anyway, it has his soul or something there, and his body and soul are reunited, or he's being possessed by Dead Man, that's also a possibility. And he floats up to heaven or something. Back over to the Dream Warriors, more exposition! This time about how they don't think Freddy can be killed permanently, blah blah blah! Yeah, I remember that my favorite part of A Nightmare on Elm Street was all the long, talky bits of exposition on stuff we already learned in earlier installments that everybody is ignoring for some reason. Just to keep you guys interested, enjoy Freddy Krueger as the Wicked Witch of the West.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little soul, too.
They give Dr. Gordon a MacGuffin for Jacob, and dear lord, this dialogue balloon layout is the worst. They obviously wanted to get in one last group shot of the Dream Warriors, but the result is that the dialogue balloons force you to jump all over the place to follow the conversation accurately. But yeah, they're off to fight other battles, whatever the hell that means, and they send Dr. Gordon out to find Jacob and defeat Freddy. Speaking of, Jacob and Daniel show up at Casa de Freddy, ready to accept his deal. Freddy wants Jacob to use his powers to send Freddy into the real world, just like he used his power to send Devon into her flashback concerning her parents. Jacob did that to Devon? Kid's kind of an asshole then, I think. Or, if he didn't do it intentionally, he's an idiot. If he wants back in the real world to escape Springwood, why didn't he just possess Devon like he did Jesse in the second movie? You can't say they're pretending that movie didn't happen. They showed the damn human-faced dog from that one. Or hell, just make someone else drag him out like what happened in the first movie. But yeah, Freddy says Jacob can use the same technique to bring his dad back to life. So, like, what happens to the body in the grave if he does that? Does that mean that there are two of him? Or do they magically teleport inside of him? This makes no sense. Nancy shows up and tells Jacob not to believe him.
Sorry, girlfriend. He knows better. He's got enough upstairs to know I'm not lying to him.
The jury's still out on that, especially when Jacob thought talking to his dad's gravestone would bring him back. Unfortunately, since Nancy is now in Freddy's domain, he can mess with her.
Come on and give Freddy a big kiss.
Ew, that tongue looks like it has like 80 million diseases on it. Dr. Gordon shows up too and helps save Nancy from the black oil sludge from Creepshow 2. While Devon and Dr. Gordon fight, Nancy reminds Jacob that Freddy was the one who killed his dad in the first place and that he's currently fighting his mother. And since Jacob didn't want anybody else hurt, Freddy says screw it and makes the deal either help him or he'll kill Alice. However, it seems Daniel wasn't an illusion by Freddy, since he jumps in to stab Freddy in the neck with a spear or something. So Nancy grabs that spear, everybody's either fighting or running, the black oil becomes these weird shadow creatures that attack Devon, Freddy refuses to help her, Dr. Gordon gives Jacob the MacGuffin, Dr. Gordon and Devon stab Freddy, Alice, Daniel, and Jacob start glowing green from the MacGuffin.
Well, suddenly I have a refreshing mint flavor.
It's all a big cluster crap as the three teleport away and the dream surroundings collapse on top of Freddy somehow. And I guess he's defeated. Sure, why not? Whatever ends this thing. Back in the real world, Yvonne is still trying to deal with the fact that she just killed Devon, but then Jacob teleports in and Dr. Gordon wakes up. Only it's not Dr. Gordon at all, but Daniel! And hey, it's time for our favoriteest thing in this comic ever. Exposition! Jacob says that he could bring Freddy back, but he would need a body, thus he was going to use Jacob's body for that task, but instead, Dr. Gordon sacrificed his body to let Daniel come back. But hey, he's happy since he gets to stay with Nancy in the dream world, so she can, be a nightlight or something, I don't know. And so our comic, and this mini-series ends with Freddy's arm hanging out from under a ton of skulls, while Alice and company decide that even if Freddy can't be defeated forever, they should get the hell out of Springwood. And hey, Jacob's actually expressing emotion and happiness since the dad he never met before is alive again in somebody else's body. And the moral of the story is that children will only find happiness if they have a father. I don't know, I'm grasping at straws here. After all this time, I can sadly conclude that, indeed, these comics suck. I will give it credit, though. Compared to other Halloween comics I've reviewed, this is leagues above those. And hell, there are actually a lot of good ideas here that would work well for their own stories and might have been expanded upon if innovation hadn't gone bankrupt. The problem is that we end up with so much story that there isn't time to explore any of this, and instead we end up taking up page after page of explanation and exposition. Characterization and development are essentially sacrificed, as Alice is suddenly completely uncaring about what's happened to her friends, and we spend time in an Alice in Wonderland reference for no adequately explained reason other than that's her name. Another thing that wastes our time is fan service. Yes, it's great to see the Dream Warriors again, but what purpose do they ultimately serve in the story apart from that? Oh, to give Jacob the thing that we're never explained what the hell it is. Yeah, I know, it would have just been more exposition, but at least we would have known what it was, where they got it from and all that. Then there's the complete sacrifice of the first 2 issues. Some people suggest that a long delay between issues might have caused that story to be dropped, but I checked the dates. Issue 3 came out a month after issue 2, like it should have. And the problem with having so many characters, especially ones that aren't killed off, means that they're all vying for attention, and nothing feels like it's really accomplished until the end, with little or no tension over the situation, since we don't see many instances of Freddy coming close to killing them. I'll give the comic this though, the Devon stuff was well handled, probably the best part of this whole thing. Yes, it still feels a bit rushed, but it's something different in the franchise to have Freddy partnered up with anyone. Although I admit it's hard to imagine Freddy letting anyone else take his kills. Hell, the entire story is different from the Nightmare on Elm Street formula, so we can give it credit for trying to be original with it. The artwork is bad. In most places it's passable, but criminy in a handbasket did Patrick Rollo have issues with drawing women. However, the rest of it was just fine, although the colors seem off. Seems to me that Freddy's domain shouldn't really be quite so bright and colorful. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. October has come again. The time of fear. The time of seasons changing. The time of nightmares. The time of some asshole ghoul taking over my supply room to film his stupid daily videos. You know, the usual. Well, 3 years of Silent Hill, 3 years of The Thing. Might as well keep that up with at least another year of A Nightmare on Elm Street. Don't know if we'll go for a 3rd year next time we come to this, but whatever. I like talking about this franchise, and Lord knows there have been enough comics featuring Captain Christmas Sweater. Last year, we spotlighted books coming from Innovation Press, Nightmares on Elm Street. Their purpose was to basically serve as a transition between Nightmares 5 and 6, giving conclusions to the Dream Master Alice, Nancy, and basically the mostly continuous story of the first 5 films. And yes, Nightmare 2 counts with that continuous story. After all, it features Nancy's diary that she was never seen writing in the first movie. I didn't feel like doing Innovations on Nightmare on Elm Street The Beginning comic because it's incomplete, so we're gonna shift publishers. That Moarte guy already covered the Marvel Nightmare comic last year too, so that's out. So we're gonna skip ahead to 2005 and Avatar Press. Avatar was mostly known for producing so-called bad girl art, a style that came out as a result of course, early Image Comics' style of exaggerated physical proportions, and basically were routinely pissed off all the time, whether written that way intentionally or just constantly pouting because of crappy artists. However, much like Image, the bulk of their output has been original properties put out by popular creators like Alan Moore, Garth Ennis, and Kieran Gillen. Surprisingly, they actually have very few licensed books, limited pretty much to sci-fi and horror, including, of course, A Nightmare on Elm Street. That being said, it's not like they need many licenses on the horror side. A casual look at the stuff they've printed also points out that they've got a lot of books that are on the ickier side of things. Some that have been critically acclaimed, and just as many critically derided for being uber-violent, mean-spirited, what the hell are you even trying to say kind of works. Also, this comic, featuring a guy who looks strangely familiar. I admit, I haven't read a lot of Avatar stuff, but what I have has been iffy. But it's not exactly a searing indictment. After all, how many Marvel and DC comics have I eviscerated on this show, yet still buy stuff from them? Anyway, I kinda screwed up here. Me making a mistake? Since when? I had assumed that the miniseries we were looking at today was a standalone, but in fact it continues on from A Nightmare on Elm Street special. The good news is that, for the most part, it is. Sure, characters from that special are mentioned in the miniseries, but honestly, the relevant plot points are all brought up in the mini without us needing to read the special, so while it might enhance our reading experience to do so, it's really not needed here. So let's dig into A Nightmare on Elm Street, Paranoid #1, and see why you would feel paranoid when there's a guy trying to murder you in your sleep. The cover isn't terrible, but it highlights a problem right away with the art style for the book. Excess. There's overly detailed, and then there's why do we need to see every strand of fabric in Freddy Krueger's sweater? In some cases it works fine, like with Freddy's skin. In comic art, unless it's supposed to be photorealistic, the more lines on a person's face, the more it ages them. All the detailing on Freddy's face and hand shows off his burns and how messed up they are. But then there's the aforementioned sweater, random dirty blotches on his hat, his glove, and even the metal friggin' claws. And on these fiery spirits that should be scary, especially with the skull-like faces, but you can barely tell the skull-like appearance is there because there are so many detail lines everywhere. You even miss out on the insects that are hidden in it. The excess details make the artwork too busy, and you can't focus on anything because it all becomes one giant magic eye painting. Oh look, a bunny! And it's eating someone's face! There are alternate covers for this thing too, which highlight again overly detailed stuff, but also just comically unnecessary amounts of gore. This wraparound cover is this massive ball of bodies and blood and lines and fire, and I can't focus on anything. Hell, I didn't even notice until later that there were two Freddys. Ah, damn it, they got his stunt double in the shot with him. We open in a woman's dreams because, well, Nightmare on Elm Street. Wait a minute, where am I? Man, this new version of This Is Your Life is kinda dark, what with how they just kidnap people. Weston Hills? This makes no sense! Whoa, give it time, lady. We're only on the first page. I'm sure it'll start really not making sense soon. As per the rules of a dream, milk cartons start dropping from the sky. And start talking to her. Claire, help! He's coming! Wait! Don't trust that milk! It's expired! 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. Well, that milk carton face isn't very helpful. Those injuries have probably healed by now. Things are not helped by the people in the milk cartons emerging from them and trying to grab her. And then, goats. Just lots of goats emerging from Weston Hills to stampede her. Oh, I get it. This dream is playing on her fear of goat milk. She covers her face from the onslaught of goats, but when she looks again, they're gone, with Weston Hills just having a massive problem with its plumbing given all the water leaking. For those unaware, Weston Hills was the mental institution Nancy worked at in the third movie, and later showed up again in Freddy vs. Jason. These comics came out in 2005, 2 years after Freddy vs. Jason, and given some plot points we'll see later, it's probably taking place after that movie, since the implication there was that Freddy hadn't been a problem there for a while. Anyway, to show that this place is in dire need of renovation, the floor completely falls away and Claire drops onto a nice big pile of guts with a face. A character from the Nightmare on Elm Street special named Sandy. He's back! Freddy's back! He is? Oh my god, we've gotta get tickets to his show! I guess the guts pile was just falling near Claire or something, since she now flies past the severed head of another character from the special. Alex! Hey Claire, want a little head? Ha 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 ha! Well, that just doesn't make any sense. That head is huge! Claire denies her surroundings, saying it isn't real, but she soon comes across another victim from the special, who has been sliced up like ham across her entire body. Said upper body then collapses into a pile of slices and chunks on the ground. Ugh, Freddy, you know, that wouldn't happen if you cooked the meat properly. I thought you were a better cook than this.
You take your eggs, a 1, a 2, a 3, you get some flour, a little sugar.
Claire runs straight into Freddy's arms and good lord! Freddy, what the hell happened to your glove, man? Those things are friggin' huge!
What is with the butternuts? You trying to compensate for something?
Apparently after Freddy used Jason's machete, he was like, you know, the longer reach really worked well for me. I think I need to redesign things a bit. Anyway, let's see what Freddy has to say. Hello, Claire! Thank heaven for little girls. I need some help cleaning my claws. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to do that these days. You can call me Uncle Freddy! I'd say something, but honestly, he's not that far off from being that creepy uncle who leers at you during Christmas. Emily, the main character from the special, shows up to tell Claire to get away, but Claire still can't believe it. But I thought you died in the car crash. The newspapers lie! They all lie! Man, who would have thought that there would be a Freddy Truthers movement? And then suddenly Freddy is a giant mouth eating Claire. It just happened all of a sudden. And then he disappears and she falls to the ground. Look, I get it. Dream logic has this kind of stuff happen all the time, and in some regards that's portraying that idea very well, except the dreams in Nightmare on Elm Street have to stay consistent for him to prey on his victims. Even ones that he didn't actually intend to kill, or at least just toyed with them for a bit, stayed in a consistent setting. Freddy didn't just randomly disappear while he was trying to eat someone. Also, again with the artwork, Claire is supposed to have dropped down in front of Freddy's house, but I didn't notice that at first because of all these little scratches everywhere make everything blur together. The problem persists in the next panel. Too many lines, too many detail markers make everything look busy and complicated when it really isn't. Just think of the manpower and time that went into inking every single friggin' leaf on this tree. Hell, Claire's not immune from this too. Her jeans are apparently super wrinkled if this shot can be believed. They might have been going for a fan service shot with this, but damned if I can tell considering they made it look like her pants were actually a crumpled up piece of paper. Anyway, Freddy says that the parents of the town told lies about the dead teens to try to protect them from him. What's more, all the kids have been unintentionally taking Hypnosil, the drug in the franchise that suppresses dreams.
I guess Dad ran out, and you and I get to have our little date.
Ugh, you're taking me to the pit from Uzumaki again? We never do anything interesting on our dates.
You and me, Claire, it's destiny. Want to know a little about the new man in your life? I like long walks in the snow, and I'm not a fan of the heat. Also, I can binge watch Netflix like nobody's business.
Freddy tells his history to her, grows giant-sized again, and then goes back to normal size. Fred Krueger, the original Ant-Man. He informs her after this panel of bad touch that she's going to act as his messenger, tell all the people about him again. And as per Freddy's standard motif, he does a tongue thing. A new one, rather creative at that, where his tongue seems to go into the back of her head and come out her mouth.
You're gonna tell all your friends about me, and all the lies your parents tell. Then they will fear me, and the fear will spread, and I will be all powerful.
And you've given her such a great incentive to do that so far. Claire wakes up in her kitchen, where she was eating cereal. This is what happens when you fall asleep while eating Freddy Kruegeros. Still, gotta love the marshmallow claw gloves. Her father, a policeman, is not happy about this.
Claire, were you sleeping? What did I tell you about sleeping?
You told me not to, Dad.
That's right, young lady. Now go to bed without eating your meal.
Okay, I know that Freddy is correct and the parents are trying to keep their kids from getting attacked by Freddy, but what exactly is the justification that this guy gave her to not sleep? I mean, it's not like sleep is something optional. We need to friggin' sleep. It'd be like telling her she's not allowed to go to the bathroom or breathe. She really doesn't have much choice in the matter. She says she knows why he doesn't want her sleeping and that it's about Freddy. Well, she came around quickly to that, but then again, it's only a 3-issue mini. Gotta get things going somehow. However, he denies it. I fell asleep, Dad. I met Freddy. I know all about him. Man, is she gonna be disappointed when it turns out she met Sharp Hand Joe. She screams that they need to warn everybody about Freddy, and he finally breaks down and admits that it's true. And there are the lines again. This is clearly supposed to be a bit of a dramatic moment as he pleads with her for her sake. And I'm distracted by his face shriveling up like a raisin. But yeah, he tells her that warning people is the worst thing they can do. Freddy feeds on their fear and knowledge of him, so letting more people know about him is just gonna make the situation worse. And he's right, of course. Mind you, in Freddy vs. Jason, they went so far as to lock people up who knew about him in Weston Hills, including teenagers, which seems like kind of a dick move, but there you go. He makes her swear not to tell her friends and unravel all the work they've done, even having her swear on the grave of her dead mother. You know, Claire, some parents would have been assholes about your clothes and painted nails, and this one just drugs you and lies to you about ghostly serial killers. I think you need to be a bit more appreciative. Speaking of the Hypnosil, apparently the reason Krueger was able to get to her and the kids in the special recently, which, by the way, in order to keep the secret, they let a teenage girl be murdered by him who was going to expose them. Great guys. Was because they had run out of Hypnosil. Fortunately, according to the mayor, a new shipment is coming that night that should last the season. So, like, since Freddy doesn't seem to actually attack the people who burned him to death, just their kids, does that mean he stops appearing to them when they hit 18 or something? I'm just saying, otherwise, how are they gonna keep them drugged for the rest of their lives? Claire meets up with her friends at high school, aka the kill fodder. Tia, the one who looks like Miss White from Clue, notices how one of her friends, Amy, has scratch marks on her arm. I got them helping my mother in the garden.
Ma, these new finger razors make hedge trimming as much fun as sitting through church.
Weird. That reminds me of this dream I had last night. There was this guy with a top hat, a goofy sweater, and butter knives on his hand. He was after me. What do you think it means?
It means you don't know what a top hat is, Tia. What the hell are you doing with your hands, Tia? Check out this new workout to prevent carpal tunnel syndrome. Amy's jock boyfriend and his friend, who is apparently a guy straight out of the 80s given his hair and headband, walk up thinking Kruger is a load of crap. Word! What he said! Holler at your boy! Dead. Or at least I hope he will be. Suddenly, a crap ton of arguing breaks out as the jock, named Jake, mocks Tia for her belief in Freddy Krueger, escalating until he mocks her eating disorder. A guy named Carl intercedes to defend her, Jake uses steroids, blah blah blah, setting up the basis for their dreams that Freddy will be using to murder them. Also, while this might have been intentional given casting choices in movies in the 80s and 90s, but none of these people are drawn as if they're high schoolers. Given the crappy artwork on display so far, I am inclined to believe that the artist just can't draw teens. The school security guard breaks up the fight and escorts Tia to the principal's office because of her talking about Freddy. She's told to wait, and does so, since apparently the principal was twiddling his thumbs for at least an hour given this time transition we see over 3 panels. In the dream, a nurse approaches Tia and says she's here to talk to her about her binging and purging, and then starts to melt and decay while Tia starts uncontrollably vomiting. So much so that she nearly drowns in it. You know, this might seem like an unnecessary thing to say, given that this is a comic with an excessive amount of detailing and blood and gore and Freddy Krueger tongue, but ew! Not to mention, this sequence highlights how these creators do not know how to build tension. Of course, as soon as we saw Tia fall asleep, we knew she'd instantly go into a dream. Sure, by this point, once we know it's a dream, they can go all out with Freddy, but you could have built to it better. Instead of showing her laying down, have someone come up and apologize for the principal taking so long, then have the principal bring her in, bring up the bulimia, then have her start vomiting out of control. The visceral reaction and horror are built up because we don't know until that point she's in a dream. It's more shocking and horrific. Instead, she falls asleep on one page, next page she's instantly hit by the ironic death stuff. You would think people who spent so much time drawing and inking that much throwing up would know what patience is. However, Tia doesn't die from that. She suddenly appears in Freddy's boiler room.
Cut your tongue, Tia!
Wow! You're out of practice, Fred! What the hell was that pun even supposed to be?
Takeout! That'll be nice for a change.
Wait, Freddy, no! It's Hardee's! Also, again, what the hell is the pun here? Okay, food pun given the bulimia, but he doesn't take anything out of her. It'd be something if he pulled her heart out, but all we see is her getting stabbed. This makes no damn sense. Anyway, in the waking world, Tia is of course dying and coughing up blood, and conveniently, Claire was right outside witnessing her die through a window. She storms out, even though she was outside a second ago.
Space is warped and time is bendable.
And is met by her father. She's outraged about her friend's death and how they need to do something to stop Freddy, and it's at this point that her father admits to her the Hypnosil shipment is coming, and that the kids have been drugged for their own good. Dumb question, but how much Hypnosil do these people actually have? This stuff's effects can't last longer than a few days, and there've gotta be hundreds, if not thousands of kids in Springwood. Not just high schoolers, but elementary, middle school, and Hypnosil was still considered an experimental drug not approved by the FDA in Freddy vs. Jason, so I've got to assume there isn't a huge supply of it. And you can't argue that Freddy is only targeting the kids of the ones who burned him, since in the third movie they said that group of less than a dozen were the only ones left. And he long since moved on from there. I can believe that political and economic connections could get the town access to Hypnosil in large quantities. I just question how much of an experimental drug is actually available given how much they would need. At least in Freddy vs. Jason, Hypnosil's existence was limited to just Weston Hills. This comic suggests it's for the entire town. In any event, Claire is naturally pissed off about being drugged and storms off. although not before her dad gives her a case of some Hypnosil in the meantime. The principal and security guard talk to him. "We don't need your daughter going off half-cocked. You remember what happened when your wife did that." That's just code for ran away with mailman. Claire runs into Carl, and she does heed the advice of not talking about Freddy, but she pours out the Hypnosil into Carl's hand. "Carl, take these. Lots of these. Just shove handfuls of medicine down your gullet. That's probably healthy." Later that night, despite half of these teenagers clearly despising each other, they're all gathered together at Claire's house. The teens are, well, not all that shaken up about Tia's death, declared a suicide brought on by pressure put on her to get into an Ivy League school. They're more confused about it than anything else. One teen, Donna, refuses coffee from Claire, and the others realize that all of their parents have been pushing them to drink coffee and caffeine lately. Donna steps out to get some fresh air. "Want some company, Donna? Whoa, baby's got back!" 1, you are clearly 30 years old. 2, why aren't you dead yet? Donna falls asleep on a porch, and Freddy makes her dream she's become the valedictorian, getting her to sleepwalk as well. The others realize that Donna is gone, and Freddy's plan soon becomes clear as the convoy bringing in the Hypnosil starts driving down the road. Also, it's in a big truck conveniently labeled Hypnosil in big letters. Nothing says you're ready for FDA approval more like big advertisements on the sides of trucks. Donna steps right out in front of the convoy, causing them to swerve to try to avoid hitting her. Instead, not only do they still hit her, but the truck overturns right into a gas station, causing it to explode. The teens come running out to the body of Donna, but Claire also realizes that the Hypnosil truck has been destroyed. And so our comic ends with this loving shot of Freddy holding the dead body of Donna in a way to show off her underage cleavage. Classy. And he points his claw right out at the reader. "Ha ha 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 ha! Let the party begin! In 3D!" This comic sucks, but we're not done yet. Come back next week for part 2 of A Nightmare on Elm Street Paranoid, and see if that title actually ends up meaning something. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. We continue our look at Avatar Press's Nightmare on Elm Street miniseries, Paranoid. Last time on Last Week. The adults of Springwood, following the plan set up in Freddy vs. Jason, are suppressing knowledge of Freddy's existence to keep him from infecting the teens of the town, both by denying him directly, as well as drugging kids with Hypnosil. Unfortunately, Freddy has already managed to break through enough times that the kids are talking about him, in particular Claire, whom Freddy wants her to tell all her friends about him. Claire has resisted until now, but her friend Donna has just been killed by Freddy in an incident that also managed to destroy the last Hypnosil shipment the kids would be receiving for a while. Mind you, I don't see why anybody's worried. Freddy only attacks teenagers, and clearly these people are all at least 25 or 30 years old. So let's dig into A Nightmare on Elm Street, Paranoid number 2, and see what poorly drawn ways Freddy will be killing people this time. The cover is okay, but there are a lot of things that just confuse me. It, of course, is as overdrawn as the first issue, with cracks on the lampposts that would probably stand out more if not for the fact that the exact same lines are all over the metal of the lamps and on Freddy's glove. Also, Elm Street is not the name of the damn town, so why is the sign for it so friggin' elaborate? It's never looked like that in the series, because it's a regular damn street sign. For that matter, a bit nitpicky, but why is the street sign above the street lamps? Like, clearly several feet higher. Shouldn't it be relatively level with the lamps so people can read it when driving? And you know, while the 5th movie gave us Super Freddy, I think this makes it clear it's Spider Freddy. The alternate covers are no better. Overly detailed, very gory. There's one where Freddy is ripping through some kind of red sheet, probably the best one, but I have no idea what the sheet is or what's going on behind it. Anyway, we open where we left off. Donna dead, a fiery inferno of medicine, and Jake and Amy in their underwear. A few things. One, to be fair, they were in their underwear at the end of the last issue when they came running up. However, that implies they were getting ready to have sex. Considering the quick time frame they had at the end of the issue, I don't think there was enough time for them to start doing so, especially since none of their conversation implied they were headed in that direction. Two, they were at Claire's house. While her father was probably going to be too preoccupied dealing with the hypnosil, Claire really doesn't come off as the type to let people bang in her house.
Hey Amy, let's go have sex in your friend's bed! It's not weird, is it?
Freddy possesses Donna's corpse for a brief moment in this lovely pants-crappingly terrifying shot.
They're all mine now, Warden!
And inside the dream realm, Freddy is the one holding the dead body.
Let the good times roll! Who's up for corpse bowling?
Dad, what's going on? An undead serial killer is possessing the corpse of your friend. Nothing to see here, sweetie. Claire's dad tries to reassure her that everything is under control, but she doesn't buy that since now 2 more of her friends have died. Donna's passing is tragic. We all know she was a sleepwalker, but we never guessed something like this could happen. Oh, yeah, that'll help soothe the upset teenagers. Just talk to them like they were reporters you wanted to avoid. Yeah, she died. That sucks. And Claire decides to be an idiot and loudly declare that her dad has been hiding the truth, and that if they sleep, Freddy will kill them now that the hypnosil is gone. And okay, she's in a state of shock and anger about this whole thing, I get that, but this is literally the worst thing to tell them! Her dad isn't helping, but she is actively making the situation worse by confirming their belief. Once again, her dad tries to get her to shut up and stay calm, but she's having none of it. Jake, Carl, please get a hold of Claire. I'm afraid she's had a breakdown. Guy who's in his underwear and was inside of my house, please grab hold of my teenage daughter. When her dad tries to grab her himself, she socks him across the face, exploding his orange cream filling in the process. She runs off as her dad tells them to go home. Back in Dreamland,
thank heaven for little girls!
Freddy, you already used that one in the last comic and it still doesn't make any sense now, especially when these are all adults.
They grow up in the most delightful ways.
Well, they're not growing up anymore, asshole! You keep killing them! Also, who the hell are you talking to when you look away from the corpses? Back with Claire's friends, Jake refuses to believe in Freddy.
Look, babe, as far as I'm concerned, this Freddy guy is what they tell us to keep us down.
Yes, which is why all the authority figures are denying his existence. The 2 guys believe that the world is just messed up and kids can't take it anymore. And you know what? As someone who did graduate high school in 2005, I can understand that position of living in an uncertain post-9/11 world in that weird state of transition from the 90s to modern times, with more technology and interconnectivity while facing the turbulent times ahead of them in the later 2000s. Couple that with the standard social and psychological issues facing American teenagers and, well, yeah, I can really sympathize with their feelings and belief that things are just going right to hell, and I can't blame them for thinking like that. Poor Donna. She was one fine piece of ass.
Why aren't you dead yet, you walking garbage bag of feces? I hope Freddy tightens your headband so much your brains ooze out your ears. Not that you'd have much to expel from that canker sore you call a head.
Carl chases after Claire and finds her in a park. He points out that the cops are looking for her and they need to keep moving. However, fog starts filling the park. Oh no, they're in Silent Hill downpour! Run, kids! The cop cars are full of monsters! Carl says he believes Freddy is real. You do?
Yeah, you make me want to reach out and touch someone.
Okay, people explained how the joke against Tia last time was a racist thing, but does someone want to talk me through I believe you to I want to touch someone? Claire gets woken up by the real Carl, who really does believe her, and the 2 head off. For some reason, Amy is at Springwood High taking a shower in what is legitimately one of the most disturbing moments of the comic. Kind of similar to the mouth needle punctures in Nightmare 3. Amy's arm cuts start talking to her, asking her to make more of them. I had just assumed Freddy had cut her in her dreams, but the implication here is that Amy is actually suicidal, and the idea of the wounds asking for more is pretty messed up. It's horrific. But any kind of praise I could give that is immediately thrown out the window, because they paired these disturbing panels up right next to a fan service shot of her showering. Thanks for reminding us that these are not actually characters, but mannequins with blood inside of them. And even then, if you're gonna do fan service, why are you censoring the nudity in a mature reader's comic? Why is she at the school? It's not because of the dream. At the end of this sequence, she is legitimately at the school showering. How did she get in? Why did she go there instead of going home? In any event, she runs into the gym where Freddy and the two corpses are waiting for her, demanding she do a dance routine, which I guess is her thing, not even ever really established, or he'll slice her neck. She does so, but eventually slips and falls. Freddy calls for the scores, and it's all sixes.
Lost again!
Considering she's the only participant, I think she kind of won by default. Freddy hands her a knife to cut herself, but she just aims it right back at him, allowing him to come up behind her and slice her arm himself.
Aw, Amy, you're such a cut-up!
Okay, better pun, but then why did you even bother handing her the knife? Did you really think corpses giving her a bad score in a dream dance in her underwear was gonna make her so depressed that she'd self-harm? For some reason, Claire and Carl show up at the gym, where Amy is lying in a pool of her own blood. She's dying from blood loss, and oddly has cuts on both of her arms now, and she admits that Freddy is real right before Jake and Douchebag show up. Oh yeah, that's kind of another subplot completely unresolved. Jake has been abusing steroids, and the implication is that he's really kind of an asshole to Amy. So thanks for taking out the self-harming abuse victim comic. Why even bother setting up story threads if you're not gonna do anything with them? In any event, Jake is of course shocked by this, but Douchebag, referred to as a Sea Dog, probably short for Crap Dog, has a gun and pulls it out, thinking they killed her. Of course, he's a terrible shot, so he just runs after them while continually missing, but is punched unconscious by the school security guard. And finally we get to his dream so he can be killed. Some of you may be wondering why I'm decrying Amy's death yet so gleeful at Sea Dogs. The thing is, sometimes good characters die, and it sucks because it's a tragedy when most of them are likable and you want to see them pull through. What's worse is that there was clearly something more going on here with her character that the writers didn't care to actually explore. Just use it for the basis of exploitive imagery and a cheap joke. Conversely, Sea Dog started as a cheap joke. The suburban white kid who speaks and acts like a stereotypical black guy. He is nothing but an annoyance, and the writers know he's annoying. It's why they created him. And it's really frustrating that this character has lived for so long and offers nothing but the fact that he is clearly a 40-year-old man running around high school and speaking in a way that is more than a little iffy, while a character who might actually be interesting is discarded so quickly. In any event, Sea Dog finds himself in a disused diner where the over-detailed art style kinda works, same as the gym. With the gym, we saw it be equally disheveled and full of dirt and grime and garbage, and then we saw it in pristine shape. The same thing happens here with the diner, wherein it looks like it's in terrible shape just because of how much detail there is. Mind you, these have been the only times this looked okay because of the contrast, but let's move on to Freddy Krueger's pimp outfit. Because let's face it, Freddy Krueger is not really known for possessing dignity.
I'm here to congratulate you! You've been dying to use your gun, and you finally have! Just like all the OGs you admire. Tupac's got nothing on you, huh, Sea Dog?
No, people liked him.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, listen to the words of the burn victim who dresses like the Mad Hatter on Christmas. Like, seriously, another point to how idiotic this character is. Not a hint of fear from seeing Freddy or anything like that. This is desperately trying to be funny, but it's only amusing in that he'll be dead soon. And let's just skip to that, shall we? Sea Dog, who we learn is actually named Arnold, is brought out to Donna's corpse, who starts putting gold jewelry on him. Just tons and tons of gold necklaces all over his neck, to the point where it starts choking him.
Kinda chokes you up, don't it?
No, just makes me wish we got Freddy versus Mr. T instead. He dies, with Jake looking into his eyes and seeing Freddy reflected back. The police, or at least the janitorial staff, are there, mopping up Amy's body, denying that Krueger is responsible for this. Jake is now a believer from what he saw, and when they try to claim Amy killed herself, we get another punch full of orange juice. Claire's father gets him right in the gut and drags him off.
You can't do this! We have a right to know!
What will that accomplish, Jake? Empowering Freddy to run rampant? He feeds on fear. Well, that and puns, but we've been unable to convince the mayor to outlaw those. Claire's dad explains the system. They keep Freddy in check by not talking about him, but the more people who mention him spread knowledge of him like a virus, and he grows more powerful. He's absolutely right, of course, and it keeps getting hammered into the teens, Claire in particular, but nobody seems to get it through their heads. Anyway, back in the dream realm...
Foiled again!
How were you foiled? You just killed 2 people in the span of 10 minutes!
Those Springwood spoilers are ruining all my fun! If those kids don't know about me, they can't fear me! That ain't fair, Ma!
What is Amanda Kruger doing in the background? Yeah, it's replaying how Freddy was conceived, but why is that here? Especially when the last time we saw her, her soul was containing Freddy. How is he able to do this to her, and what's even the point of this happening? Carl and Claire spot Jake being driven away, which was in broad daylight and is now night again. Has a whole day passed between the truck crash and now? There hasn't been any evidence until that of any kind of long time transition. Anyway, this somehow causes a dream? Flashback? It's not clear. Just seeing the townspeople burying Freddy's body in a junkyard, save for Claire's mom, who runs off screaming that this is wrong. And then suddenly the dad is carrying the mom back? What is this? Oh, but don't worry, it's definitely a dream, since Freddy appears again.
Claire! I'm disappointed in you! You were supposed to tell all your friends about me!
She did! That's probably what allowed you to get to Amy and Sea-Dog! Did they put the comic pages out of order?
You tried, didn't you? That's how weak and worthless you are! They didn't listen! And here I thought you were special!
Except, of course, they did listen! What are you mad at her for? Wait, you need me to fear you. What if all this is just a nightmare? What if I don't believe in you? What if I'm not scared?
Clever little bitch!
Wait, what? She bites off his nose, wakes up, and he's screaming, "Damn her to hell!" Are you friggin' kidding me? That actually worked! All she had to do was say, "Nope, you're just a dream, screw you," and that was all it took? Why the hell didn't that work for all the other people who said it was just a dream? And you can't tell me it's just fear-based. You can't just shut your fear off like that. She's probably in pain and being manhandled by Freddy. She can't just decide, "Nope, not scared of you, pizza face." It doesn't work like that. The closest this idea has to canon is Nancy from the first movie declaring she no longer gives Freddy any power, but she was doing that based on the idea of a Balinese dream skill. And it still didn't work! This is bullcrap. Sheer, unadulterated bullcrap. Something that does have some continuity is that Claire brought Freddy's nose out of the dream with her, which transforms into a spider. So Freddy was Mr. Oogie Boogie the whole time? We cut to a football game, the Springwood Homecoming, where naturally in a crowded stadium full of yelling, cheering teenagers, a kid falls asleep on the bleachers.
Mike, welcome! You're a hemophiliac, right?
Right. Who are...
Great, I have no time to waste. It's been a crappy afternoon. Had to sew my nose back on, lost my favorite spider. Time is money, Mike, and I'm losing both by the minute. I have a point to make, and you're just what the doctor ordered.
And that point is to stab Mike, and his body in the real world pops like a balloon and sprays blood everywhere. And considering this guy didn't know who Freddy was, and didn't seem very perturbed by his presence, how the hell was Freddy able to enter his dream? Oh, and the gusher of blood, it forms the words, "Freddy's here" on the wall. So apparently Freddy could have just done that from the start and not wasted so much time with the whole "have Claire tell everybody about me" thing. What was the point of the last 2 issues? And so our comic ends with Claire and Carl spotting everybody running from the stadium. Then Freddy in a burning inferno yelling, "Explain that, Mr. Warden!" Homecoming game prank in very poor taste. It's not that hard, Fred. This comic sucks, even worse than the first issue, with numerous plot holes. Come back next week for the conclusion, where we still probably have no idea why this is called Paranoid. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. We come now to the final issue of this mini-series that, well, kind of isn't over yet, because like with the special we skipped, there's a follow-up to this in another one-shot. Last time on Everyone's a Little Bit Stupid, Freddy Krueger revealed that he is perhaps the biggest idiot of all, for while Claire exclaiming to her friends that Freddy is real was a terrible thing to do, one could argue that she's just not in her right head because her friends keep dying in front of her. However, despite the entire premise of the first two issues being Freddy wants Claire to convince people that he's real so he can get into their heads, it turns out he could have just made a dude who wasn't afraid of him explode and spell out his name this whole time. Freddy, it's not like you use your death to do a lot of other things. Why is it so hard for you to figure out that that was the way to go? Also, it turns out if you just tell Freddy Krueger, you get out of here and go home. It strips him of all his power, I guess. So let's dig into A Nightmare on Elm Street, Justifiably Concerned, number 3, and finally end this thing. The cover on my copy is actually a variant, but it's one of the better ones, as it just features Freddy looming menacingly near some random woman, and of course, once more featuring far too many details on his gloves and the walls. Seriously, lady, did a TARDIS explode near your house or something? Why are there so many cracks in the wall? Nice touch with the Evanescence poster on the wall, though. It's a subtle joke by referencing the lyric "Wake Me Up Inside" without directly mentioning the song. Also, once again, this artist is under the impression that Freddy's claws are made from lawnmower blades or something. My favorite alternate cover, though, is the wraparound one, featuring a slumber party, with Freddy just casually sitting near the window. Ugh, Freddy, you were supposed to come in a nightie. This is why we don't normally invite you to these things. We open with Jake being dragged into Weston Hills, probably to be forced into taking Hypnosil now that he believes in Freddy. Weston Hills would probably have their own supply of Hypnosil separate from the big shipment that was on their way to the town itself. And for those who had been asking about it from the first issue, Freddy vs. Jason showed us that indeed there's a reason Hypnosil isn't FDA approved yet, since overdoses on it put you in a coma. So just another happy potential for Springwood's anti-Freddy plan. And in this panel, the part of Claire's dad will be played by Marvel supervillain MODOK. Anyway, Jake is dragged away as he screams that Freddy is real.
Ah, music to my ears!
Apparently not music to your face, though. That seems to be melting. So that's something else I can give this comic. That first page didn't call that it was a dream. That being said, we're gonna see in a minute that he was in the middle of being dragged into Weston Hills, so did he just fall asleep in the middle of that struggle? I can't imagine that they would just sedate him, since they know full well that Freddy can attack people that way, and they don't want him dead. But whatever, time for his ironic dream. And given the fact that this comic really pushed that Jake abused steroids, naturally his dream is, a courthouse. And the steroids thing isn't even brought up. How silly of me to assume that had a point.
You've been a bad, bad boy. A regular rebel without a cause. Yeah, you've been a real burr in Springwood's butt.
Telling the audience your character traits is so much more satisfying than showing your character traits.
What say me? Guilty in the first degree. I sentence you to eternal torment. After I murder you mercilessly, of course.
This is kangaroo court, sir.
Man, who knew we'd get a worse judge in a comic than Judas Traveler? Anyway, the zombie security guards in the courtroom toss Jake into the fog, and he lands in Freddy's boiler room.
Shame it couldn't work out another way. You like to stir it up, Jake. I like that!
All that we knew about Jake was that he took steroids, was kind of an ass to Amy, and didn't believe in Freddy until Sea-Dog died. Where the hell is this troublemaker thing coming from?
Think about it! Me Batman, you Robin. Caped terrorizers. I am the Knight. But I only work solo.
You're the one who brought it up, Freddy. Also, we know you wouldn't be Batman.
Super Freddy!
Claire was right about you! You killed Sea-Dog! You killed Tia, Donna, and Amy! Just figuring that now, eh, Jake? Everyone in charge is covering this up! So, is this the equivalent of the recap page? Why the hell is he yelling all this? And so Freddy slices his throat, and we end up where I said we'd be. The Weston Hills staff dragging Jake away without any sign they were trying to sedate him or the like. He just decided to take a nap in the middle of his struggle and is now dead. Claire's dad is naturally pissed off about all this, as are all the other adults of Springwood, as we cut over to the mayor's office. And once again, a page seems to exist only for recapping things we already know. In this case, they agreed to keep Kruger a secret, and now kids are talking about him and giving him more power. They ask the mayor what he intends to do about it, and there is no follow-up. That was more than 3/4 of a page devoted to this sequence that goes nowhere and tells us nothing new. Thank goodness we didn't develop any of the characters and instead focused on pretty crappy artwork of people making weird faces. I know that's why I read comics. Anyway, we cut over to Claire's dad's office. He's the corrections warden for the town, which means his office has a crap ton of records, including about Kruger, which I guess would make sense that they'd keep those around in case they needed them, though it's kind of a risk given the whole suppress all knowledge of Kruger thing. Fred Kruger, bastard son of 100 maniacs. His mom was a nun. Why the hell did that extend across the entire word balloon? Was she being really sarcastic about Amanda Kruger being a nun? It's hard to decipher the facts from fiction. The hell are you talking about? Both of those pieces of information are canonically fact in this universe. The record also contains information about the other movies. His original victim was Nancy from 1428 Elm Street. He spread out from her group of friends. She defeated him by bringing him out into reality and set traps for him. Whole lot of good that did her. He got to her later. Okay, you don't get to insult Nancy, comic. Nancy actually had a friggin' character and was in 2 of the best movies of the series, while you're a garbage 3-issue mini that needs to pad out its length with foreshadowing that is never paid off and completely pointless scenes. Up yours! Not to mention, Freddy only got to her because she got drawn back into the events at Weston Hills in the 3rd movie. Despite the ending of the 1st movie, clearly she at least survived her fight with Freddy into adulthood and hadn't seen him until that film. We've been through all this. Dream Warriors, Dream Masters, Dream Children. It doesn't matter. He's beaten them all. He's unbeatable. That's the only thing I get out of all this. Oh, I don't know that he's unbeatable. But yeah, sorry Claire, this is what happens when you become a franchise. He's unkillable now. Her dad walks in, surprised to see her, and tries to grab her. However, in the struggle, she trips and bonks her head against a wall, knocking her unconscious. She appears right in front of Freddy, but immediately comes up with a plan, grabbing onto him and managing to wake up, dragging Freddy into the real world. Dad, Carl, get him! Lock his ass up! Ugh, what's the point? You just know his lawyer's gonna have him out again in a few hours. But yeah, they grab Freddy and toss his ass into a jail cell. And this raises up a very interesting idea. In the past, anytime Freddy is brought into the real world, they try to kill him. Nancy and her booby traps, Maggie shoving dynamite into him, getting him to fight Jason. Nobody really tried to just lock him up. Okay, Nancy said her dad could arrest him, but let's be real. One does not set up a sledgehammer trap merely for incapacitation. The idea of locking Freddy up is pretty fascinating. What do you do with him? Killing him in the real world doesn't actually stop him, as the sequels proved. Could you retry him? How would you even do that? Freddy has shown some power over the real world even while in dreams. How far does that power extend? This opens up a crap ton of possibilities to explore, and is something never really done in the franchise until now. And of course, those possibilities will have to remain unexplored, because it turns out this is still a dream. A Nightmare on Elm Street, Paranoid, where anything interesting or meaningful goes up in a puff of smoke. Just like Claire's dad here. Instead, Freddy shows what happened to Claire's mother. After Freddy first came back and started attacking kids in their dreams, she wanted to take it to the media, but the other adults of Springwood wouldn't let her, deciding to sedate her until she came to her senses. However, she seems to have an allergic reaction to the sedative, so her father is complicit in the death of her mother. So not only did Springwood's incompetence with law enforcement lead to Freddy's murder and his resurrection as a dream demon, not only is their big defense to lie to and drug their children, but they also accidentally killed a person with a sedative. Is it really any surprise that at one point in the series canon, all the teenagers were killed and the town went collectively insane? Claire does not take this news well, dragging Freddy out of the cell, as in through the bars, and they fall into a cemetery full of her dead friends.
Give it up, Claire! Stop fighting, and join them! I have a grave made especially for you. The rent is cheap, and there's even underground parking!
All the corpses of her friends rise up and call her out on not warning them about Freddy, which of course is really just Freddy messing with her head, since warnings are what got them killed. Claire is in tears over this, but she does manage to remember that believing this is only a dream and not being afraid of Krueger is what helps her defeat him. She awakens from her probably concussion and is rightwise pissed off at her dad. You OD'd her on sedatives so she wouldn't talk, just like you wanted me to do. No, you even saw in the dream that it was an accident, that somebody else gave her the shot, and that your dad wasn't happy about it. And he wasn't trying to overdose you either. What'd be the point? Drugging you with Hypnosil for your protection is one thing, but why would he want you to overdose? The entire point of the Hypnosil is to keep you alive! But whatever, she punches him, this time showing he's filled with lemonade. Damn you and your lemonade, Dad! This is like the third time we've seen teens lay out cops. I guess a prerequisite of living in this town is having a glass jaw. In any case, the dream has given Claire inspiration for a plan. She's taking some sleeping pills to go back in and grab Freddy. Carl will wake her up at 4 p.m. sharp. Wait, what? It's the dead of night outside! Wow, that's one I haven't dusted off in a while. In addition, they're going back to the school, where Claire says there will be a pep rally in 20 minutes. Maybe my high school was different, but aren't pep rallies usually held during school hours? Plus, since they're high schoolers, shouldn't that mean kids are out of class by around 2 p.m.? But their plan will hinge on kids being at the pep rally. Then again, what the hell do I know? Since apparently the mayor's plan to stop Freddy was a giant sun-blocking machine a la Mr. Burns. They show up at the pep rally and I guess stole a gun while at the office, since Carl drags Claire in while wielding it. Jesus, he's got a shotgun! Ah yes, the rare handgun-shaped shotguns. Hey guys, check out my crossbow here. Instead of fleeing in terror from the high schooler with a gun in the middle of the gym, everyone just kind of stands around waiting to see where Carl goes with this, aside from the security guards / janitors who converge on him. Inside the dream world, Freddy apparently decided to take some lessons from Pinhead since he attacks Claire with a chain. That proves to be his downfall though, since Claire taunts him to come out and face her personally, and she yanks the chain around his neck. This time she does succeed in dragging Freddy to the real world, right into the middle of the pep rally. May I have everyone's attention, please? I'd like to introduce you to the creep haunting your dreams, Freddy Krueger! Well, it was between Freddy Krueger and Matt Foley to be the motivational speaker at this pep rally, and frankly, I think they made the right choice. And I get that there's random weird energy from Freddy being pulled out of the dream world, but why is there a big energy discharge from that symbol on Claire's chest? Give me the shotgun, Carl! And indeed, Carl hands her the pistol. Oh, hey guys, I forgot to show off my sniper rifle. They used to call him the Springwood Slasher. Springwood. What a name for a town, huh? I guess? The authorities have done everything in their power to make you not believe in him. Dumb move. We keep dying. Yeah, but while I have been critical of their plans, since it's really a band-aid for a broken arm, it's not like they have a wealth of options available to them. Since Freddy only seems to go after teenagers, and Freddy has shown a complete mastery over the dream world, it's not like they can just send in a special hit squad to take down Freddy or anything. It's a crappy plan, yes, but at least it's a plan. Your solution was just to yell, "Freddy is real!" and then panic and run around. That being said, as she unloads the gun into Freddy's torso, she does offer a better plan. If we're not afraid of him, he can't kill us. That's why I brought him here. I mean, look at him. Goofy hat, silly sweater, butter knives for hands. Is this what we're afraid of? Okay, is the reason they keep overdoing the gloves on the covers because people keep referring to them as butter knives? It was cute in Freddy vs. Jason, but this is kind of silly. Her plan seems to be working as the teens in the crowd start throwing out insults. Dude's a punk!
A geek!
Truly, this writer speaks for a generation. Claire runs out of bullets and Freddy advances on her. However, her dad is here now and takes the slice for her, despite the fact that he too is holding a gun and could have shot Freddy. Carl apparently has a gun now too, so did he have another gun? Did he take it from Claire's dad? What? And starts shooting Freddy while all the teens chant, "We're not afraid!" The spirits of all the dead teens from the miniseries suddenly appear around Freddy and start ripping him apart, similar to the fourth movie. Game over, Krueger. Claire would later grow up to become Jigsaw. And so Freddy explodes just like the kid at the homecoming game.
So people are just balloons?
So yeah, Freddy is defeated by the teenagers no longer being afraid of him. Well, congratulations on the most successful pep rally ever. More on this ending in a bit, but Claire's dad is dying from that one slash across his body. As he dies, he apologizes for the cover-up, thinking the kids couldn't handle it, with everyone around them mourning as he declares that he loves her. I take it back. Way to bring down the pep rally, dude. We cut to 6 months later, with Claire and Carl walking around after having been declared prom royalty. Well, thank goodness these two ended up together. Carl was such a compelling character in how he was handed some Hypnosil. The two enter a limousine to head out, and so our comic ends with the driver revealing himself as Freddy Krueger, who drives them into hell. How did he survive that final end? Why is he only appearing now after 6 months? How did Freddy manage to get inside their dreams, considering the next comic in Avatar Press's Nightmare on Elm Street line revealed that the kids were still taking Hypnosil months after this? Not a clue, because we needed to end on this for no damn reason, even though it makes absolutely no friggin' sense. It's not like this is a necessity in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. While some movies, like the first and second, ended with the promise that Freddy was still there, the others tended to just be slight hints that it wasn't over, like seeing the girls in white doing the Freddy rhyme, or a light turning on in a model of 1428 Elm Street. After all, with a climax like we got here, what's the point of having the main characters ultimately lose against him? This comic sucks! The big problem for me is a lack of character development for these teenagers. It's not even like they're assigned character traits for the set pieces of their deaths. Elements are introduced about them, and then their deaths are completely unrelated. The closest we get is Sea Dog's death by jewelry, but it's one exception amongst everything else. Claire herself is not given any real character traits or development aside from generally angry at her dad. And while she had good reason to be angry, it's not that compelling. Carl is basically a blank slate since Claire needs some ally in all of this. The artwork is, for the most part, pretty terrible, overly detailed, especially in faces and backgrounds, so that everyone just looks ugly, or you can't see the forest for the trees. While I was critical of the idea of Claire just easily shrugging off Freddy by saying, "Nope, not scared anymore," Freddy's abilities have been rooted before in the fear and knowledge of him. One person saying, "Nope, it's just a dream," shouldn't be enough to keep him from stabbing them, but I'm actually quite satisfied with how he was taken out in this. When you get right down to it, the series is about confronting your own personal demons, our own inner nightmares, as it were. And having the teenagers collectively coming together and declaring that they're not afraid of Freddy anymore is a pretty awesome way to put him to rest. But as I said, him suddenly appearing at the end after that just makes no sense and completely undermines that strong message about teenagers overcoming their fears. As I said, some other Nightmare movies have ended with the hint that Freddy could come back, but those ones didn't eliminate all hope like this one seemed to. Other good ideas, like expanding on Springwood's suppression of Freddy, the idea of dragging him back and just locking him up, and other stuff like that are glossed over and tossed by the wayside. And I'm still not sure why this thing's called Paranoid. The best guess is that it's based around being afraid of Freddy when there's nothing really to be afraid of. Except there really is! The guy can stab you in your sleep! And even after a pretty spectacular defeat, he still comes back to kill you. It can't be the paranoia of the parents because, well, they have every reason to legitimately fear Freddy. While paranoia is rooted in the idea of anxiety or fear about something, it's usually taken as an irrational fear or anxiety. But the entire Nightmare series is predicated around something that is, well, legitimately fearful. Avatar Press did one more Nightmare on Elm Street comic, a one-shot called Fearbook, that took place a short time after this mini. We do see Claire and Carl again in it, for like a panel or two that imply that they're killed off pretty unceremoniously despite the whole no fear thing. So that just means, again, this mini was a waste of time. I might do Fearbook next year, I might not, but either way, it's a pretty crappy way to treat these characters. Although what should I expect from this company? Next time, we celebrate the show's 8th anniversary with more of the Clone Saga in a storyline called Cyber War. See you then. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Welcome to another October, where the night's air brings a chill down our spines, and even the morning light will just deliver an ominous feeling instead of a respite. Plus the morning brings Moarte, as per usual. Keeping with our standard policy of October trilogies, this will be the last October to look at a Nightmare on Elm Street comics for the majority of the month, and the past is coming back to bite us a bit. We're gonna cover 3 different stories from 3 different publishers. This week we go back to Innovation, next week back to Avatar, and finally something from Wildstorm in 2 weeks. The only other publishers who made Nightmare on Elm Street were the 2 Marvel issues, which Moarte did already, and Trident Comics, which were just reprints of the Innovation and Marvel books. Why not Wildstorm for all 3, since it's the last major publisher? Well, I'll get to that in 2 weeks. For now, let's talk Innovation Publishing. I discussed the company itself for the most part back when I did the reviews of Nightmares on Elm Street. The series is not good, but I give it credit for trying some original ideas and for following up on both Nancy and Alice and giving closure to their stories. The comics were basically a way to close the book on the old series from movies 1 through 5 and transition things into where they were at the beginning of Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Innovation did an adaptation of that film and then followed it up with what we have today, A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Beginning, a prequel that explains how Freddy Krueger became, well, how he was. Freddy's Dead had a brief montage that zipped through most of his troubled childhood and his eventual serial killings as the Springwood Slasher, but this was meant to go into more detail. Unfortunately, Innovation folded before the series was fully published, meaning what we've got here is basically an incomplete story. I mean, geez, how will we ever find out what happened to that Freddy Krueger guy? Nightmares, the Freddy's Dead adaptation, and The Beginning were all written by prolific LGBT rights advocate and science fiction author Andy Mangels. Apologies for any mispronunciation, and major credit to him and his website, which contains extensive information on a lot of his work. And of course, that includes his stuff for Innovation. As part of the promotion tour for Freddy's Dead, he actually appeared at a mock funeral for Freddy made by New Line Cinema and delivered the eulogy. Neat. I'll talk some more about the unreleased comics at the end, but in the meantime, though, let's dig into A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Beginning, number 1 and number 2. Holy crap, issue 1's cover is awesome! It's busy, probably busier than it needs to be, but there's a difference between what we see here and what we saw last year with the Paranoia miniseries. While there's a ton of stuff going on here, it's all distinct and I can tell what it is I'm looking at. Checking out the details is rewarding here versus a chore on those, where stuff got lost amidst all the lines. We've got a tree made of what I presume to be a ton of human souls. What sort of fertilizer do you use for a soul tree anyway? And does it mind if squirrels live in it? We've got some people burning in the background, a giant Freddy claw with more souls reflected in the metal, a doll with its forehead cut, which now just makes me want to see Freddy vs. Talkie Tina. And finally, a few bones and another Freddy glove. I know the giant one is probably meant to be just artsy, but I can't help but think it's like a baby glove overseen by a huge parent. Someday, you'll grow up to be Neutro's Freddy glove, kid! We open on a woman dreaming of shots of a dilapidated workbench, and on said workbench happens to be Freddy's glove. A figure in the dream puts on the glove and slices at a mirror that apparently Spider-Man webbed up given how thick the cobwebs are. However, once the mirror is uncovered, it's clear that the woman put on the glove and is looking back at herself. Weird as that is, it gets weirder when she wakes up, and the glove is actually on her hand, which she has used to slice up her surroundings while she slept. Some people wear blindfolds while they sleep, others wear murderous weapons. We've all got our quirks. We quickly learn that this is Maggie Burroughs, the heroine from Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Not surprising that we're tying into that one, given Innovation's adaptation and rights and whatnot. However, that does mean I need to give a bit of spoilers for this 26-year-old movie. Just a warning in case you intend to marathon the Nightmare on Elm Street movies and don't know about this. In that movie, it was revealed that Maggie is actually Freddy's daughter. It's a retcon that actually kind of works for the most part. Freddy was a serial killer before he became a dream demon, so it figures he might have had a normal life. In this case, he had a wife and daughter. He murdered his wife when she discovered that his man cave in the basement contained a ton of different claw glove variations and, well, enough proof of his proclivities. Maggie suppressed the trauma of this because of her young age at the time and was adopted while Freddy was burned alive by the townspeople. The only unusual thing is that you would think someone would have mentioned his family in one of the previous movies. It's not really the kind of thing you forget. In any event, Maggie's nightmare brings her to Doc and Tracy, the other two survivors of the movie. They ask her what's up. It came out of my dream this morning. Oh my god, that washcloth is satin! What was supposed to be in it was the Freddy glove she pulled out of her dream, but of course it's gone now. They're shocked by what she's saying. Freddy's body turned into dust after we killed him. So did his glove. And by body, I mean the bloody chunks that were left because we blew him the hell up with a pipe bomb. Doc wonders if she's been seeing Freddy in her dreams again, although I'd be more worried about how in this one panel she's mummifying, and in still this other one she's apparently melting. Anyway, she hasn't been seeing him per se, but I have been seeing things about him. I've been having flashbacks, I guess you could call them. They're about Freddy, but he's not there. I am. I've been dreaming about Freddy's past, but I've been in it instead of him. It's like I'm reliving his past. And I've got to say, a lot more knitting than I was expecting in Freddy Krueger's past. She's worried that Freddy is trying to take over her mind to come back to life, which, yeah, not an unprecedented concern in this franchise. Doc thinks Maggie's just experiencing some psychic resonances from when she went inside his memories in the movie. However, that doesn't explain how she had the glove on when she woke up, and for some reason she suddenly collapsed into Tracy's arms, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure she was on the opposite side of the room.
Space is warped and time is bendable.
With no other options, Maggie decides to head back to Springwood to see if she can get a handle on who and what Freddy actually was, thinking it might help her to figure out what her deal is. You know, I feel kind of like Luke Skywalker, only I don't have a Yoda or a Ben Kenobi to help save me from the dark side. I also don't think there's going to be a last-minute redemption for Freddy Krueger.
Maggie, help me take off these burn scars so I can look at you with my own two eyes.
Yeah, but you got yourself one hell of a Han Solo to back you up. And I'm just saying, really in the mood to shoot first. Also, I'd be careful comparing yourself to Han Solo, Tracy. You don't want to run into Kylo Fred. Maggie at first doesn't want her to come with, but Tracy won't have it. Oh, cut the poor me lone wolf crap, Maggie. You need someone else with you. I'm the only other person you know who's been to Springwood, faced Freddy, and lived to keep my mouth shut about it. I'm the only one left who's seen Freddy use his most deadly weapon.
Get out of here now, Tracy!
Hey, you forgot the power glove!
To tell you the truth, I always thought you were a bitch, but I've learned to deal with it. Unfair perhaps, but she did have no reaction to one of the kids under her care bouncing around and punching walls while he was stuck in a dream with Freddy, so... As they drive to Springwood, Maggie follows up on that comment. Well, You've always been pretty high-strung. Tracy, sometimes being a counselor is really difficult. Everyone looks at you to help them with their problems, and you want to, but sometimes you've got problems of your own. I mean, you would not believe how common it is for counselors to have serial killers for parents. As they enter Springwood, they spot a construction crew working on setting up a new sign for the town, indicating that things seem to be going better for the place, although not better for that construction worker. What the hell's wrong with his hand? They head for a public library to start with. The librarian doesn't have much on Krueger, but he offers to give them what he has. I'm not used to it here myself yet. I just moved here with my boyfriend. We bought a bunch of houses that we're fixing up. The real estate here is dirt cheap. We really needed a nice, normal place to do real estate stuff after that disaster we had in Amityville. Oh, wait a minute. Freddy Krueger? He was the town serial killer back in the 60s, right? Still don't know why they had an official town serial killer, but hey, at least they voted him out after one term. I'm also a bit iffy on the chronology of him doing his thing in the 60s. but I don't recall them mentioning any specific years for when Freddy was active or when some of the movies took place, especially since some were supposed to be several years apart from one another, despite coming out sooner than that. He recalls that the high school sent over a book filled with newspaper clippings about Krueger, and he gives them that. The book, it turns out, belonged to a kid in Freddy's Dead, much to the sadness of the two. They take the book with them and start examining it, the first clipping about a missing girl named Alice Neely. Maggie has a flashback to when Freddy encountered her, and apparently Freddy was driving around in an ice cream truck or something with the claw hand on and attacked her in broad daylight. So, remind me again why it took 20 kids dying before they caught him? Maggie pulls out a scarf or something from the vision before it evaporates into the ether, causing Tracy to do this. Oh no! Oh no! This is interrupting my freestyling! They head to Freddy's old home, and Maggie has another vision, this time of Freddy as a little kid stomping the ground in anger. Also, he apparently always wore green and red stripes, as did his father, Alice Cooper. I'm not kidding, Freddy's adoptive father in Freddy's Dead was played by Alice Cooper. And he's fairly abusive of Freddy, too. Looks like the girls beat you up again, huh? Guess you ain't learning your lessons good enough. If you had bigger stripes on your shirt, people wouldn't beat you up. Like, seriously, it was goofy enough that he was wearing the red and green stripes as a kid, but his father did too? Then later, as a teenager, he proceeded to murder said adoptive father. I learned my lessons good, didn't I? I learned my lessons! That's great, son. You get an A. One of the things Freddy's Dead also introduced was the idea that Freddy got his powers from goofy-looking dream demon creatures. In 3D! Here we see that they were actually around as far back as his teenage years, which really doesn't make any sense. The movie established that they were very specifically aimed at dreams. Why would they care about some kid murdering his dad? Still, kudos on making them look a lot better than they did in the movie. They also tell Freddy to control his power and consume the life of his father, but before Maggie can find out what that means, Tracy snaps her out of the flashback. They go into the house and to the basement, where a chunk of wall has been smashed open, revealing Freddy's old haunt. It's where he came after he killed people, almost like a trophy room. Maggie feels that Freddy's father is buried in the room, and so they dig up the corpse. Once the corpse is unburied, a spirit leaps out of the body and flies out, causing the house to suddenly collapse in on itself, ending the first issue. Well, you finally put his spirit to rest, Maggie. The case of the missing father is now closed. Issue 2's cover reveals that stuff like the soul tree and the doll and whatnot are actually a border. It's cool and all, but seems like kind of a waste of space as a result. The new elements show that Freddy Krueger was, in fact, a rubber bendy doll with very stiff limbs that was highly flammable. We open a short time later with Tracy on the phone with what seems to be bees, my god. The bees inform her that Doc is in the hospital, having gotten into a car crash. He's okay, but we soon see his leg is broken. Tracy calls him up to recap the events of the first issue to him. Then she started seeing things, like she was having flashbacks to Freddy's past. Turns out Freddy spent a lot of time on the couch watching old reruns of Night Court. She explains that Maggie is still terrified about Freddy taking her over, especially since they're now back in his hometown, and Tracy is inclined to believe something is up, especially after the ghost fled Alice Cooper's body. Once Tracy gets back to the motel they're staying at, she says Doc thinks they should come home, that they're in way over their heads. However, Maggie refuses to leave. She needs to ensure that Freddy stays dead this time. Well, look at it this way. Once the remake hits, he'll technically be dead permanently. The two head to the municipal building to find Maggie's birth certificate and see if there are any legal holdings she's entitled to, but once they get there, she has another flashback of Freddy. This time, it's when Freddy is being dragged in for his trial, with tons of cops, reporters, and onlookers crowding the area. And here's the man of the hour himself. For crying out loud, was that sweater just fused to his skin? Why'd they even let him keep the hat? The flashbacks move right through Maggie, much to her shock, although Tracy notes that she can't see a single thing that she's seeing. In the courtroom, Freddy is shoved into a metal box with glass windows. Look, dude's a serial killer, but is that really necessary? It's not like Freddy is at risk of leaping out and biting the judge's nose off or something. Look, we at the Springwood Police paid a lot of money for our airtight water trap box at the carnival, and damn it, we're gonna get some use out of it!
The judge enters and announces that the evidence used to arrest Krueger was illegally obtained and has to be thrown out. Unfortunately, that also means that Freddy's lawyer, a parody of Johnny Cochran, who honestly ends up looking more like Billy D. Williams here, moves for the trial to be thrown out since said evidence is really what the entire case was riding on. The courtroom erupts into yelling from the audience. It's a madhouse. The judge is trying to get everyone to calm down. Unfortunately, it's hard to keep calm when a woman is putting her hand through your head with a 4-foot-long arm! She claims that Freddy is just sitting there feeding on their fear and hate, but we don't really see any evidence of that. The judge calls the lawyers into her chambers, which was apparently a sign for Maggie to become a bobblehead in this panel. In private, Cochran basically says the same thing. Without the tainted evidence, there is no case. What? We have no... Are you as crazy as he is, Shelton? We have the bloody glove he used to butcher those children!
They have nothing, Your Honor. Nothing that can legally be used as evidence. The glove and the rest of what they used to smear Mr. Krueger's name.
Stopping you right there, dude. Just because they can't legally use this evidence doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't exist anymore. They didn't smear his name. Also, it's hard to claim that his name has been smeared when he's the one walking into court in a Christmas sweater. With no other evidence they can use, the judge dismisses the charges, much to the anger and uproar of everyone else in the courthouse. And just look at how happy that makes the good Mr. Krueger as they let him out of his shackles.
Mr. Krueger, are you guilty? Mr. Krueger, could you please admit to your crimes to the free press so we can get the trial back on track? We kind of booked a lot of time to cover this thing, and I want a Pulitzer.
Maggie wants to follow Krueger out of the court, but he and the rest of the trial vanish. Tracy just kind of rolls her eyes at all this, to Maggie's anger. Why are you being so sarcastic? Look, Maggie, we've been wandering around town for almost 2 days following these weird psychic flashbacks that only you can see. I've helped you dig up a corpse, almost gotten squashed by a collapsing house, and watched you converse with people who aren't really there. Plus, you don't have a clue as to what to do from minute to minute. How do you expect me to react? To be fair, Tracy, you invited yourself on this trip. No use complaining about it now. However, it's a pretty compelling argument in Maggie's eyes, which is why her face suddenly becomes shrouded in shock and darkness. With no way to really respond to that other than, good point, Maggie heads off to go check out the records. Later, they're walking out with what Maggie has found, with her starting with an incomplete sentence. To find out that Krueger had some kind of claim on the old abandoned power plant on the southeast side of town. No one's touched it or the house since his death. Wait, you're acknowledging the power plant thing from the second movie? But not the fact that at least 2 different families have lived in that house since his death? Anyway, ownership of the place reverts to Maggie, which is where they decide to head next, but she has another psychic vision, this time of the cops who had screwed up Krueger's arrest in a cop car in front of them. They're of course pissed off that Krueger walked free and that some of the townspeople are blaming it on them because of their mistake. I'm just mystified that Maggie can overhear this in the car behind them, but psychic vision, whatever. The two say they'll go back and arrest him with a proper search warrant that night, but then come across a mob of townspeople outside of one of the cops' houses screaming for Krueger's blood. The implication is supposed to be that this is 1428 Elm Street, the cop is Nancy's father, that part confirmed later at least, and that Krueger didn't live in the house, but there's quite a bit of evidence in the franchise pointing to that being the case. At first, the mob is ready to attack the 2 cops, but a couple manages to organize the townspeople into instead going after Krueger himself. We even get to see a few cameos from the parents of major characters from the franchise, like Kristen's and Roland's, all discussing whether they should really go and kill Krueger themselves. They head off, and Maggie pursues, I think. Yeah, I've been kind of alluding to this, but the artwork is really not that great. First, we see Maggie and Tracy driving and having a conversation, but apparently it looks like it took Maggie a few minutes to actually answer something Tracy said, since now their car is stopped, and then in the next panel, she's having another vision in the same spot, but she's not in it. The sequential part of this is goofy enough, but then we see stuff like Maggie and Tracy passing through the bodies of these people in the flashbacks, and it just gets sillier. What the hell is with Maggie's arm movements? She looks like she's about to drop a sick rap down on these people. Well, at least we know that musical talent runs in the family.
It's time for our boy to face the music with Rap Master. Ready?
The townspeople enter, though Maggie can't tell at first if Freddy is talking to them or to her. I see you brought some friends this time. That's okay, because I got friends of my own. No one's your friend, Krueger. Hey now, that's just mean.
One of the cops grabs Freddy's glove. "Hey cop, you got pretty little girls. I'm looking forward to getting to know them better. We're actually both part of the same movie club. I'm really looking forward to meeting some new people." And the cop just tosses the glove back at him in response. "Shut up, you monster! Shut up, or I'll give you more things you can defend yourself with!" The other cop, whom Freddy now confirms that it's Don Thompson, Nancy's father, is threatened next. "And you took my daughter away, Thompson. Nancy's getting just the right age to replace her." What the hell does that even mean? Was Freddy's real plan in the first movie that he wanted Nancy to be a surrogate daughter? And what does that imply about him saying, "I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy"? The townspeople, Don included, proceed to beat the crap out of him, even stabbing him with some knives. "Is that the best you can do? You don't even know what you're fooling around with here." "You're the fool, Kruger." Oh man, all these burns and they haven't even set him on fire yet. Speaking of, they pour gasoline on him and one woman lights a match, although the next panel shows that they lit the gasoline from far away. So, did they light the match and walk out, or are they having this conversation from like 30 feet from each other? To add insult to injury, they throw a Molotov cocktail through the window and set the entire place ablaze. The Dream Demons enter and repeat the scene from the 6th movie where they enter into him, although this sequence really doesn't match that one at all, since it was more implied in that film, and later in Freddy vs. Jason, that the townspeople never actually confronted him directly, just used the Molotovs to kill him. Maggie, still in the room with Freddy when all this goes down, suddenly experiences the flames herself, although Tracy can't see anything. However, what she does see is a bunch of light coming out of Maggie's eyes and mouth. "Maggie, what's wrong?" "Oh my god, she's regenerating! Maggie was a Time Lord this entire time!" Light continues to emanate from Maggie, now coming out of basically any random spot on her body. And so our comic ends with Maggie disintegrating, and the only thing that's left is Kruger's hat, the sound of laughter filling the abandoned power plant. And that's how the miniseries ended. I mean, yeah, it's because Innovation went bankrupt, but considering the story after this point is the first movie, well, for a series called The Beginning is over. A while ago, Andy Mangolds released the incomplete script of issue 3 and the plot line of the entire book on his site. Unfortunately, at the time of this writing, they're dead links, but I managed to get copies. So we do know where the book was mostly headed. From what's in there, it looks like Freddy was indeed doing this to be reborn. Not necessarily through Maggie, but reborn all the same. In the 3rd issue, Maggie would be transported to a vision of hell that sounded fairly grotesque, as it should, along with encountering the Dream Demons again. Tracy, in the meantime, would encounter the ghosts of Freddy's victims, though the script doesn't have any dialogue at that point. And just because I find these bits amusing, 2 excerpts from the script. Close-up of 2 faces framing the panel as Freddy leans into Maggie's face and leers at her, waggling his finger in a no-no movement as to a child. Maggie leans back, scared, or maybe he's got bad breath. Truly Freddy Krueger's most terrifying feature. He puts an almost fatherly arm behind her back, walking her forward, explaining, "They're about to enter what could almost be a huge vagina. See H.R. Giger's Alien Designs, on the other side of which strange lights blur and whirl in the distance." So when you're dying and you see a light, you're actually seeing a vagina? Maggie scrunches her eyes closed as they squeeze through the goo-filled vagina opening. Some of it oozes on her hair. I would just like to point out that the script for a Nightmare on Elm Street comic contained the words, "squeeze through the goo-filled vagina opening." The plot outline, obviously written much earlier, is a bit different. There's no framing story about Maggie seeing all this. Instead, it's all from Freddy's perspective, with the first issue being his trial and death by the townspeople before entering hell. The second issue has him meeting a being who may or may not be the devil, and manages to absorb the souls of the 20 kids he murdered into a twisted mass on his body, a reference to the 3rd movie. In the 3rd issue, he starts haunting the dreams of the Elm Street parents, even managing to kill some of them. The final issue brings us to the events of the first movie, as Freddy finally gains the power to bend the reality of dreams to his own ends. These comics are not too terrible, actually. I think I would have preferred the original plot outline, since the framing device of Maggie and Tracy doesn't feel like it really adds anything that interesting, especially since the actual prequel bits would have stopped after the second issue, and it just becomes another sequel. Still, it gives Maggie a bit more depth and emotion she had in the 6th movie concerning her parentage. I didn't talk about it very much here. And while not intended, with Freddy's presence gone, we can see how the town might be able to rebuild and start heading in the direction we see in Freddy vs. Jason, where things are doing much better for Springwood. The real problem with the book, though, is the artwork. At first, the pacing, especially at the beginning, is very good, but the artists struggle to keep the characters on model, and there's a lot of wonky anatomy and perspective shots. I couldn't find a lot of information on the artists, brothers David and Dan Day, but they did do a lot of horror and black and white art that looks very good for the most part, so I'm not sure what happened in some parts here. But clearly they had some talent despite some hiccups in these comics. But yeah, these 2 issues are not terrible, not fantastic, but definitely had potential, and it's a pity it was never finished. Next time, however, we revisit the craptacular Avatar Press Nightmare comics with A Nightmare on Elm Street Fearbook. Something we wish was left unfinished. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. We continue our tour through Nightmare on Elm Street comics with the follow-up to last year's miniseries, Paranoid. This was the last of the Avatar Press Nightmare comics, and thank God for that, because these things were terrible. The story feels like a really lame sequel in the franchise, where they're just rehashing a bunch of ideas already done before in terrible ways. You know, at least if you didn't like the other movies for any reason, you've got to admit they kept trying to do interesting things to make each one feel unique. Paranoid was like a lazy direct-to-video sequel. I'll grant you it had an interesting idea here or there, but it was full of plot holes, poor characterization, and terrible kills. It was just bad. The plot was that Freddy was trying to get this one girl, Claire, to talk to all her friends about him, make them scared of him, etc. She had absolutely no reason to agree to this, even more reason not to do it. And yet she did it! The adults of Springwood, particularly the police, have a conspiracy to slip the dream-suppressing drug Hypnosil into the kids' food to try to protect them, but the last shipment gets destroyed with a bit of help from Freddy. In the end, Claire drags Freddy out into the real world in front of an assembly at her high school and gets everyone to stop being afraid of him, depriving him of his power. And then, inexplicably 6 months later, Freddy resurfaces and attacks Claire and her boyfriend because standard surprise monster still alive horror movie twist ending. One of the worst parts of the book was the artwork. Everything had far too many detail lines in them. At times it looked like everything was made of tree bark. Although trees can be scary in their own right. I'm serious! A tree fell and took out my garage a few days ago! And that's where I was storing material we had originally salvaged from my ship when it crashed on the moon. Sorry guys, I guess construction on Comicron 3 is gonna be a bit delayed. Perhaps I've said too much. So Fearbook is a one-shot direct follow-up to Paranoid. Is it any better than that miniseries? Well, let's dig into A Nightmare on Elm Street, Fearbook, and we'll find out. Like the other Avatar Press comics, it has a gazillion variant covers. I've got at least 2 of them. One where Freddy is holding a crying teenager and pointing at the reader. Good sign for your book when the villain is threatening someone's life to force you to buy it. Others include overly gory ones, one where Freddy's just in an alleyway and leaning forward on his tippy toes for some reason. Although the more laughable thing is that the colorist apparently thought that part of Freddy's sweater was part of his skin, since the collar is colored the same as his burns. Then again, considering last week's book featured Freddy wearing that outfit at every stage of his life, it wouldn't surprise me if his skin was growing over it. There's also some weird-ass, awful embossed cover or something. I have no idea what its deal is, it just looks completely incomprehensible. And finally, the one I have today, where a woman on a pizza delivery scooter is being beckoned over by Freddy, who's very poorly hiding his knife glove behind his back. And even the pizza lady is just like, seriously? You think I'm gonna fall for this? While Freddy is just looking at the reader as if to say, I am so damn clever! This cover is also, weirdly enough, a wraparound. Oh good, this was so necessary to stretch to the back as well. How would we ever know how many townhouses there are on this street? But yeah, the wraparound is probably the best cover, but it's still pretty awful, especially with the overabundance of lines, which of course make it difficult for me to tell if it's just over-detailing or if all those windows on the townhomes are shattering. The good news is that the artist from last time, Juan Jose Rip, is not the artist here. The bad news is that this new artist, Dheeraj Verma, is not that much better. We open at Springwood High School, where the artist makes sure to draw the contours of a teacher's ass in a dress because that's the kind of comic this is. Hello, are you people listening to me? Miss Baldwin? Christina? Do you think that because you're a trust fund baby, you can breeze through this class? Do you think your father can buy my cooperation like he does half this town? Why not? Clearly he's paying to keep you employed, since that kind of verbal abuse tends to get teachers fired. Think again, Miss Baldwin. Louis Vuitton does not matter in this class. Sir Isaac Newton does. No worries, teacher. I know how that story goes.
Dropped an apple on his head.
Oh, and so he discovered gravity.
No, he told me to clear off out of his tree.
Christina Baldwin is falling asleep in class and tells the teacher, Mrs. Jolly, that indeed she is awake and listening, but then a classmate starts repeating the Freddy rhyme as she starts to doze off again. Oh, and enjoy this underage ass crack. Again, it's that kind of comic. Vlad, we don't sing that song in this class. The Freddy rhyme is reserved for choir practice. Sorry, Mrs. J, just trying to keep myself awake, unlike my fellow students who checked out a long time ago. And indeed, we see that everybody else in the class is asleep. My God, this woman is the worst teacher ever. You'd think just statistically speaking, more kids would be awake, but all of them are down. They look so peaceful. Thank the Lord for Hypnosil. Mrs. Jolly is like the mirror universe version of Miss Wilson from the Tandy Computer Whiz Kids. She wants you to take drugs, teaches math, and the only surprise you'll get is what she'll berate you for this week. She screams for them all to wake up. You're going to learn convex hull algorithms if it's the last thing any of us do. Got me? Well, gotta give her credit. At least she hasn't become jaded about this job. We cut over to the dream realm, where Freddy is apparently burning a dude, but is unsatisfied with that.
Heartless bastards! How can I unwind if they have all the kids doped up?
Freddy, this is why you need a hobby aside from stabbing people. I say make customized claw gloves and sell them on Etsy. And check it out, the new artist draws Freddy's glove wrong, and it's like that for the entire book. He's under the impression that Freddy's glove has a claw on the thumb too. How did nobody working on this spot that and tell him that was wrong? It's not like it's hard or something major to be corrected, just erase the extra claw! Nearby, Claire and her boyfriend Carl are standing in their prom outfits as per the ending of the Paranoid miniseries. So, since this is a sequel, any explanation for how they're here? Why the Hypnosil didn't affect them? Not a clue! Thanks, Fearbook! You're really maintaining that level of crappiness we've come to expect.
Come on, Claire! Give me something! Anything! I need to get inside their heads!
What the hell do you expect them to do? They're on a drug that keeps them from dreaming, and they are in the dream with you! Did you bring them here to be a cheerleader squad or something? And Claire's arm falls off. Oh my God! Claire was arm fall off boy this entire time! Why is she just letting this happen anyway? She was the one who figured out how to push back against Krueger in the dream world. Sure, her way seemed way too simplistic, basically the dream equivalent of, Freddy Krueger, you get out of here and go home. But hey, she was able to do it, so why the hell can't she do the same thing here? Carl's jaw drops too. Literally. I think maybe the idea was that Freddy was cutting them from a distance, but that's just guesswork.
Damn! I hate being the odd man out!
And he drops them into the fires.
What a revolting development!
Oh, that's our Freddy's trademark wit, making a one-liner that has nothing at all to do with what's going on. What, you couldn't even do, I guess we're all coming to pieces over this, or let's not come apart over this. How am I better at this than you? And that's the end of Claire and Carl. Wasn't it great to see them again? Only to kill them off for no real reason? And they contribute nothing of value to this story? And Claire's entire character arc in the Paranoid miniseries was rendered utterly useless? Thank God things didn't need to have a point in a story, or else I'd say this was really stupid or something. Anyway, back in the real world, Christina goes to a drugstore, while outside said drugstore, a group of jackasses decide they need some money and head in to rob it. That's what I'm talking about. Shut up, Lance. Don't use my name, T. Shit, you trippin'? Oh yeah, you don't want any real names given away, otherwise they'll identify you by those masks you're not wearing. One of them grabs his crotch. What, is he jerking off? What the hell is he doing? Come on, Ray, quit the act. Let's get down to it. I gotta piss. And I felt that the best way to keep myself from peeing was by humping my hand. They pull a gun out on the cashier and demand all the money in the place. She trips the silent alarm while she starts to get them the money, but they think she's going too slowly. You don't f with us, bitch! We stone cold killers, wanted in 2 states. Yes, and I'm sure you have the death sentence in 12 systems too. For whatever reason, the woman grabs a wine bottle and smashes it on the counter, one piece of glass flying into the neck of one of the assailants. What the hell was she hoping to accomplish with that? Did she think the alcohol on the counter would pacify them? It's not like she could have planned the shard of glass going into the guy's neck. Glass is not usually known for bouncing around once it shatters. This gets the gunman to shoot her. Now you went and done it, Ray. She hit me. This ain't no good. Damn, Ray, my carotid artery is gushing like a faucet. This ain't no good. One of the other bystanders, I guess, is also being hacked to bits by Freddy, since I'm pretty sure her head is falling off in this panel. Ray, it's 5-0, and I only brought my invisible gun with me. Because the artist was feeling lazy when he drew this page, he neglected to draw any cop cars outside, opting instead to have the robbers just say, "Damn, look at all those cop cars." Botched Perspective Lady is told by a robber to help their friend who has that piece of glass performing a tracheotomy on him. However, more importantly, he's unconscious now and in a dream, meaning Freddy is here really showing off the thumb claw. Unsurprisingly, no editor listed on this book. In the real world, they gather everyone in the drugstore together to act as hostages. We know you're in there. Surrender and make it easy on yourselves. Fuck you, pig! We got hostages! Damn, I need my crank. Is that why you're giving yourself a mind meld? Or do you also have an invisible cell phone? Back in the dream, the unconscious guy named Lance is transported into a sewer and surrounded by giant rats.
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
You're one bad rat, you know that? It's time for a ratification of your outright claudacity. In other words, you need a ratitude adjustment, Lancey. Jeez, you deprive him of victims for 6 months and he just unloads all the puns at once. Pace yourself, man. You'll run out of them, rodent you? One of the robbers has replaced the invisible phone with a real one. I want a black 2006 Cadillac Escalade with chrome trim parked outside this joint in the next hour. Throw in a case of crystal and a booming sound system. Then you motherfuckers escort us to Canada or they're dead meat. Yeah, I'm serious, punk.
Okay, it's just, you know, we've got much better cars than that available if you wanted those. Better mileage for a trip to Canada. They give the cops an hour to get the car. Back in the dream, Lance is being chased around by the rats in a maze. Ooh, Lance, I know how to get you out of this, man. First, you need to turn yourself into a pickle. In the maze, Lance runs into a rat trap, which splits his torso from his legs.
Rat-you-puncture! That's what you need!
You're losing it, Freddy. That death had nothing to do with acupuncture. This is why you don't use up your best material right away. Lance's waist explodes from what happened in the dream, much to the shock of the other robbers. Christina recognizes that Freddy is responsible, but the others are more concerned with grabbing their crotches some more. It's been over an hour, so to prove to the cops that they're not messing around, they take one of the hostages outside and shoot him in the head, giving the cops 1 more hour to get the car, or the other 2 women are dead. But now we see how truly heinous and evil these criminals are. Get me some Faygo, bitch! Like, any flavor? Because I got like 20 on the shelf. I guess it's liquor bottle themed Faygo, given how they're all a dark blue with a blank label. One of them refuses the drink as another half hour passes. The more immediate concern in my mind is how Springwood artificially makes people's arms too long. Seriously, the two women here, the robber on the previous page with his arm coming off the side, it's just awful. It turns out the girls drugged the drinks with something to make them all fall asleep, as we see with one guy who's suddenly in a dream.
Welcome to the trial of Terrell the Snitch!
Still a better courtroom drama than the trial of Peter Parker. He apparently snitched on some gang a while back to save himself, and the jury is made up of those people he betrayed, so they all shoot him. And that is why he should have been put inside of a big glass box like last week. Also, speaking of Peter Parker, he got into the dream too. What's with all the spider webs? In the real world, we see the guy collapse with multiple bullet wounds, and we soon move over to Captain Crotch Grab, who starts scratching at his chest. With bloody results.
Itchy?
Hell yes! Wait, he's been scratching himself this whole time? Okay, aside from the ew factor, doesn't that mean he should be scratching his crotch in the dream too? In the real world, the only guy not to drink the Faygo is still awake and... Dude, what the hell? You're just grabbing her breast?
Hey, touched her boob, you guys. I'm not a virgin anymore. Woo.
And apparently he's friggin' super strong because now he swings his other arm so hard it sends her frickin' flying. He discovers a pill bottle near her, indicating that they drugged the Faygo, although that doesn't explain how it killed them. Christina explains that it's Freddy who killed them in their sleep. Also, Christina and the other girl have the same face. You know, it really is appropriate that I continue to have my anniversary in October, since even Nightmare on Elm Street comics are having a clone saga. The remaining robber doesn't believe her, even while, in the dream, the guy is scratching his chest up bloody, Freddy handing him a knife to finish the job. The robber murders the other girl, demanding the truth about what's happening, but then Itchy and Scratchy dies, one of Freddy's claws actually coming out of his chin, somehow.
What'd say, Ray?
You know, the Innovation Nightmare books had a bunch of introductions and behind-the-scenes material about their comics, even had the writer doing publicity events, showed how much they cared about what they were doing. The Avatar press books couldn't be bothered to have someone proofread the damn thing so that a shortened slang word was still screwed up. What do you think, everybody? Christina says she's his only chance of getting out of there alive since she knows all about Freddy. Coincidentally, the cops have finally arrived with his car, so they make a break for it. A few hours seem to pass, I think, because it's nighttime now, but we have no sense of how long they were in the drugstore. Not that they didn't say the time had passed, but rather because it felt like no time had passed due to how poorly paced it was. But yeah, the guy is driving as the cops continue to escort them out. If this Freddy punk is a kid killer, like you say, then why ain't you dead? Well, just look at us. Do you think anybody here has been drawn to resemble non-adults? She explains about Hypnosil suppressing dreams, but also that he can't escape Freddy now since he marked his turf. It's possible she's lying to manipulate him, since it seems like Freddy wouldn't be able to pursue once he left Springwood. After all, if he could murder people outside of the town, why does he care so much about the town all using Hypnosil to keep him away? He reaches for her Hypnosil, but in his panic to do so, he swerves the car off the road and crashes into a tree. But here's the hilariously stupid part of that. Despite the fact that she was clearly not wearing a seatbelt and he's the one who sustained serious injury and is dying. Even while his face is smeared with jelly and lying on the steering wheel, he's still demanding the Hypnosil. Not on your life, bitch! Those people were like family to me! Which is why you can tell how broken up I've been about all their deaths. I really showed lots of complex emotions during all this. And once again, Stretch Armstrong limbs on her. But if that wasn't weird, check out the dream Freddy has him in. He's just hanging over some fire, along with his 3 dead friends, and I think he's suspended by a single line? I have no idea. I can't tell if that thing is connected to his body, and then he falls, I think? With plastic bags full of meat, or flesh, or, I don't know, Taco Bell hot sauce in them? The hell are we looking at? You'd think maybe Freddy would help with his jokes, but nope.
Hola, my little enchilada! Que paso hoy?
Que paso hoy means what happened today. Well, Fred, I can't even tell what's going on right now.
I'm so multicultural! Ha 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 ha!
Ha 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 ha! Come una poya, Freddy. The cops arrive and ask Kratina if she's okay. She is. Just walk off that car crash, lady. And they hear the robber screaming.
What is that?
It's him, Freddy. Let him finish, okay?
Got it. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. How about those Red Sox?
Excuse me, you're being very rude, young man. We're trying to talk about our Sox here. Certainly not the baseball team, since it's not spelled like that. And so our comic ends with the cops asking her if she needs a ride home, but she says she wants to wait around until the screaming stops, which, I have to admit, it's kind of a wonderfully dark ending. And it would have been even better if we had actually had her establish her relationship with the other victims, shown she cared about them, but instead it's out of nowhere, and this comic sucks. Like I said at the beginning, the art is not that much better. It is in some regards. The less detail lines mean people actually look like people, and it's not so overly busy, but there's a sense of laziness prevailing throughout the book. This is like a companion book to the super long legs of 22 Brides, only this has lengthy arms. Or maybe this is a prequel to that Nintendo Switch game. But yeah, the laziness factors into the pacing. Despite the events in the drugstore taking place over the course of 2 hours, it feels like only 5 minutes have passed. There's also the tell, don't show attitude they took with the cops surrounding the drugstore. It's not too big a deal with this book, but it's noticeable. As far as we know, those 2 cop cars at the end were it for Springwood's police department. Christina is theoretically the heroine of this story, but we know nothing about her other than, oh, her family has money. Oh, and she might have been close to the people in the drugstore. And then there's the middle finger given to Claire and Carl. Sure, I didn't like Paranoid or its characters, but at least show some respect for your own damn protagonists. What I will give this comic, though, is the unintended message of this story. Freddy's only able to kill those guys because they're unfamiliar with him and are not taking Hypnosil. However, the rest of the town? Completely safe. Freddy is public knowledge here, and the medication to stop him is clearly distributed to, if not everyone, then at least most people, given Freddy's complaining. Now, the book doesn't explore this aspect in any other degree because it's too busy showing off nipples poking through a teenage girl's shirt, but it does imply that a well-educated public with access to healthcare pretty much manages to eliminate this problem outright. Hell, what are the wider implications of Freddy's existence being known? How does this affect religion in the town, knowing souls are real and the dead have true second life? Does this mean an increase in interest in the occult? How well known is Freddy outside of Springwood? How does this affect their interpersonal histories, knowing the people in particular responsible for Freddy's death might still be walking around and be your neighbor? It opens up a lot of cool and interesting questions that could have been the focus for yet another miniseries. Or, you know, we could just have a guy scratching himself for half the comic. That works too! Next time, we take a look at Wildstorm's contribution to the Nightmare franchise and see if anybody was able to make these things work. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. So, here's a weird thing. The Wildstorm Nightmare on Elm Street comics are actually pretty damn good. There's a loose ongoing story running through 8 issues, with a few arcs in the book that explore some different possibilities for the series that hadn't really been tried before. I get the impression that there were some plans for future stuff down the road, but sadly the line was cancelled, with the strategy then to just do mini-series afterwards that, as far as I can tell, never materialized aside for the 2 Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash series. I actually legitimately recommended the books, and I would talk about them in greater detail, but a certain jackass in my supply room said he was gonna do them, so look out for that, I guess. But yeah, it basically corrects all the points I've covered. Most of the characters are likable, the unlikable ones get killed, characters aren't stupid, there are some original ideas suggested in them that would make for great movies if expanded, and the artwork is pretty good throughout all of them. So what is it that I'm talking about today then? Well, as a sampler of Wildstorm's overall quality, they did release a one-shot after the series was canceled. It's not bad at all. Honestly, my confusion about it is just why this in between the ongoing and Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash. Was it meant to be the start of an anthology covering other New Line Cinema properties? Would we have had a double feature of Critters and Elf? Actually, I kinda want to see that now.
But in the meantime, let's dig into New Line Cinema's Tales of Horror #1 and close out our 3-year look at the man of our dreams. The cover is pretty basic, nothing particularly exciting about it, just a big picture of Freddy Krueger and of Leatherface. Yeah, the thing is that this book actually has 2 stories in it. One for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and one for Nightmare on Elm Street. Normally I'd just focus on the Nightmare story, but hey, I'm probably never gonna cover Texas Chainsaw Massacre comics on the show, since I have 0 interest in that franchise, so I might as well do it now. And thus we open with The Texas Chainsaw Salesman. Well hey, it's about time Leatherface got himself a job and stopped being such a freeloader. The story is set in the remakes universe, so we see a salesman is driving around at night approaching the Hewitt home. You need luck to be a chainsaw salesman in Texas. It's a big state, and not everyone wants or needs that kind of hardware. These days, all the chainsaw-wielding serial killers are out on the East Coast. I knew a chainer once who couldn't take the pressure and turned a product on himself. Quentin Tarantino's Death of a Salesman. Fortunately, it was a Washington Deluxe model with a 3-point anti-vibration system and a neat fail-safe deadman switch. The chainer still ended up dead, but it could have been a lot worse. For the guy who had to identity him, that is. Man, just imagine how bad it was for the guy who had to identify him, too. Sometimes I wonder, is there such a thing as luck? Or is luck something you make? Well, it's pretty clear it's not made with chainsaws at the very least. The salesman, named Toby Harris, knocks on the door of a mobile home and is answered by the character Henrietta Hewitt from the remake. Mind you, I've never seen the remake, so I'm guessing here based on character descriptions I've read, but it sounds about right. She tells him to leave and that she can't help him before he introduces himself. We don't have any need for chainsaws around here. Really? I mean, I know remakes sometimes stray from the source material, but that's a bit much, isn't it? He keeps trying to sell it to her, but her mother, known only as the Tea Lady according to Wikipedia, comes out and offers him some kebabs. It's home cured, a special recipe. You won't have tasted nothing like it. It ain't like that Soylent Green crap, this stuff's fresh. He makes a deal to try some of the meat if they'll let him pitch the chainsaw to them, which... Dude, it's 2 older women living in a mobile home in the middle of the night. What makes you think you'll be able to sell a chainsaw to them? Anyway, they still say they're not interested. Nearby, though, is Leatherface cutting someone. Toby hears the whir of the chainsaw, to his confusion, since they told him they don't use chainsaws. That'll be Thomas! Thomas? Our cousin. He don't show his face much on account of his bad skin. I would say that this comic is the greatest in the world if the twist was that it was actually Invader Zim. Henrietta claims that the noise wasn't a chainsaw, but a very screechy violin. Here with an editorial reply to this franchise's reputation and that particular noise, Emily Latella.
What's all this fuss I keep hearing about violins on television?
Like, that was really your first explanation? A violin? Not even like, oh, we're testing a car motor or something? 2 noises that are pretty distinctly not similar? Toby still recognizes it as a chainsaw, a particular outdated model at that, but Henrietta just keeps trying to shoo him off. Once alone, Toby heads to the house and knocks at the door, hoping to talk to Thomas directly, but then hears the clock strike midnight on the other side. Okay, maybe I just don't understand the culture of door-to-door salesmen of the time period, but who the hell goes out at midnight to sell stuff? Realizing how late it's gotten, he calls out to Thomas and says he'll try again some other time since he promised his wife he'd be home that morning. As such, before Leatherface can answer the door, he heads back to his car and drives off. But like I said, you need luck to be a chainsaw salesman in Texas, and some nights, your luck is just plain out. Ah well, at least I got some classical music to listen to on the ride home. And thus we move on to the Nightmare on Elm Street story, as a naked woman runs through some school hallways. Man, the original version of Britney Spears' Baby One More Time was just downright risque. Ever have one of those dreams where you show up at school naked? No, but you ever have a dream where you see yourself standing in sort of sun god robes on a pyramid with 1,000 naked women screaming and throwing little pickles at you? Why am I the only person who has that dream? It's a common stress dream. Courtney LaFave has them all the time, but this is the first one in which someone's tried to kill her. She still finds it preferable to being both naked and needing to take a test, though. And thus we see Freddy dressed as the lunch server.
Hello, Courtney! Time to find out what's in the mystery meat. Surprise! It's spam! Just a lot of spam. I need to finish my GED and get the hell out of this job.
Glad to see that Freddy has returned to his true passion, cooking.
You take your eggs, a 1, a 2, a 3. You get some flour. A little sugar.
Running from him, she ends up in the gym, where a bunch of cheerleaders are doing the Freddy rhyme, and they all have his face. And the pom-poms are demon faces. Horrifying, yes, but that just makes me wonder if the pom-poms are also considered cheerleaders. Or do they have a torturous existence where they're shaking around constantly? She manages to wake up, only to see Freddy waiting for her in the real world too. Freddy kills her, but she pulls off his hat in the process, revealing it to be some random dude. Freddy's actually observing this in Dreamland and is naturally a bit confused and pissed about this. Later, that same guy returns to the Springwood Motel. Mr. Emerson, you've had the privacy placard on your door the entire time you've been here. Don't you want maid service?
Oh no, thank you. I prefer to clean the room myself. Those chemical cleansers bother my sinuses, you know.
Dude, you can do that, but the truth is that in a motel like this, doesn't matter how many bottles of bleach and other cleaners you pour onto the sheets, it'll never be enough to get them clean again. When he falls asleep, Freddy is waiting for him.
All right, you little pissant! Before I gut you, tell me who you are, and what the hell gives you the right to infringe on my trademark? You think I'm kidding? Wait till you hear about what I did to Sharp Hand Joe!
The man introduces himself as Otis Emerson, Freddy's biggest fan. He's lived in Springwood since he was a kid, and even Freddy remembers him.
Sure, fat little sociopath. Like to dissect the neighbor's pets and light things on fire. Admittedly, it got a little iffy when you screwed up the order of those two things.
Otis says that there are lots of others who know about Freddy and idolize him. He spent the last few years perfecting his craft as a murderer and would like to help. Freddy, however, says he's a solo act and prepares to kill him, but Otis had a plan for this. He says that Freddy's murderous tendencies depend on people not knowing much about him.
Unless I type in a command to stop it once each day, scans of all these articles, along with my explanation of who you are and what you do, will be emailed to exactly 104 media outlets. Somebody'll run it, if only for its sheer strangeness.
And if people can't trust a creepypasta posted on an anime news site, who can they trust? However, he argues that the people of Springwood will take it seriously and they'll all move out, meaning he'll have no victims. You know, unless Springwood has like millions of people living in it, I think Freddy is already going to start running out of victims soon. Freddy is pissed, but Otis makes the pitch to him.
Please, Mr. Kruger, I hate to have to upset you. Let me suggest a mutually beneficial arrangement. I'll be your agent in the waking world. You have to admit, it could be useful to be able to get to certain people when they think they're beyond your reach.
Ugh, fine, but don't expect any 401k, and you only get paid in tips.
Freddy begrudgingly accepts the deal, but wants a show of good faith.
There's some punk kid at 722 Maple Street, been reading occult books. He thinks he can exorcise me. He's been awake for 11 days on meth.
It's that combination of drugs and extreme sleep deprivation that makes him such a danger to Freddy. He tells Otis to take care of the kid, and they've got a deal. As he wakes up, Otis contemplates all this.
Oh man, this is so cool! Otis Emerson, the man who haunts your dreams. No, wait, the living nightmare. Yeah, that kicks ass.
Freddy, however, is not impressed.
Give me a f***ing break! Just saying, Springwood Slasher had alliteration, and man of your dreams is a play on a popular phrase. Put a little effort into it, man!
Remembering that Otis said he had fans, Freddy starts searching the dreams of other would-be serial killers.
He's right. There's one in every town. Just have to find him. Let's see what the kids are dreaming about tonight.
Okay, might be a bit of a plot hole. If Freddy can reach out beyond Springwood, what does it matter if people move out of it? In any event, he finds a kid dreaming about being a school shooter and appears to him, weirdly enough, in his new nightmare outfit. Dude, I totally know who you are! I worship you! Please don't kill me! I'm your biggest
fan, I know! A lot of that going around. This is why I don't go to conventions anymore. Well, that and because nobody buys my quote t-shirts. Come on! Welcome to Primetime, bitch! Is a classic! What kind of f***ed up world is this, anyway?
I am increasingly asking myself that every day, Fred. Freddy makes an offer to the kid.
This scenario shows the right attitude, but it's boring, prosaic. That's the problem with you kids today. No originality. How'd you like for me to teach you what terror really is?
Well, thanks, but I've already read Marvel. The kid accepts, asking what he has to do. We cut back to Otis, who has finished killing his target and goes to sleep.
Well, Otis, is it done?
Oh, you bet, Freddy. I feel I can call you that now. I think we have that kind of relationship.
Oh, good. I'll call you Jackass. I feel we have that kind of a relationship.
Freddy says that killing the kid did help him out, except when Otis kills someone, Freddy's not able to consume their soul, so he's pissed off, transforming into a giant snake. Now who's being unoriginal, Fred? Freddy says he refuses to be anybody else's bitch and that he had the kid take care of Otis's files.
I got a new sidekick now! Kinda reminds me of you, back when you were in a more Nielsen-friendly demographic.
Typical of any long-running series, Freddy introduces a younger, hipper character to try to attract a new audience.
He wiped all your files and canceled your commands. Also, your internet search history? Wow, dude. I mean, I'm me, and even I think you're messed up. Remember all those animals you dissected when you were just a budding little sociopath taking your first shaky steps down serial killer road? That's how I started too. And thinking about it made me nostalgic.
Now he's gonna wallow in self-pity about how kids these days don't torture small animals like they used to in the good old days. Times change, Fred. Get over it. And so he kills Otis, showing off the corpse to the kid. Said kid confirms that he destroyed all the evidence about Freddy's existence, save for a certain copy left behind. However, because Freddy's, well, Freddy, he attacks the kid too. Because he's kind of an asshole. In the real world, a bunch of cops are investigating Otis's motel room, where he lays disemboweled on the bed. The physical evidence the kid left behind connects Otis to killings from the last 25 years. Plus, he's dressed up like Freddy. I figure we got ourselves a copycat. I went to school with this guy. He was a crazy little even then. It all makes sense now. He idolized Krueger, started killing kids to pick up where he left off, and somehow got away with it for all these years, till the guilt got to him and he offed himself. Yep, no holes in that logic at all. I'm starting to understand how you guys dropped the ball so badly on Freddy's arrest and prosecution. And so our comic ends with the cops saying that it's a great day for Springwood, that people will finally feel safe going to sleep in their town again. While Freddy's laughing from the computer screen. You just know that if Nightmare on Elm Street sequels had continued to direct-to-video, there'd have been one about Freddy going online or something. Anyway, this comic is actually pretty damn good. Like I've said, Wildstorm's Nightmare on Elm Street comics are pretty good overall, and this is no exception. Hell, even the Texas Chainsaw short story was fairly decent. Neither are any great works of art, but they tell fairly original stories utilizing the settings and characters presented. I suggested 2 years ago that a human agent for Freddy seemed like a neat idea, but this story takes that premise and shows why Freddy probably wouldn't be on board with it. And hell, it's consistent with how the character was in Freddy vs. Jason. He's an egotist. He wants the kills for himself. You'd think someone as narcissistic as him would love having fans and followers, but he doesn't care. He wants people afraid of him, not liking him. The artwork is really good, and despite some minor plot hiccups here and there, the story is solid and the dream stuff nicely imaginative. Kudos to ending this series on a high note. Next time, we celebrate the show's anniversary with another Clone Saga book, but not featuring the Scarlet Spider. And after all of this, I hope you all sleep a little more peacefully until then. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. You know what? Assuming this episode actually comes out on time, Halloween is a day away, and we should end the Nightmare on Elm Street reviews on a bigger note than just some one-shot half devoted to Leatherface. 2003 saw the release of Freddy vs. Jason, a crossover film between A Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th, pitting two iconic slasher movie monsters against one another. I frickin' love Freddy vs. Jason. Hell, it was the first of either franchise that I saw in the theaters, and as a fan of both series, it delivered exactly what I wanted out of the crossover. It is by no means a perfect movie, but some of the criticisms lobbied against it that I've heard of are silly. For instance, well, who cares about the stock slasher movie characters? I do, because if I just wanted to see Freddy and Jason stab each other, I could just watch a fan film on YouTube. I want a story driving things, and for a slasher movie, the story ain't terrible. Other criticisms are not so silly, like Jason's sudden aversion to water, but one could probably argue that it's not the water itself that was an issue, but maybe being in a nightmare, seeing a vision of his mom again, the water flow just all of a sudden was a trigger for the traumatic moment of his drowning, and that's what Freddy took advantage of. And don't pretend Jason is immune to that kind of thing. Dude got tricked once by someone wearing his mom's sweater. Jason Voorhees has issues, is what I'm saying. You would too if you kept getting stabbed in the head and then killed and resurrected multiple times. Dude got blown the hell up once. Give him a break for a moment of weakness. Want to know what does bug me about the movie? The introduction, where Freddy is giving some backstory for anyone new to this stuff. The annoying thing is, I love this intro. Robert Englund is a fantastic actor and sells this narration perfectly. It's very well edited as a recap of Freddy, and the clips have been desaturated to the point where there's almost a black and white quality to them. The problem is that it gives away the plot of the movie, so there's no surprises with what's going on, and we're waiting for the main characters to catch up to what the audience already knows. Speaking of, given the material today, we need to get some introductions out of the way for those who may not be familiar with the title characters. Freddy you all know from the last 3 years worth of reviews. Jason Voorhees was originally a handicapped child at Camp Crystal Lake who drowned because the camp counselors were too busy having sex to keep an eye on him. His mother, driven insane by the loss, murdered the counselors. Unbeknownst to her, Jason seemingly survived the drowning and lived in the woods, eventually witnessing his mom being killed by the last survivor of another massacre she perpetrated. Each time new people came to the lake to try to rebuild the summer camp at the place, he'd murder them. And that's why the series is called Friday the 13th. As I said earlier though, he's been killed and resurrected a few times. By lightning, by telekinesis, and, most relevant to today's outing, during the revelation in the 9th movie that Jason actually has a demon inside of him that can possess other bodies if he's not properly defeated. At the end of that movie, Jason is dragged into the earth, or presumably hell, with his hockey mask left behind, to be pulled down by Freddy Krueger's glove to foreshadow the planned Freddy vs. Jason film. Yeah, the film had been in development hell for over a decade before it finally got made. I read some of the drafts for the movie while it was stuck there, and holy crap guys, even if you don't like Freddy vs. Jason, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. Some had barely any fighting between the two at all, in a film called Freddy vs. Jason. Quite a bit of retconning was afoot, or trying to go for a real-world, well, these are just movie characters, metatextual thing like Wes Craven's New Nightmare did, but definitely not as smart. Stuff where the two characters were just servants of a new villain called, believe it or not, Thanos, and yet another where Jason is basically a good guy in the end, despite still being a serial killer who is captured and put on trial in the story. If you don't enjoy the movie, fine, I can't make you like something. I'm just saying, when it comes to Freddy vs. Jason, we dodged so many bullets, and I'll defend it to the day I die. And then afterwards when I become a deadite. Which brings us to the third character in this battle. Ashley, or Ash Williams, is the hero of the Evil Dead movies, save for the 2013 remake, and TV show. Said movies are about an evil book, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, which has the power to summon demons, spirits, and all sorts of weird crap like that. Ash was just an average guy who went to a cabin in the woods for the weekend with his girlfriend, and other friends in the first movie, when they discovered the Necronomicon and accidentally unleashed its evil. The first was a straight-up horror film, but the preceding films moved moved into horror comedy, with Ash being a reluctant, catchphrase-delivering hero who had his hand cut off and replaced it with a chainsaw. He kicked ass, took names, and delivered a shotgun blast straight into the face of evil, and then got knocked into some walls because slapstick. While one proposed ending for Freddy vs. Jason would have had the two meet Pinhead from the Hellraiser franchise, and just you wait, I've got some plans for Hellraiser soon enough. What had more traction was a sequel to Freddy vs. Jason that included Ash in the mix. Most parties involved were pretty open to the idea, and it got inches away from being done, but apparently creative differences made it break down, particularly when it came to the ending, although I'm reading up on this years after the fact, so who knows what really happened. The point is that it got to the point where a script was made, and while the project officially fell apart, well, it was a perfectly good script, so why let it go to waste? And thus came the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash comic. I'll talk a bit more about Freddy vs. Jason in the actual review, because, yeah, this intro has gone on for far too long, but let's dig into Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash. We're going through 6 comics today, and that introduction was already way too long, so we'll skip the covers. We open in Crystal Lake 5 years after the events of Freddy vs. Jason. This here place is Crystal Lake. The local yokels have taken to calling it Forest Green, as if changing its name will erase the things that happened here. Well, at least it's better than the first name they proposed, Never Stabbington. Take it from me, there's nothing you can do can take away the nightmares once you've lived through them. Nevertheless, they did their best to hide it with new roads, lakeside condos, and even a new warehouse-sized super mega ultra S-Mart. But getting a good deal on your housewares won't cover up the blood that's been spilt here. Well, no, but I think the laundry detergent shelf might help. See, Crystal Lake is the birthplace of an evil so foul, it even gives the Deadites a run for their money. And right down the street, the worst nightmare imaginable was dreamed up. Young Sheldon. No, of course, he's referring to Freddy and Jason, showing a little montage of shots from the film. We then cut to Laurie and Will, the survivors of Freddy vs. Jason. From what I read, they actually were on board with coming back for this cameo at the beginning, which definitely would have been cool. Not every horror series, especially slashers, have actors who are willing to reprise their characters. Apparently, Laurie has pushed Will into coming back here because she needs to know for certain that Freddy and Jason are gone for good after their seeming deaths at the end of the movie. Laurie, this takes place in 2008. You could have just Googled whether or not people had seen them and not done something as dumb as this. I mean, really? 5 years you decided to wait before trying this? They soon arrive at the campgrounds in the middle of a snowstorm and have a quick look around. And apparently Jason has been practicing his teleporting, since Laurie turns her back for all of a second when noticing some blood, but when she turns around again, Jason has already taken Will, dragged him back to a cabin, and disemboweled him, hanging his corpse up. And here we can see the traditional Jason sound effect. Although since we see it several times here, it makes me wonder if this is actually something Laurie can hear too. What's making that noise? Is that Jason doing it? Does he shake his hips around to warn off predators like a rattlesnake? Anyway, Laurie is briefly in shock because of this, particularly because they survived Freddy and Jason before, but recovers quickly enough when Jason returns to attack her. Despite being injured, she manages to evade him and swears vengeance. Ash's narration talks about how, after all these sorts of things happen to a person, seeing everyone around you murdered horribly, but you were spared, one can assume that you were chosen, that you're special, that you are the one who will be the hero and save the day. And we see her pick up a buzzsaw and slice at Jason with it, even shoving him out a window. She goes out to double tap him, but unfortunately she takes a machete to the head. But in the end, you can't outrun fate. Plain and simple. No, but you can stay out of fate's way by not going back to the place where your greatest enemies were 5 years later. In my opinion, killing Laurie and Will was a mistake. They got a happy ending, and there was no reason to kill them off like they did, other than making it clear this was a sequel. They were likable characters, and it not only feels like it undermines their story by making them the opening kills, but also making their deaths so pointless to everything else in the comic. I'm not against killing off previous protagonists, just that it should help drive the plot in some way, or have them contribute enough to the plot that it doesn't feel like a cheat with them appearing. Anyway, back over to S-Mart, where we meet our kill fodder, supporting characters, I mean kill fodder. It's a group of teenagers who work there telling crude jokes, like this guy in a Santa suit to a girl named Caroline. "Hey Caroline, wanna suck on my candy cane?" "She's checking out your North Pole, huh, Raoul?" If this comic had any sense of justice, those two would end up impaled on that thing. Instead, another guy named Davey steps up to tell them to knock it off, but she says she can handle it, telling them that's fine, but she plays rough, snapping the candy cane in half. However, the store manager, being a douchebag, does not care about the harassment she just went through, but on the fact that she broke a candy cane toy. "That $1.95 is coming out of your paycheck. We work on nickels and dimes here in the retail business. Sell a widget, make a nickel. Sell two and make a dime. Your little pubescent skit just cost S-Mart 39 of the nickels we worked so hard to earn." Say hello to the only man who has never heard of store write-offs due to damage or theft. Say, how many nickels will it cost for you to get your hat out of corporate's butt? He berates them for being teenagers who don't take their minimum wage jobs seriously, who are probably seasonal hires anyway, and if you're that upset, fire them, and says they're calling in a seasoned S-Mart employee to show them a thing or two about a thing or two. The two jackass teens pin a sign to his back that says, "I lick jingle balls." Dude, that is so classic! Ha 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 ha. If children are our future, then the future is dumb. After Jason drags the bodies back to his shack, we see that he's placed Freddy's decapitated head next to his mom's. So, does that mean he's being reverent and respectful to Freddy? In any case, he must have dozed off or something, since the heads disappear and a zoom in on his eye brings us a dream back to Camp Crystal Lake in the 50s. Jason watches as the kids torment him, the camp counselor screwing, and finally to one crooked cabin where we see Freddy banging Pamela Voorhees. And that's old lady Pamela Voorhees, yet because comic artists are so set in their ways, she's drawn with an old lady face and porn star body. Smooth. Freddy speaks to Jason through his mother, the same trick he used in Freddy vs. Jason, and tells him if he wants to get Freddy out of his head and not be picked on anymore, he needs to go to the old Voorhees house and find a special book, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. What's funny is that, much like the Freddy glove at the end of the 9th Friday movie, this is yet another reference to it, because a prop in that film is the Necronomicon from the Evil Dead movies. It's just a neat little nod and wink, but it helps form the basis of this entire crossover. So remember, kids, always include random objects in the background of your work that might pay off in the future. And from there, we finally catch up with Ash, who of course has been narrating all this and is the one the S-Mart manager was talking about. The name's Ash, housewares, domestic engineer, Detroit S-Mart, and I am the chosen one. It wasn't always this way. I had a real life once, a long time ago in an S-Mart far, far away. But all that is ancient history, just like the Romans and their pyramids. Yes, let us never forget that enemy I have spoken of so often, Ancient Rome! We move on to issue 2 as Ash arrives at the S-Mart and runs into Manager Von Snootypants. Apparently, they don't value punctuality at the Detroit store, but we here at Super Ultra Mega S-Mart are held to a higher standard. We've already wasted 7 minutes out here on the consumer tarmac. Let's get inside and straighten out the housewares department. Apparently, he took that broken candy cane and shoved it right up his ass. Later, some girls in the parking lot are murdered by Jason, and the act is observed by an old lady, who screams and gets Ash's attention. Somehow, the cops arrive immediately afterwards and think Ash is responsible for the blood pile, but of course the manager confirms he was inside when it all happened. When the teenage employees ask what the hell happened out there, Ash goes off on a rant about the Deadites and how these damn kids today don't even know what it's like to kill ancient Kandarian demons. Yeah, something I left out of my introduction to Ash is that while he's a badass, he's also kind of a dumbass. Depending on how you look at it, he's a dumb badass or a bad dumbass. He admits that the real reason he came to Crystal Lake is to get the Necronomicon and finish off the Deadites once and for all, though it's never mentioned how he knew it was here. The kids, of course, laugh it off, though later Caroline asks about it in the break room, including about how he has a metal hand. More Deadite tricks. They got into my hand and it went bad.
I had to lop it off at the wrist. In retrospect, antibiotics probably would have worked better.
Caroline mentions Jason, and Ash remembers the old lady in the parking lot was rambling about him. She explains the history of Jason and all that. Over the past 30 years, there have been swaths of killings attributed to him, or copycats. There even was a killer in Manhattan they thought might have been Jason. But we know that one isn't true because that one was actually in Canada. The other teens try to mess with Ash with some ketchup and a hockey mask, but of course Ash kicks the kid's ass, much to their irritation, assuming he's crazy.
It's Raoul! It was a joke, man! Jeez, I come screaming at you with what looks like blood and a weapon, and there you go actually defending yourself!
Jason is sent out once again to get the Necronomicon, but finds himself distracted by a group of carolers, whom he proceeds to slaughter. Hey Jason, there are a bunch of really annoying teenagers at a department store who I can't wait to see die. I don't suppose you want to get to them anytime soon, do you? A different group of teens come to the store, with the hot girl of their group tricking Ash into buying her a bunch of supplies for them. They say they're gonna spend the night in the Voorhees house before it's torn down. Oh, yeah, sounds like a great plan. Stay a night in the middle of winter in a dilapidated old house associated with a serial killer without power or heat. And of course, as soon as they get there, the teens start having sex. Oh, yeah, nothing more arousing than the smell of mold and animal feces. And we see that Jason is a bit of a pervert here. Ash arrives at the house, annoyed that the teens who had tricked him earlier are already here, but it turns out Caroline followed him as well, seeing Ash as her ticket out of Crystal Lake. Ash sneaks into the cellar, annoyed about all this.
Sure, it's okay. Ash is down here with the spiders and the ornamental skeletal critters while they're up there having an orgy. Yeah, life's real fair. Stay in school, kids. You too could end up successful like me.
Dude, you're gainfully employed. For some people today, that's living the dream. As Jason does his a-killin', Ash finds the Necronomicon, but soon heads upstairs when he hears Jason. The girl who teased him, Bree, soon goes to him.
Dead. All dead. He killed them all.
And he makes out with her.
Yeah, I see. But we're not.
Time and place, asshole! Jason returns and Ash gets the first hit off, blasting him with the shotgun and making his escape with Bree back to the car. Issue 3 starts up with Jason throwing his machete right at Ash's face, but Ash is able to catch it with his metal hand. Impressive, but because his car won't start, it gives Jason the time he needs to smash it. Fortunately, Carolyn is close by and slams into Jason, rescuing the two. As they head back to the S-Mart to plan their next move, Freddy berates Jason over his failure, literally picking at Jason's brain to see who did this and sees the S-Mart badge. At the store, the other teenagers are busy getting high in an old VW bus, because of course they are, as Ash and the women arrive. When one of them spots Bree, he starts hitting on her.
Back off, Casa Numbnuts. Can't you see the girl's in shock? She just saw her friends get butchered. Something tells me she isn't interested in your pencil prick right now.
When that happens, the appropriate thing to do is to kiss her, not hit on her. That's how you help trauma. The guys all head off as our heroes take Bree to the break room and get her some fresh clothes. Ash says they need someone to help them translate the Necronomicon to help reverse Jason, assuming he's a Deadite, but then Jason arrives at the store, ignoring everyone until he literally bumps into someone, and that sets him off. Jason's pet peeve? Rude shoppers. As Jason starts mangling people in the store, Ash suddenly runs off, to Caroline's confusion. Manager Von Jackass comes out. Caroline, get the shoppers out of the store and call the police. That uncouth man is ruining our store displays. Do you know how many nickels it's gonna cost us to replace them? And Jason partially decapitates him with his clipboard. You know, I'd make some comment about how physically impossible that is, but I just can't get out of my head that in the afterlife he's still complaining about the $2 wasted on having to replace his clipboard. Ash returns, now armed with both his shotgun and his chainsaw.
Yo, Wayne Dedsky! Hockey fan, huh? You know, they say a slap shot travels over 100 miles an hour, but I find that buckshot goes a hell of a lot faster than that.
So what you're saying is we should be playing hockey with buckshot? The fight's pretty damn good, with him getting a few shots off, even cutting Jason with the chainsaw, but of course Jason just sends him through a wall. It's always that bizarre disconnect in terms of strength, isn't it? He's so strong he can use a clipboard to cut through a guy, but not strong enough to flatten Ash's face against a wall. Or maybe that's just the effectiveness of main character shields? In any event, Jason gets away with the book, killing Bree in the process. Good to see they had an important reason to keep her alive. Ash and the teens decide to go to Caroline's place to regroup since her parents are out of town. Jason, meanwhile, puts the Necronomicon in front of Freddy's head, allowing him to use the book to resurrect himself.
I guess they were right about print being dead. Let's see if we can't find some kids who are dying to read, too. This is exactly the right time for an Animorphs revival.
Surprisingly, Freddy's not holding a grudge against Jason and wishes him well as he tries to walk off, but Jason holds him back, demanding he fulfill his end of the bargain. And Freddy's happy to do so. Man, being killed by Jason has been a really therapeutic experience for Freddy. Ash and the teens talk about what happened, wondering why Jason, who normally has a very limited intellect, would want the Necronomicon. The kids figure that someone must be pulling Jason's strings, so if they find out who's controlling him, they can take them both down. They all settle in for the night and plan to go back to the Voorhees house in the morning to retrieve the book. In Ash's dream, he wakes up in the Evil Dead cabin with a restored hand. I'm whole again, like before the cabin in the woods. No one must ever know that Jason secretly cut off my hand with the DVD case for that movie. However, his hand goes bad again and sprouts into a Freddy glove instead, ending issue 3. Ash runs out of the cabin, pissed that he has to go through this crap again.
Ugh, gotta get to the tool shed.
Wait, that line wasn't awkwardly dubbed in? This can't be real! Locating the chainsaw, he cuts his hand off, deriding the Deadites for their lack of imagination, but then realizes this already happened, so how is he experiencing it again? It's called a rerun, Ash. Get used to it. The blood splatter forms into tiny little Freddys.
If the bloody trip down memory lane with you in your right hand got you all weepy-eyed for those quiet special nights, just wait till you see this one!
Oh no, you're gonna make me watch Alien Apocalypse! Freddy reforms and explains that he isn't a Deadite.
Now then, let's get down to the business at hand, shall we? I need the Necronomicon, and you and those meddling pimple poppers are gonna help me get it!
But Freddy, how is he supposed to get it away from Freddy? Wait. Yeah, why is he asking him to help get the Necronomicon when he already has it? Whatever. Ash fights back against Freddy. So let's try a different game. Something like Truth or Die. Now make with the answers, Dead Astaire. How can I learn to dance like you? After some more dueling banter, Ash manages to wake himself up, but realizes that damage he sustained in the dream world carried over into the real one. He wakes up the other kids to protect them, but Dave fails to, getting into a nightmare where he's pummeled to death by dodgeballs. Freddy exits the dream world next to Jason, saying that while that was fun, he needs Jason to run interference on our heroes when they arrive.
Now get out there and do some killing! I've got some heavy reading to do! I'm beginning to understand why women liked Twilight so much. I'm actually really engaged!
Ash and the teens return to S-Mart and stock up on supplies, weapons and explosives mostly, before proceeding to the Voorhees house. They lay some explosives on the porch, figuring they can lure Jason into a trap and bury him under the house. Ash also figures they should be safe from Freddy as long as they don't fall asleep, but just in case Jason is still an issue, he upgrades his chainsaw to a newer model that was at the S-Mart. Although I'm pretty sure he needed to modify the original chainsaw to attach to his stump arm. Did he do that to this one too? Now, this is the most important part. Don't get killed. I have enough blood on my hands to last a lifetime. I don't need a couple of kids and another cute girl to die because I couldn't take down the demons quick enough. Also, Caroline, I'm really hoping you're at least 18, because if not, well, that makes this age discrepancy thing between us that was already kind of creepy even worse. The two dumbasses walk around, waiting for Jason to attack and hopefully lure him out, continuing to show how unlikable they are by mentioning, even after someone they know died and all this crap going on, that they want to bang Caroline. Thankfully, that's interrupted by Jason showing up and chasing them back to the cabin. They plant some bait, one of the teens' hats, and go into hiding. But when Jason arrives, he takes one look at the bait, realizes what's going on, and waggles his finger at Caroline T-1000 style. Yeah, as a result of Freddy's use of the Necronomicon, Jason is a bit smarter now. It's one of those moments that I really do wish had ended up on screen. Ash, meanwhile, finds the Necronomicon, but gets stabbed in the shoulder by Freddy.
And I mean right through. Freddy puts his whole hand through there. The fact that Ash isn't dying from a wound that large is pretty impressive. Ash is confused how the hell he's seeing Freddy if he's still awake. Thanks to those Deadite passages, I'll have dominion over the waking and the dream worlds. So just hand it over, and the children of Elm Streets everywhere will suffer night and day like never before. You say that now, Freddy, but I know what burnout can do to you. You're gonna be so busy, you won't have time to kill like you used to, and it'll stop being fun. Ash says he's gonna stop him, but Freddy just laughs that off, because he already performed the spell 10 minutes ago. Turns out that comic-loving kid I killed in the 5th movie had a copy of Watchmen on him. It's been a big inspiration. As spirits swarm around Freddy and out of the Voorhees house, Jason seems to take notice and realize he may have backed the wrong horse since he decides to come back into the house. Freddy pins Ash to the wall with some replicas of his hand from the dream. Ha ha ha! Now that's what I call a hand job! Now that's what I call a terrible joke, Fred. Jason comes in, ready to fight Freddy, but with his new powers, Freddy starts summoning up Jason's past victims to drag him down, ending issue 4. There are a few recognizable little fan service nods to past victims from his movies, but Freddy uses one of the disembodied hands to stab Jason through the back with his own machete. And to show off Jason's own badassery, he grabs the machete knife end first and pulls it through his own body to retrieve it. Freddy decides to quit while he's ahead, but this distraction allowed Ash to escape and get the Necronomicon. Freddy's still empowered by the book though, making the forest come alive to attack him.
Miracle Grow worked too well.
Damn you, Krueger! Get out of my head and come up with your own ideas. I mean, come on, how many movies have you had in your franchise? You must have come up with some original ideas. I'm gonna rip that Thriller glove right off your hand and shove it up your pansy hat-wearing ass! I must have missed the part in Thriller where Michael Jackson fought Freddy Krueger. Unfortunately, Freddy takes Ash's advice and starts having crows peck at him. But he manages to bust free and starts swinging his chainsaw around, killing the deadite trees and blasting the crows with his shotgun. He finds the dead bodies of the teens, lamenting how he wasn't there to help them, but fortunately Caroline survived. In a nice bit of imagery, Freddy's face appears in the sky, forming out of the clouds. The red coloring really does contrast nicely with the blues, whites, and grays. The two run inside the house for cover. The book has the power to banish Freddy and Jason to the deadite dimension. I've seen it firsthand. Hell, I've been sucked up and spit out by it so many times I practically have a timeshare in 3 other dimensions. Surprisingly, it's the deadite dimension that has the best rental rates. Inside the book are pages depicting Pamela Voorhees reading from it, suggesting that she originally used it to bring Jason back to life. He has Caroline work on the book, hopefully to find the right pages that'll send them away, and finally tells her to say the magic words. Klaatu Verata Nikto. Not sure how Ash knows that specifically will work in this instance, but whatever. Freddy has arrived and it's time for the artwork to get really bad. Just, dear God, Ash, what's wrong with your face? Those eyes, people! That's gonna replace Mr. Computer in my nightmares! Ash exits the Voorhees house, but reality has shifted so that it's instead 1428 Elm Street, with the jump-roping girls outside. Freddy appears inside the house and drags Caroline back in, but it's time for the girls, after so many movies and media, to finally do something, snagging Ash with their jump rope and scratching at him. Ash proceeds to slice them up along with a Freddy snake. Meanwhile, with Freddy and Carolyn, my, sweet cherry pie! I'm actually a huge fan of Warrant. Ultraphobic is a really underrated album. And the tongue thing. Wouldn't be Freddy without the tongue thing. I can tie a knot in a pumpkin stem with this bad boy. Wait till you see what I can do to you with it. Well, from the looks of things, mostly just feed her ecto-cooler. Jason shows up and attacks once more, Ash following behind him. Freddy goes to town on Jason, Ash telling Caroline to finally use the words. But Jason grabs the Necronomicon before she can finish. Ash blasts off Jason's mask. Damn, you're one ugly mother... Wait, Jason was the Predator this whole time? Not a bad look for Jason in this one, especially with the more skull-like jawline. Ash cuts off Jason's arm to get the book back, but Jason gets inspired by Ash's chainsaw hand, shoving his machete into his stump arm. Ash gets knocked away as reality once again warps, ending issue 5. The house collapses and Ash is unconscious, Freddy chasing after Caroline again to get the book back.
Issues 5 and 6 are basically the big climax of the movie, the fight to end all fights between these three figures. Freddy finally gets the book back, but Jason once again emerges to attack. Freddy freezes him.
I was frozen today!
So he can use a passage from the Necronomicon to finally get rid of him once and for all. Fortunately, Ash's car is apparently intact enough for him to ram into Kruger.
You again? Don't you know when to stay down?
Sorry, Hash Brown. I only go down on one thing, and it sure as ain't the wrinkled ass likes of you. Now, Jason, on the other hand... Oh, you think that hurts? Well, I got some bad news for you, dreamer boy. I'm a 35-year-old clock puncher at a department store. My life has been one horror after another thanks to the Necronomicon and the Deadites. I've had to dismember friends and lovers while they scream and beg for me to stop. All to stop this book from destroying the world. You might think that whatever pain transformed you into the creature you are now was the worst thing you've ever felt. You ain't seen nothing yet. And that, my friends, is one of the many reasons why you treat retail workers with respect. At this point, all I'm doing is recapping the fight. Ash shoots Freddy's groin off, Freddy clones himself to overwhelm Jason, Ash gets tossed around like a ragdoll, it's all good. Freddy finally remembers his whole godlike power thing and decides to just leave and go have fun elsewhere, but Caroline finally reads off the magic words with the book, opening up a portal that sucks Freddy into it. Ooh, better be careful, Fred. I've seen that thing before. You might find a pissed-off Planeteer, an internet reviewer, and/or a douchey nitpicker inside of it. Ash and Caroline hang onto a tree as everything is sucked into the portal, including the Necronomicon. Jason is strong enough to resist at first, but Ash's car rams into him and sends him into the frozen lake. We start wrapping things up with Caroline kissing Ash and packing up to leave the place. I came to Crystal Lake by coincidence, or so I thought, but it wasn't a random transfer or a punishment for destroying the original S-Mart location that brought me here. Yeah, you said a few issues ago that you came here specifically to find the Necronomicon. Were you just making that part up? But I didn't realize that the Necronomicon itself was changing reality to bring me here. I think it was actually afraid of what Freddy would do with the Kandarian power squirreled away in its bloody pages. No doubt part of it hoped I'd be killed in the crossfire. I later learned it bet a significant sum of money on me losing. And there went the funding to publish the paperback version of the Necronomicon. And so our comic ends with the portal reopening and sending the book back out again, landing right next to a frozen Jason. Well, at least Jason has some nice reading material while he waits for the sequel. This comic is flawed, but damn if it ain't a lot of fun. There are plot holes to be sure, some dialogue that contradicts things that were said before, and characters that are annoyingly unlikable, but as a sequel to Freddy vs. Jason, it's pretty damn epic, and the fight scenes are exactly what you'd want out of a confrontation between these three horror icons. I will admit it also loses some points for a lot of Ash's one-liners and jokes. In Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness, it feels like the writers thought very carefully about the best stuff to have Ash say and what actually sounded badass, but here he's trying way too hard at times, and there aren't a lot of memorable zingers. Plenty of callbacks to be sure, but few things as cool as the stuff in the movies. I also enjoy seeing Ash be a bit more emotional at times, like the reaction to seeing his hand again, or the regret over all the people around him who have died. The artwork is decent for the most part, but there are quite a few bits where either it gets lazy or just downright bizarre. The book was popular enough to spawn a sequel, Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, The Nightmare Warriors, which is not nearly as good, but that's a review for another time. Next time, Secret Origins Month is more like Secret Origins 2 Disconnected Weeks for a few reasons. And I'll get into those reasons next time with the original Marvel Comics #1 and the first appearance of Namor the Submariner. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. From 2015 to 2017, the horror franchise we focused on in October was A Nightmare on Elm Street. And by now, if you don't know who Freddy Krueger is, I don't know how to help you. As I said in those previous years, the only remaining Nightmare on Elm Street comics to look at are either really good, or I've already summarized what happened in them, so let's take a look at a bad follow-up to a good comic that we covered last year. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash was the proposed sequel to Freddy vs. Jason that sadly never got off the ground in the film world. And while the three-way crossover was not perfect, it was very enjoyable and would have made for a fun film had it ever gotten made. And because of its own success as a comic, naturally a sequel was called for. The original had just taken the script they had written and transposed it into comic form, but this one would be written for comics, meaning no concern about budget or available actors or anything like that. Forgetting, of course, that bigger is not always better, and sometimes a limited budget can keep your focus tightened. It's like throwing dozens of things into a blender. Just because individually they're good doesn't mean the mush you've made will actually be delicious. I have heard from some people that there was a lot of behind-the-scenes tumult with it, that the original story was expected to not do well, so the various companies behind the characters, either comics or movie studios, didn't really interfere with it, but when it ended up doing well, they of course decided to step in and fix things until it broke. On top of that, apparently it was supposed to be a 12-issue maxi series, and ended up condensing the entire story they planned for that into 6. That I can really believe. But we've got a lot of comic to get through, so let's just get you all up to speed, shall we? Sometime after the events of Freddy vs. Jason, Freddy wakes Jason up again so he can claim the Necronomicon and all its evil, mystical powers. Ash Williams, on the hunt for the book, comes to Crystal Lake searching for it while working at the Crystal Lake S-Mart, dealing with its parade of teenagers whom I'm sure led very interesting, rich lives that we never get to see because they were annoying, horny idiots. Freddy eventually got his claws on the Necronomicon and summoned all manner of hellish fun, but Jason turned on him, and the three horror icons proceeded to shoot and stab each other until finally Freddy is sent into a Deadite realm. Jason fell into the ice and stopped fighting, with the implication that you could pacify Jason Voorhees with just a cold shower, and Ash rode off into the sunset with a girl named Carrie, who I'm pretty sure is supposed to be a teenager too, but I don't really care to look into it that much. So let's dig into Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, the Nightmare Warriors, and see if they topped the first miniseries. Or if they even should have tried to. Six-issue miniseries, and let's face it, fans of these characters would have bought this thing regardless of the covers, so let's skip it. We open 24 hours after the events of the first miniseries in Crystal Lake, where Jason is still resting in the ice, though you wouldn't know it since his face is currently locked in an eternal screaming pose. Or maybe he's just yawning because Freddy woke him up. As with before, he has taken on the visage of his mother and is ordering him to hunt down and kill Ash, giving a not very detailed recap of the events of the mini, but making sure to make everyone's torsos really long for some reason.
Introducing Johnny Long Torso.
Also, to let us know that Carrie has nipples and a thong in her low-riding jeans, because that was essential. But how can Jason possibly find him? Look deep in your rotted heart, Jason. You can find him just like you found all the irresponsible degenerates that tried to hide from you. So Jason actually does have a horny teenager sense? He is a compass for slasher movie victims? While that's going on under the ice, above it, a group of government vehicles surround the lake. The guy in charge, Director Russell, orders them to locate the Necronomicon, which is conveniently laying on top of the ice. One of his officers is wondering why they care about the book. Shouldn't Voorhees be our main target here? The military applications of an unkillable soldier seem a lot more plausible than some book of witchcraft. Truly, plausibility is the thing that should be questioned in your current situation, involving a nigh-immortal zombie who fought against a resurrected child killer, who both in turn had a confrontation with a chosen one who replaced his hand with a chainsaw to fight demons. Russell says that the guy's thinking too small. Voorhees is just a big dumb animal, whereas the Book of the Dead contains much more power. What's funny is that the government will eventually agree with the other guy. Jason X showed us that in the far-off future of 2010, the government would indeed want to try to study Jason and the potential for super soldiers using him. Also, David Cronenberg was in charge of that research for some reason. Anyway, they retrieve the book, encased in ice, and free it from said ice, handing it over to Russell, while also giving him a blanket out of nowhere. Look, the guy's playing with dark powers that open portals to other realms full of hellish monstrosities. We don't want him to catch a cold.
I can't believe it. It's been such a long time coming. I'm finally holding it. This is the key to Project Black Book. Your bookstore will be mine, Bernard. It will be mine.
They are after Jason too, but he's a secondary objective, specifically for Project Slapshot. Ah yes, the government's plan to create a horror-themed hockey team. Jason is the linchpin in all of this! This naturally does not go well, with Jason easily slaughtering the 2 divers who went after him, and the remaining troops above the water are unable to put him down despite pumping enough bullets at him that just standing near the dude would give you lead poisoning. Even electrical prods, which look suspiciously like toy rockets, aren't enough. The electrocution barely phases him.
He's yanking out the prods!
Quick, gentlemen, to the hobby store! After Jason uses the prods to electrocute them, the remaining men say screw it and just try to attack him with knives. It's about as effective as everything else they try. After Jason got gunned down by the FBI in Part 9, he finally realized his mistake. Attack the people shooting at you and you'll survive! Conveniently, his half-destroyed hockey mask is nearby, so he reclaims it and goes off on his merry way to murder Ash. We cut to 6 months later in Franklin, Michigan, where Ash is living with Carrie and barbecuing. Since then, I've traded my chainsaw for a spatula, my boomstick for a gas grill, and the jalopy for a comfy couch. I actually still fight deadites. Spatulas are surprisingly effective weapons against them. They have a guest at the door, Maggie Burroughs, aka the main character of Nightmare on Elm Street 6. And if you'll recall, Freddy Krueger's daughter. I've been working with noted psychiatrist Dr. Neil Gordon on a project that could save literally millions of lives. We believe that there is a special group of people, focal magnets for the supernatural, that will allow us to combat the unnatural evils in the world. Look, I already told that other guy I'm not interested in the Avengers Initiative. Well, that's basically what he says. He's not interested in joining up, but Maggie warns him that the dark forces they're worrying about will eventually find him. Ash goes out to get more beer and wine for the pool party, which just makes me realize, where the hell is Ash working now where he can afford a really nice house and a friggin' pool? Or does S-Mart really care about its housewares department? Jason breaks into Ash's house, and I've got to admit, his look here is legitimately creepy. It was said that they blew off the bottom of his mask like they did to give Jason a more Grim Reaper-like visage while retaining the overall design, as we see here with the very skeletal mouth as the burned remains of the hockey mask cover the rest of his face. I like it. I would have loved to see this in an actual Friday the 13th movie. While Carrie tries to fight Jason off, Ash spots a man who looks like Freddy in a parking lot and races back home, realizing what his presence could mean. And he does so while listening to He's Back, the Man Behind the Mask by Alice Cooper, aka the theme song for Friday the 13th Part 6. And that's the last Easter egg I'll mention, aside from some plot-relevant stuff later. See, this thing is loaded with references like that, and this episode is going to be long enough as it is. Back at the Pentagon, Russell has apparently spent 6 months trying to convince his assistant, Agent Carter, that playing around with the Necronomicon is a good idea, because he's still doing it even after he already justified it when they first picked it up. Russell explains how useful it'll be to have these sorts of powers. Assassination, covert intelligence, that sort of thing.
My God, Carter, can you imagine the possibilities once we bring Krueger into the program?
But isn't he a psychopath and a mass murderer? Carter, you realize you work for the US government, right? Issue 1 ends with Ash arriving home only to find Carrie decapitated and her head in the grill. The other guests arriving right afterwards, including Carrie's father, who accuses Ash of doing this. Issue 2 begins with Ash fleeing the scene and protesting his innocence. Apparently the guests must have called the cops, since they're on the way right as he's heading out, just barely having time to grab his chainsaw and shotgun. Someone observes all this from a Humvee, noting that Ash seems familiar. Back over to the Pentagon, we see that Russell is apparently also in charge of the friggin' Stargate program, given that object in the background there. They use some kind of laser on the Necronomicon, which translates and broadcasts the words in the page.
The book tells of an eternal evil that controls the waking and dreaming landscapes. We are going to harness that unlimited power.
You know, I'm going to be making plenty of jokes at the expense of the government in this review, but it really is peak government to look at a force that even they describe as evil and saying,
cool, how can we exploit it? Soon this nation will stand alone, unchallengeable and undefeatable. No force on earth will stand in our way.
Always a good sign that you're doing the right thing when you're ranting like a supervillain. The machine finishes its job, summoning a very naked and a very much alive Freddy Krueger.
Mr. Krueger, we have a lot of questions for you. Although I can see one question answered right away, the glove is to compensate for something.
We cut over to Maggie and that face. Yeah, I've been kinda hinting at it, but the artwork on this thing is rushed. Really rushed. Proportions are off in a lot of spots, there are some bizarre facial expressions at a few points, and likely because of likeness rights issues, most of the characters will only just barely resemble the people they're supposed to. Characters, you ask? Why, yes. See, it's time for us to learn why this comic is called The Nightmare Warriors. Namely because it unites the remaining survivors of the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street franchises. Maggie we've already seen here, and she's in bed with Dr. Neil Gordon from Nightmare 3, which is really kind of weird since he was kind of in a relationship with Nancy, giving the impression he's just latching on to any of the protagonists of the series. The door to their room is knocked on, and enter these two Barbie dolls. I mean Rennie and Tina. Rennie is from Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes a Boat to Manhattan, while Tina is a telekinetic girl from Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood. Yeah, I'm not kidding about the artwork doing them no favors. Ignoring even the generic body types and skimpy outfits for the two, the hair color is basically the only way to tell they are who they're supposed to be. And even that's a bit of a stretch, since I never really thought of Rennie as a redhead. And then the two climb into bed with them? Maggie holds Rennie, who is now pantsless for some reason, like she was a little girl and not, you know, a full-grown adult. Seriously, she was graduating high school in her movie, and even giving the benefit of the doubt to these movies not taking place in the year they were released, especially since some of the movies all take place on the same weekend, the amount of time that must have passed between films should make her at least another decade older. Anyway, Rennie says she senses something really bad coming, and Maggie squeezes her fingers really hard for no reason. Well, there is a reason, but no reason to do it now, and no reason why Rennie isn't questioning her about it. Why don't you and Tina go downstairs while I get dressed? I'm so fascinated about how your empathy can affect perception. You really have a unique gift. And that is more explanation of why Rennie saw visions of child Jason in Jason Takes Manhattan than the movie itself ever gave. Ash takes a train to Baltimore to meet with Maggie, although considering she had just met him earlier that day, not sure why she was just waking up in Baltimore. Or is this supposed to be a different day altogether? Because it seems like Ash took his sweet time deciding to do this, if that's the case.
Space is warped and time is bendable.
And apparently Jason is outside that same train, given that reflection in the glass, but then we see him stow away on a completely different kind of train on the next page. Or maybe Jason just finally retired and decided to police trespassers on trains like these two guys. Back over to the survivors, Neil thinks that this entire plan of uniting the survivors is a bad idea. It's too similar to the group we had in Springwood, and the results there were catastrophic. Because they were already targeted by Freddy. Uniting them was the only thing that actually helped you beat him in that movie. What the hell? Maggie thinks that bringing them all together will help identify a common trait that can be used to stop beings like Freddy and Jason. You say that, but Laurie Strode survived Michael Myers multiple times, and all that ended up doing was shattering the space-time continuum so that now there are like 4 timelines! Besides, it'll make one hell of a paper. Good enough to get you reinstated. So I wrote this paper about how people who survived attacks by 2 undead serial killers totally have some unique trait about them that makes them special, as opposed to just being incredibly lucky and determined individuals. Can I have my doctorate back? 2 new people arrive, both from Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday. Main character Stephen Freeman and his daughter Stephanie, who was a baby in that movie. But she somehow knows who Jason is and can remember him. They mention that the other survivor, Jessica Kimball, aka Jason's niece, is now dead. Stephanie is actually a pretty good example of how clearly a lot of time has passed, since of course baby in her movie, and the implication is that she's a preteen. Not that the artwork would show it, because the artist just draws her like the other 2 girls, basically a tinier adult in skimpy clothing. She suddenly has a seizure and visions of a woman almost getting gang raped right outside of the train Jason was on. Like in broad daylight right outside the friggin' train. And this comic, classy as it is, has Jason not only murder the 3 would-be rapists, but also their would-be victim. Yeah, that's the thing. Even without editorial interference, this comic is not exactly endearing itself to me. Sure, innocent people die in slasher movies, but it's really kind of a dick move narratively to do it to someone who is about to be victimized in a completely different horrible way. Let's not forget killing off Carrie. Sure, she wasn't exactly a rich character in the first story, but this basically fridges her to give Ash new motivation, and I suspect they killed Jessica off panel because they couldn't give her a different enough hair color to make her look distinct from the other survivors. Back at the Pentagon, Russell and Carter are interviewing Kruger, wondering how a small-time child murderer could invade people's dreams.
How did you do it? Was it the book that gave you the power?
The book? What, like the Bible or something? You gotta be kidding me. And lo, Jeremiah said to the doomed city of Jerusalem, "Welcome to prime time, bitch." Back at the house, Stephanie recovers none the worse for wear, with Maggie saying that this is necessary for all the survivors to learn their gifts. At the same time, 2 more survivors arrive, the Dream Master Alice and her now-born son Jacob. Hopefully, he will be less creepy and robotic than he was in that Nightmares on Elm Street comic I reviewed in 2015. At the Pentagon, Freddy agrees to show Russell how to use the Necronomicon to master the power of dreams, while Carter reports that Jason has been spotted in Maryland. Russell orders that Jason be brought in alive. Forgo regular weapons and just pump enough tranquilizers in him to keep him subdued.
Use enough to drop a whale if you have to, but do not let your team screw it up again.
Your team really screwed up, what with how they were all slaughtered horribly despite unleashing everything they could except orbital bombardment on him. Ash arrives at the house, naturally pissed about everything that's gone down, even thinking Maggie knew this would happen specifically. With him there, she reveals that this isn't just about therapy, but rather uniting all their abilities to put a stop to Jason and Freddy once and for all. This upsets Steven, who just wanted to put this whole thing behind him, but his ranting is interrupted. And Steven is murdered in one hit. And now both remaining characters from Jason Goes to Hell are dead. And look, I know that one's not exactly anyone's favorite, but it's still kinda disrespectful to the characters and the journey they went through to have that happen like that. One dead off panel, the other judo chopped by Jason so that it crushes his head, and we're left with their daughter, who's basically a blank slate because we haven't established any real characterization for her yet. I was gonna question why Jesse Walsh wasn't in this, but maybe I should be happy he isn't, since apparently the comic isn't interested in keeping around anybody from the lesser-liked sequels. The Humvee from earlier smashes into the wall and knocks Jason away, the driver instructing the survivors to load up and get out of there. Issue 2 ends revealing that he's Tommy Jarvis from Friday the 13th, 4, 5, and 6. Tommy Jarvis, neat kid into monster movies, and now paramilitary nut obsessed with Jason. So glad he got a happy ending in part 6. Issue 3 begins with a different sort of art fail. The government forces arrive at Maggie's house to take Jason, but all their speech balloons are coming from Tommy's Humvee. Whoops. Anyway, they do a much better job of capturing Jason. Tons of tranquilizers and knockout gas that take him down. Meanwhile, our heroes have retreated to a motel. And I know I wasn't going to mention more Easter eggs, but I love multi-level jokes. It's the Stabe Motel, with the E blacked out to make it Stab. Cute enough, but it's also an anagram of Bates Motel, and there's even kind of a Bates house in the background. So yeah, very cute. I like it. Anyway, Tommy says that only he can take down Jason, and they should leave him to do it. You know, like how he ran away at the end of the last issue when he finally found Jason. Maggie says that no one person can take them down permanently. It needs to happen as a group. Look, lady, I've seen Jason wipe out entire communities. When? The closest that happened was in part 5, but that wasn't Jason. One of the things the creators wanted to do in the story is put 2 alpha male personalities against each other, in this case Ash and Tommy. Although I would have never described Tommy Jarvis as an alpha male, nor this lone wolf thing. In the 6th movie, he was running around trying to convince people Jason was back because he was trying to warn them and get help. I faced him and stopped him. Yeah, you've done a great job of that so far, fancy pants. I'm calling you that despite the fact that you're not a nobleman listing off his titles and have exhibited no qualities of being fancy. But hey, remember when I called a guy that in Army of Darkness? Boy howdy, this isn't badly written. Maggie tells them both to knock it off and reiterates what she said a million times by now, that there's something special about all the survivors that helped them slow down Freddy or Jason, which totally saved Steven back at the house. Rennie here is an empath. She can feel the emotions of those around her, and they make her stronger. She survived Jason's murderous rampage because she could feel the pain driving him. She survived because New York inexplicably dumps toxic waste in its sewers every day at midnight. Her purported empathic abilities have been less useful than Counselor Troy's. Each of the group recounts their relation to Freddy or Jason, with the artists already beginning to get confused about which character is which. Alice is now dressed like Rennie was earlier, and is now inexplicably a redhead too. But whatever. After some bickering between Ash and Tommy, Maggie says that the Necronomicon is the key to killing Freddy and Jason, claiming that her father is in charge of the government agency that recovered the book. They need to go there to use it to end things. Jason is brought to said facility too, where apparently the government has been busy summoning Deadites and putting them in a holding facility. Yeah, issue 3 is really where the pacing issues with this book become evident, because there's like 3 or 4 issues worth of content crammed in here. Like, in this short amount of time, they've already built a Deadite holding facility and have been summoning them en masse? Why even summon Deadites? Sure, Russell mentioned the idea of having an army of undead servants, but you'd think they'd start small and work their way up. The dream assassination thing before that. Also, Freddy is here and back in his normal form. Yeah, we'll see later that his living look is a trick, but of course it's spoiled right here by just having him like this and in the Deadite pen.
Welcome to the pit, Jason. It seems another clueless Washington egghead thought he could use the Necronomicon to gain ultimate power.
Another one? There was a government stooge who tried to do this before?
I'm the government. I'm the government. I'm the reason nothing works.
Oh, and while the majority of the artwork is bad, like in this shot where Freddy brings Jason into a void and he has become Johnny Long Torso and has stubby legs, the next panel is a straight up lift from a shot in Freddy vs. Jason, and as a result looks a lot better than most of the book. It's really depressing when the best examples of artwork in this thing are when they trace stuff. Freddy rambles to Jason about his plan to expand his murder operations to the entire world, not just in small cities and to children anymore. Hey, I got an idea. Let's take this series about a revenge-seeking ghost demon who haunts your nightmares and just turn him into a straight-up cartoon supervillain. That doesn't seem dumb and unnecessary at all. Escalation is certainly a thing when it comes to sequels, but this is just goofy. One of the things that makes Freddy vs. Jason work is a simple line of dialogue. We're not safe awake or asleep. You can't escape Freddy by being awake because you've got a hulking, unstoppable force hunting you during that time. When you boil them down, slasher movies are just about people trying to overcome a monster, be they mortal or supernatural. They're small scale, yes, limited to usually just a few people, but the stakes are just as high because it's life or death. Was anyone asking for Freddy Krueger to try to take over the world or some crap like that? Jason breaks free of his restraints and attacks Freddy, who gets him to stop by mentioning that all the people who survived his rampage are coming back.
You remember them, don't you, Jason? Tina, Stephanie, Ash, and Tommy.
Yes, upon hearing Tommy Jarvis's name, Jason lets Freddy go. Does Jason even know who half the survivors of his movies are? How is Tommy any different to him than Guinea from Part 2? Holy crap, Guinea isn't in this either! And we never did find out if Paul was still alive! Why does this comic hate the people from Part 2 of both franchises?
So what'll it be, Jason? Will you keep trying to kill me, a misunderstood friend who only ever wanted to help you? Or will you agree to be my agent, my sword, my black plague? What'll it be, Jason? Instead of being a villain on equal par with me, you'll just be my lackey in this comic.
Before anyone says anything, yeah, he was working for him in Freddy vs. Jason, but that was Freddy tricking him because the only person Jason ever listened to was his mother, and it was to get the plot going. This is just annoying because it makes him into a pawn who can be reasoned with. One thing that is kinda neat, though, is the acknowledgement that Jason is barely being held together now. All the damage he's accrued over the series is catching up to him, so Freddy hits the reset button, restoring his body, his mask, and his hair, too. Anyway, our heroes arrive in DC and enter the facility, Neil mentioning to Ash that he doesn't really know anything about Maggie's father. She only started mentioning him recently and had assumed he was dead. Of course, once they go in, Maggie introduces herself to Russell and says they have information about Kruger's part in all this, demanding that Neil and Rennie go in with her to see him. Once in their cells, Ash wonders why Maggie had to introduce herself to Russell if her father was the one in charge of Operation Black Book. Russell brings the three to Kruger, who transforms back into his normal form. This joke doesn't really work as well when I don't have a physical copy of the comic with me. I couldn't find it. Freddy explains that he spent so much time with the Necronomicon that he's basically merged with it now. Russell, though, thinks he can still stop him.
I have the glove. It was the source of your power.
Okay, 1, were you just carrying that thing around with you under your arm for 6 months? 2, where the hell did you get the idea that his glove was the source of his power?
Hey, you forgot the power glove!
Fair enough. Maggie, however, suddenly intercedes and turns the glove around, stabbing Russell with it. Neil is shocked and confused, but Rennie has already figured it out. Maggie is actually on Freddy's side. Yes, the protagonist of the 6th movie, Freddy's daughter, who defeated him before and hated him and managed to overcome him, is in fact now evil with no explanation about why that is. Oh, but it gets better, because she happily lets Freddy feel her up because now they're in an incestuous relationship too, and enjoy the sexy, sexy incest with Maggie's now exposed boobs, readers. It's probably the biggest middle finger to the fans they could have done. Only worse would have been if, like, Nancy was alive and had been the one to betray them. It's a twist that may have been foreshadowed in a few spots within the story, but it makes absolutely no sense otherwise. And like with the other characters who have been killed so far, Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare might not have been a very good movie, but it still was a part of the franchise, and this is even worse than killing off those other survivors. At least you could argue, well, it's a slasher story. It's not always going to be a happy ending for the survivors in a sequel. But this? This is an asshole move that's completely unnecessary for the story and betrays Maggie's character. This right here is worse than anything else in this comic, because it really, really does show how much this book does not understand the thing that it kept endlessly repeating to us. The power of the survivors. Uniting these survivors together is such a cool concept because they were all great characters. The movies did such a great job having us invest in them, made us care about what happened to them, and wanting to see them win through. The reason we like the survivors of these slasher franchises is because of their characterization, the arcs they had to go through, and adversities they had to overcome. Alice isn't interesting because she has dream powers. She's interesting because in the wake of overwhelming tragedy, losing friends and loved ones, and even potentially her unborn child, she fought back against Freddy and people who doubted her and won through. Tommy isn't some badass because he took on Jason more than once. It's because he went through a horribly traumatic incident as a child, experienced terrible personal hardship as a result of it, and eventually came back to bury the bad things that happened to him. One of the writers, Jeff Katz, said that if Ash is Superman, then the Nightmare Warriors are his Justice League. I get what he was trying to say with that statement, but it's the completely wrong analogy. They're not the Justice League, they're the Guardians of the Galaxy. They're a group of people united in common cause by friendship and family while dealing with the traumas they've experienced. Or at least that's how it should be. Instead, they're just cannon fodder. Maggie, or Catherine as she now calls herself, kills Neil and Rennie. Just 2 more victims for the body count, no more important than any of the soldiers who died trying to capture Jason. Freddy reveals her true appearance, which is just sexy, skimpy clothing while wearing razor blade claws. Thanks for that, Nightmare Warriors. It's truly what the fans wanted. Back in the cell, Tina senses Rennie's death thanks to Rennie's empathic powers broadcasting them to her, revealing also the truth about Maggie. Using Tina's telekinetic powers, they escape, but they're not the only ones. The Deadites, led by Jason, storm through their cell doors to start their own rampage, ending issue 3. Issue 4 begins with a Deadite encountering Ash.
Here! The Chosen One is here!
Yeah, I'm here all right, and so is my fist.
You know, you got a lot of mouth, and I got a lot of fists for your mouth.
Holy crap, now there's a team-up I'd want to see. Ash and Mr. T versus Freddy and Jason. They find the Necronomicon, but Freddy uses his powers to animate the robot that translated the book into a killing machine, Ash and Tina managing to destroy it to get that action scene out of the way. The Deadites soon swarm out of the facility, killing and slashing along the way, while Tommy Jarvis narrates about the whole thing, explaining how Jason's mother originally used the Necronomicon to resurrect him. In the city, Jason spots a random homeless man and tosses his machete at him, but misses. You had your chance, Jason. You had your chance and you blew it! And the homeless man is revealed to be Tommy wearing a disguise! Yeah, no idea why the hell he was just disguised as a random homeless guy. Maybe that was a bit that was cut from when this was 12 issues. He then also takes out 2 machine guns and fires them in random directions instead of at the guy he's actually trying to hit. Some winged demons arrive and pick up Tommy, carrying him off. Back at the motel, Jacob and Stephanie were left behind for their own safety, and apparently the artist asked, "Hey, how old are these 2 supposed to be again? Especially Stephanie?" They're probably adults now, so here she is in a sheer dress that's basically naked anyway, and Stephanie tries to seduce Jacob because this is actually a dream. And then Dream Stephanie uses hair powers to restrain Jacob and, speaking with Freddy's voice, plans to drink up that special survivor power inside you. Okay, does Jacob really count as a survivor in this context? Freddy was using Jacob's unborn dreams to attack people even when they were awake, a plan that required Jacob to not be dead. There is no special power here, he was a tool of Freddy. And then there's a session of Congress where the representatives are yelling at each other before Jason and the Deadites swarm in and murder everyone. And I'm sure I'd have something pithy to say about it, but I'm too distracted by the next page and Alice's massive giraffe neck. Alice hears Jacob's call for help and uses her Dream Master powers to transport themselves into his dream, where a very naked Stephanie is holding Jacob prisoner with ropes now, at least until she rips her skin off and reveals herself as Freddy, although she apparently did get skinned by him and she's somehow still alive. I'm just gonna replay this clip from 2 weeks ago. Wow, this sure is a great Hellraiser comic. Ash throws some random CDs at Freddy, and, again like Hellraiser, the third one to be exact, they're apparently razor sharp and slice into his face. Freddy decides to stop this and take Jacob with him.
I could kill you all right now, but I need you for something special I have in mind.
So, you're an idiot. Also, we never find out what that something special is. He takes Jacob away and tells them to come to the White House. Then again, since he can apparently magic people away like this in a dream, why not just teleport them all there right away? They put Stephanie's skin back on her, reasoning that they're in her dream now and hoping that Alice's Dream Master powers will help stabilize her once they wake up. Once they do wake up, Tina comforts Stephanie while Ash notes that Alice isn't looking too good. "I'm sick, Ash. Using the dream powers comes with a high price." And we never learn what that price is. No, seriously, what the Dream Master powers do that makes her sick is never explained. Probably would have been a thing if this had been 12 issues, but instead it's just pointless filler. So anyway, after a limp parody of George W. Bush, as a reminder, the first issue came out in August of 2009, so you can imagine doing one in issue 4, which came out in November of that year, was scraping the bottom of the barrel a bit. Our heroes rally in the face of such terrible humor, Ash giving his own little inspiring speech to the three women and their tiny necks and inconsistent hairstyles and 22 brides-esque physiques, and God, the artwork sucks in this! Anyway, they go out into the city and raid a pawn shop for supplies, which apparently includes chainsaws, shotguns, handguns the size of Alice's friggin' head, and swords half the full length of Tina's body. Ending issue 4. Issue 5 begins with the sky raining blood. A pretty good sign in any horror story that things have gotten real, but the effect is badly implemented since it doesn't look like the raining blood is actually affecting anyone. While Ash and Alice argue and bicker, Stephanie continues to freak out until she just straight up disappears while staring at a puddle of blood. The US Army arrives to confront the army of Deadites at the White House, providing a distraction for Ash and company to join the fight and make their way into the place. We do admittedly have a good moment here. Not the best drawn, but definitely cool in concept at least. Ash liberates a tank from some Deadites who were killing the people inside, and has Tina telekinetically lift the tank so it can be dropped on the White House. Don't get me wrong, this comic is still terrible, but I really do appreciate that some of the thinking outside the box included absolutely awesome ideas like that. Stephanie, apparently having gone into a dream, heads into some kind of dream church where Jason grabs her. Freddy, knowing that Stephanie is related to Jason, decides to unlock the unstoppable killer inside of her, as if being a serial killer like Jason was some kind of genetic trait, even though we've seen other members of the family who weren't serial killers. Plus, it was this very comic that reinforced the fact that Jason didn't become like he is until his mom used the Necronomicon on him. But no, that just makes her and her extraordinarily tiny shorts kill Dream Freddy and have her put on a hockey mask so she can go kill Jason herself. Because Freddy wants her to kill Jason now. Remember when plot points had to be set up or character rationales followed from logical standpoints? Yeah, those were good times. Freddy taunts Tommy Jarvis, saying he's going to absorb his special survivor soul. So, do all serial killer survivors have special powers in their souls, or is this limited to slasher killer survivors? Jason tosses Freddy aside because apparently he wants him for himself, but this just leads to a fight between Jason and Maggie where she calls him a pussy. The other writer, James Kuhorik, said that it was important for them to stay true to the voices of the characters, that he can't stand picking up any book where it reads like the writer didn't watch the show. Can't imagine why I'd be thinking about that right now. After Jason tosses her around some, Freddy admits that he planned on killing her anyway. Because why not just admit that while she's still in the room? Why not make your villain a moron at this point? Who the hell even cares? Oh, and then the tank lands on Maggie and kills her. Thank God for that important plot point of her turning evil. It really added a lot to this epic crossover. Jeez, I don't even care that Ash shoots Freddy with a tank. It's just depressing at this point. Oh, and it gets better. Once outside, we get this lovely foreshortening with Alice pointing guns at Freddy. Instead of shooting him, though, he makes a little speech about how nobody can kill him. And she admits she's sick and dying of plot disease and plans to pass on her dream powers. Just letting Freddy stab her while she transfers the Dream Master powers to Jacob. Another thing Jeff Katz said, that this is a love letter to these characters, as well as to the survivors we've come to know and love over the years. And there's no better expression of love to survivors than by murdering them all in profoundly stupid ways. But yeah, issue 5 ends with Jacob using his Dream Master powers to summon the spirits of the Dream Warriors from part 3, and good God, this artwork! It's like everyone but Kincaid was run through a pasta strainer. Even Amanda Kruger is throwing up her arms and going, what is even going on here? Also, I should note, how the hell does Jacob know who these people are? Anyway, issue 6 has somewhat better artwork. The credits only list Jason Craig as the artist for this issue, but I've got to imagine that other people worked on the pencils. There's just such a disconnect in the style on some pages. Very first panel, great shot of Jacob with Amanda Kruger hovering over him. 2 pages later, back to stretchy face. Anyway, using the Dream Master powers, the ghosts of the Dream Warriors destroy the remaining Deadites, who have all decided to line up in formation for some reason. But Freddy goes in and stabs Jacob. Tommy goes off to kill Jason, while Ash goes to help the others against Freddy. And man, does Ash get the shaft in this crossover. No, seriously, he's barely done anything in this story. Look, it was a cool idea to unite all the survivors, but their names aren't in the title of the damn book. Maybe give more focus to that guy. I honestly wouldn't have as much of an issue with that if this had been called just Freddy vs. Jason, the Nightmare Warriors, but billing this as a sequel to Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash implies he's more of a focus character. Instead, he ends up sharing so much screen time with the other survivors. Plus, Freddy dominates so much of the story as the main antagonist that it's really his book, and Jason's just his right-hand man through most of it. Oh, and here's a fun bit. Tommy manages to beat Jason up with a rock to the point that his mask gets smashed. And before he can deliver the final blow, Jason finally talks. You die! Pure poetry. Jacob's bleeding to death and Tina wants to get him to a hospital when all of a sudden Neil Gordon decides to show up and wonder where they're going. I'm guessing he came back because of Jacob summoning the ghosts and all. Since last we saw him, he was killed by Maggie. But more irritatingly, I didn't even realize this was Neil until later in this bit. I thought he was Agent Carter because the two are dressed the same way, and Agent Carter will be making a brief appearance in a minute, also right out of nowhere. Ash just shoves the Necronomicon in his arms and tells him to read the passages to send Krueger to hell. He goes to distract Freddy while Neil learns how to read the passages thanks to the arrival of Ghost Nancy. Stephanie then shows up and stabs Jason, saving Tommy. Jason says his final words as he hears his mother's voice. Mommy! Wow, finally getting to hear Jason speak some profound words of wisdom. It touches me right here. Makes this whole thing worth it. Jason backhands Stephanie, and Tommy cuts Jason's head off. Jason Voorhees is dead! Dude, we've had 2 movies in his franchise profess that it's the end for him, and neither stuck. Killing Jason is like killing Optimus Prime. He's just gonna be back in 6 months. With Nancy's help, Neil uses the Klaatu, Varata, Nikto phrase to summon another vortex to suck in all the Deadites. You know, the Day the Earth Stood Still reference was cute the first time you did it, but the writers of the Evil Dead franchise keep going back to the same ones over and over again. Why don't they ever reference any other science fiction series? Why aren't the magic words ever Ba Weep, Grana Weep, Ninny Bong? And yes, I know that's 2 Transformers references close together. I'm thinking of other things that are better than this comic right now. The Vortex isn't strong enough to pull in Freddy, but it does pull in Agent Carter. Again, he was just standing nearby for some reason. Does he even count as a character? After he rants about being a dream god, the Necronomicon flies up to Freddy and I guess the 3 dream demons who gave him his powers in the 6th movie decide to revoke his power for some reason? Or maybe it was just the Necronomicon itself? Whatever, he's human again. He tries to appeal to Ash's humanity. They took my kid. They took her and then went after me. You don't know what they did to me. I didn't want to be this way. I wanted to be good. I just wanted to be loved. Ash, however, does not buy that bullcrap. Don't play that after-school special with me. I had to cut up my girlfriend with a chainsaw. Does that sound like a freaking storybook ending to you? I mean, the original Grimm's fairy tales were pretty gruesome, so... He blasts him with the shotgun. You want forgiveness for what you've done, Krueger? Ask the kids you killed for it. When you get to hell. I mean, I'm assuming hell has a forwarding address to them. I'm not implying that the kids are in hell, too. I just, this is my boomstick! Things settle down in the capital, and it's not explained whether or not the effects of all this were reversed, or if anyone doesn't remember the literal army of demons marching in Washington, D.C. Tina gives Ash a farewell kiss, since Ash has decided he wants to get lost somewhere big. Maybe I'll try Texas. I hear Texas really likes its chainsaws. Ash tells Tommy he needs to use this as an opportunity for a fresh start, help Jacob and Stephanie recover from this ordeal while letting the past stay buried. And so our comic ends in Springwood in 1964. Agent Carter suddenly wakes up at a desk where the arrest warrant for Freddy Krueger is in front of him. Only just barely questioning how the hell he traveled through time to this moment, he signs the warrant, which I guess is supposed to imply that the entire franchise has now been undone because screw you, audience! In case I hadn't made it clear, this comic sucks! The idea of uniting the survivors is not a bad one. Horror fans love the continuity of these movies, when they bother to have it at least, and the idea of seeing these beloved characters interacting is a great one. But they don't do anything with it. The only people who are still survivors of the movies at the end are Tina and Tommy. Jacob and Stephanie barely count because of how young they were in their movies. They have no personalities in those. They might as well be new characters altogether for the comic to do whatever the hell it wants with them. As for the rest, there is nothing for them to do. Sure, occasionally they use some special powers, but that's it. They're just there. It's like in Future's End, where they expected the sheer fact of someone's presence to be enough to make it good. It's not. There's too much plot, too many characters, and no one has a satisfying arc as a result. Let's not even get into the betrayal of Maggie's character, turned evil for no good reason and killed unceremoniously. That last page is a friggin' farce. What's even the point? You're basically saying that this story, and none of the movies before it, even mattered!
We hope you've enjoyed No Moral Theater, ladies and gentlemen.
I do find it kind of amusing that that ending is even there, because as I said last year, I read a bunch of other early scripts for Freddy vs. Jason. And a character traveling back in time and doing the proper paperwork to get Freddy Krueger arrested was actually from one of those. And it was just as stupid there! Speaking of Freddy, you know what a problem is with both this book and the original Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash? For all the discussion we give about Freddy being the slasher killer who talks, he talks way too much in these things. Why do we keep needing to cut back to him expositing about his plans? Why does he give long, protracted speeches? One-liners are his thing, not monologues. Making Fred Krueger go from sadistic murder demon to would-be world conqueror is an awful idea that, while epic in scope, is not what we want out of the villain. The artwork is mostly atrocious. Some bits of competence, but a lot of the time rushed and inconsistent, with body proportions all over the place and fight scenes that lack any kind of tension or excitement aside from Jason's battle with the government agents at the beginning. Maybe this book would have been better if it had been the 12 issues they wanted, but somehow I doubt it. Next time, it is finally the 10th anniversary. See you then. And just so we're keeping score here, Alice Cooper has now been defeated by Peter Frampton, the Bee Gees, and Freddy Krueger.